uneasy during the pivotal scene where Julius Caesar is surrounded by the senators and stabbed multiple times. As the brutal moment unfolds, Simon is overcome with anxiety, wincing with each stab, unable to separate his emotional pain from the scene on stage. Distressed and overwhelmed, Simon abruptly leaves the theater. He turns a corner into an alleyway, his anxiety rising fast. He puts on his headphones to block out the world, hoping for a reprieve from his grief. As Simon sits in silence, he suddenly notices something strange. The world has come to a standstill. Everyone on the street is frozen, staring up at the sky. Curiosity and dread fill him as he removes his headphones. What he sees sends a wave of terror through him. The arrival of the Council of Kings in the 616 universe causes widespread panic and chaos. A Mortis, utilizing his powerful telepathic abilities, projects a chilling message across the skies of Earth, declaring the Council's intention to purge the Earth for the sins of the Avengers. The Council accuses the cleansing of Earth as a necessary punishment to preserve the stability of the multiverse. As the main trio's message reverberates across the globe, fear grips the citizens of Earth 616. In various locations, individuals react in shock and disbelief. Hank, Janet, and Hope are paralyzed by guilt, with Janet overwhelmed, convinced that the Council's arrival is her fault. Meanwhile, Scott Lang and his daughter, Cassie, watch from Scott's apartment in San Francisco, while Peter Parker, Daredevil, and Moon Knight each witness the projection from their respective cities. Sam Wilson, Shuri, and Riri in Wakanda are also glued to the television as the broadcast spreads worldwide. The global panic escalates as cities descend into chaos. Social media and news outlets amplify the fear, causing widespread civil unrest. Emergency services are overwhelmed, and families struggle to find safety as law and order break down in the wake of the Council's terrifying message. Massive multiversal portals tear open in the sky, revealing the enormous fleet of the Council of Kings. The sheer scale of the warships cast an ominous shadow over Earth, sending waves of fear and disbelief across the globe. As the ships strategically position themselves above key cities, their intimidating presence overwhelms the populace. The Council of Kings warships hover menacingly over Earth's major cities, releasing devastating energy blasts that shatter skyscrapers and landmarks with terrifying ease. The attacks are immediate and catastrophic, as iconic structures crumble and entire cityscapes are reduced to rubble. Civilians, caught in the chaos, flee for their lives, running through streets filled with debris, their faces etched with fear and confusion.
सोच बदलो, पाउडर। That right there is the toe bone from a baby dinosaur, and I'm holding it because I'm finally learning the truth about dinosaurs. I've loved dinosaurs since I was a kid, but it turns out that a lot of what I thought I knew is actually wrong. Or at least outdated. So, in this video, I'm gonna show you the cutting edge of dinosaur discovery. I'm gonna give you rare access into a warehouse full of dinosaur bones, go out into the field and try to discover my own fossil, and show you something new these scientists just discovered.
I think we got ourselves a dinosaur.
A new look at dinosaurs.
The golden age.
Dinosaur discovery.
Uncovering almost one new dinosaur species a week.
There's so much more to these amazing creatures that we really have just begun.
I think I found a dinosaur bone. We're in Alberta, Canada, and we are on our way to an active dinosaur dig site. This is a huge moment in dinosaur discovery. Scientists are discovering more dinosaurs now than at any other time in history. They're finding a new species each week on average, and those discoveries are shaking up what we thought we knew about these ancient animals. The dig site that we're headed to now is special. The rumor is that they've uncovered something really cool. So I don't know what we're gonna find, but my big goal is to actually help discover a dinosaur bone today. If I could do that, oh my God. The site that we're going to is full of a herd of dinosaurs called Pachyrhinosaurus. We have the big adults, we have the little babies, we have the teenagers. That's Dr. Emily Bamforth, the paleontologist in charge of this site. They're not sure what exactly killed this herd. It could have been a natural disaster like a flood, but they know that it killed them all at the same time. And then later they were buried in mud that turned to stone over 73 million years. But that's a problem for us today, because they're not preserved as individual animals where they fell. They're all all sort of mixed together.
That's right. So we lovingly refer to it as our Pachyrhinosaurus omelet. It's basically hundreds, potentially thousands of animals kind of jumbled up together in this one deposit.
Putting together a dinosaur is kind of like doing a puzzle, except
You don't know what the picture on the front of the box is. You're missing half the pieces. There's pieces from other puzzles thrown in, and then the pieces sometimes are ripped and torn so they don't fit properly.
The hardest jigsaw puzzle in the world.
Basically, yep.
so how do you know that you're doing the puzzle right? How do we know that any of these dinosaurs are right? Well, we're about to see how they do it.
Oh my God. Here we are.
This is it.
This bone bed is particularly exciting because it's one of the
Densest dinosaur bone beds in North America. So the estimated number of animals is somewhere from 6,000 to 10,000.
Oh my God.
Among all the bones in this huge dinosaur omelet, there's one type that's rare and special to find intact, a skull. And they just found one.
So this thing here is a big skull, and everything that's around it is all bone as well.
Can I touch it?
Yeah, go ahead. It feels like a rock. It basically is a rock.
Are you freaking out right now?
Yeah. I'm totally freaking out right now. This is so awesome.
They're hoping to pull this skull out of the ground in the next few weeks. But if that's a Pachyrhinosaurus skull, how big was the rest of it? It turns out a lot has changed about what we think dinosaurs actually looked like, including their size. So let me show you.
Okay, so I want you to imagine this skull coming out of the ground. It would look like this.
This dinosaur had a big bony bump on the front of its nose called a boss, and a bony frill and horns on the back of its head. Using bones collected in the area and around the world, and referencing similar dinosaurs and animals that are alive today, scientists put together the rest of the skeleton like this.
Now imagine the dinosaur comes back to life. It's about that big, which is huge.
Compared to other dinosaurs, this guy was medium in size, which is wild, and makes me wonder, how big were the rest of them? If you lined up a bunch of dinosaurs from smallest to largest, you'd see the teeny little Anchiornis, just a little bit bigger than a basketball. You'd see the Compsognathus, the size of a small chicken. The famous Velociraptor would actually be here, except in real life, they were about this big, which is, not the size they looked in Jurassic Park. And newer research shows that they didn't look like that. Velociraptors had feathers. To be fair to Jurassic Park, though, they didn't know that.
The reason the velociraptors don't have feathers is because we didn't know that those kind of dinosaurs had feathers at the time.
In 1998, this discovery in China changed our understanding of what some dinosaurs looked like, and other discoveries since have confirmed that more dinosaurs had feathers than we thought. And there's still a lot of debate about what the color and the outside appearance of dinosaurs actually looked like. We'll get to that in a minute. One step bigger than the Velociraptor would be the Nyasasaurus, about the size of a German Shepherd. Then our Pachyrhinosaurus would be here. One of my favorites, the Triceratops, was about the height of an Asian elephant, but much longer. Here's the Stegosaurus and the T-Rex. And from here on, the sizes get nutty. These dinosaurs were bigger than school buses. They were taller than buildings. One of the largest known dinosaurs, the Argentinosaurus, was about as long and heavier than a commercial airplane. Can you imagine what it was like when these animals walked the earth? But here's the thing. They didn't all walk it at the same time.
Really common misconception is that all dinosaurs lived all at the same time.
Dinosaurs lived for way longer than most people think. If this is all of recorded human history, and this is the time since humans diverged from apes,
the world of mobula rays transcends the barriers between oceans, the borders between shallow seas and cold ocean depths, and even the ocean's ultimate barrier, the one between sea and sky. Found in tropical and temperate seas around the world, the genus Mobula contains some of the most incredible organisms that have ever graced this planet. There are over 600 species of ray in the ocean, but only 11 different species of Mobula ray, all of which have a distinct diamond-shaped appearance with wings that allow them to glide through the water and put on stunning displays of elegance and agility. Some are small and congregate in incredible numbers, occasionally flying out of the water in acrobatic leaps. Others are absolutely enormous, so enormous that their elegance appears to defy gravity. The giant oceanic manta ray is the largest species of ray in the world, with wingspans that can reach over 8 meters. Their sheer size makes them a striking presence in the ocean, captivating researchers and divers who are lucky enough to encounter them. But more than just being huge, they're also gregarious, and often as curious about human swimmers as the swimmers are of them. And this is because the giant oceanic manta ray is incredibly intelligent. Manta rays have the largest brains of all fish, with a brain-to-body ratio that exceeds that of the enormous whale shark. And it turns out giant manta rays are much more mysterious than scientists even realized. Until very recently, we didn't even know how to categorize them. Until 2018, scientists listed giant manta rays and reef manta rays under the genus Manta. But more analysis of their morphology and genetics resulted in scientists placing them in the Mobula genus, along with smaller devil rays. And now, scientists are learning that the giant oceanic manta ray isn't the animal they once thought it was. It's not simply a shallow water plankton eater, but a deep-sea renegade, with movement so efficient that teams of roboticists around the world are working to emulate it. And not only does it dive deeper than we ever thought, and move more efficiently than we ever thought, to the shock of the science world, giant manta rays have been observed to rapidly change the color and pattern of their skin, something that's basically unheard of in the world of elasmobranchs. The giant ocean manta is big, intelligent, and still absolutely full of mysteries. Why did the giant ocean manta ray evolve to become so enormous? And how does an enormous body move so efficiently? What are they doing when they dive to the cold, dark depths? And what does it mean when they change their color? As the giant oceanic manta ray glides through the water, it flaps its massive pectoral fins, giving the appearance that it's flying. When rays diverged from sharks around 200 million years ago, the pectoral fins expanded into what we now call the ray disc. And for the giant oceanic manta ray, this expansion was extreme. Their wingspan can reach over 8 meters across, and their pectoral fins make up around 85% of their body length. For sharks of a similar size, their pectoral fins make up just 10 to 15% of their body length. But what benefit do such massive wings give versus the more typical sharkish body plan? A hint emerges by observing the behavior of the giant manta ray compared to the similarly sized great white shark. The great white shark is a powerful, fast swimmer, but its bursts of speed usually only happen in one direction. It's hard for a great white shark to turn on a dime. Compare this to the giant manta ray. It's often seen swimming in tight, acrobatic circles, circling back to eat clusters of plankton or to evade predators. Its maneuverability and agility are almost unheard of in such large animals, and it's thanks to the giant manta ray's large and flexible wings. While the overall shape of a manta wing is similar to the wings of birds, these fins can undulate and bend in many more ways than bird wings can. The manta ray has numerous support structures inside the pectoral fin, and these structures can all be controlled separately. But as useful as maneuverability is for evading predators, it comes at a cost. Maneuverability is simply controlled instability, and without stability, an animal can't move steadily and efficiently along a predictable path. Luckily, the giant oceanic manta ray strikes a balance between these opposing qualities and is maneuverable while also maintaining stability and efficiency. One way the giant manta ray maintains stability is by having wings with a fairly high aspect ratio. During flight, in the sea or in the sky, longer, narrower wings give a plane or manta ray more stability. It's sort of like a tightrope walker who holds a long pole as they walk. The extra length helps balance the body. Manta ray wings aren't exactly long and skinny like glider wings, but their length does help balance the animal while gliding. High aspect ratio wings also help generate lift efficiently. And the way the giant manta moves its pectoral fins also allows its swimming to be highly efficient, and sometimes surprisingly fast. On average, giant manta rays swim about 9 miles per hour or 14.5 kilometers per hour. But to evade danger, they can sprint as fast as 22 miles per hour or 35.5 kilometers per hour. To reach these speeds, they combine fin oscillations with undulations. Oscillations are the flapping of the wing up and down, which generates large propulsive and lift forces. But at the same time that the wing is oscillating up and down, it's also undulating, sending a traveling wave outwards from its body towards its flexible wing tips. As giant rays flap in this manner, their fins disturb the water and create vortices, which push against the surrounding water and propels the animal forward. And these two types of motion make the giant manta ray an extremely efficient swimmer. Scientists have measured the propulsive efficiency to be 89%. To understand more about the biology of manta rays, I talked with Jessica Pate, founder of the Florida Manta Project and research scientist at the Marine Megafauna Foundation.
Basically, manta rays have to keep swimming in order to breathe. So they are designed to swim. You'll never see one resting on the bottom. So they're just designed very hydrodynamically efficient. They have like this more pointy diamond-shaped body structure where normally like a stingray that lives on the bottom is going to be just more like round. So they can get a lot more power out of their wingtips.
It's so powerful and efficient that researchers are designing underwater autonomous vehicles modeled after giant manta rays. They hope that these bio-inspired machines will be able to help map the sea floor, perform search and rescue missions, and inspect underwater technology far more nimbly and efficiently than current systems. Based on their pancake-like shape and flapping wings, you might assume that mobulas are a bigger version of stingrays. It's true that all of them belong to the elasmobranch subclass of cartilaginous fish, as do sharks and skates. But there are some significant differences between mobulas and stingrays. Mobulas have mouths on the front of their bodies rather than underneath. They also have cephalic lobes, which are two fin-like appendages around their mouths. Unlike the anterior part of most stingrays, these cephalic lobes do not have any electrosensory abilities. Rather, they're there to help funnel water and plankton straight into their mouths. The cephalic lobes make mobula rays the only vertebrate with 6 paired appendages rather than 4. 2 by their mouth, 2 pectoral fins that act as their wings, and 2 pelvic fins at the back. And while stingrays have long stingers, in most mobulus species, including the giant manta rays, their tails have lost their ability to sting. And sometimes people don't realize this. But one of their other differences is something you can't see unless you get up close and personal with either of these animals, and that's their teeth. Stingrays have crushing teeth plates that help them feed on crustaceans and fish. Mobula rays, on the other hand, only have teeth on their lower jaw, and these are small, peg-shaped, uneven teeth, pretty useless for chewing. Today, they're only used for mating, when males latch on to females. Instead of crushing their prey, manta rays are filter feeders. When plankton is abundant, they open their mouths and swim through it. There's no sucking in. Everything in their path just travels into the large oral cavity and passes through their gill rakers. Manta rays are like giant flying colanders, filtering out the tasty bits. This transition from grinding teeth to filter feeding dates back to sometime before 50 million years ago in the fossil record, perhaps after the extinction of the dinosaurs 66 million years ago, when other ocean-dwelling planktivores disappeared, opening up a large environmental niche. There was also a geologic event called the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum about 55 million years ago, in which global temperatures increased from 5 to 8 degrees Celsius, leading to a boom in plankton growth. Whatever the reason, manta rays became voracious plankton eaters. And because of this, something else remarkable occurred. Manta rays became giants. But how is it that a diet of tiny plankton pushed these creatures to become so big? Researchers have found that gigantism isn't limited by the trophic level, aka which type of food an animal is eating, but rather by the quality and abundance of that food and the animal's ability to exploit it. There's a biological theory about this concept.
Cool, you should be able to hear me as well.
It hypothesizes that evolutionary lineages tend to increase in size over time, because being larger improves survival. For apex carnivores, this is only true up to a point. There's not much point in being larger than a size where you have no enemies and can prey on anything you want. But for plankton eaters, being bigger is almost always better. Being massive gives them an increased foraging range, since greater swimming efficiency enables traveling farther in search of plankton. And greater energy storage enables traveling farther between patches of rich feeding grounds. A larger mouth and increased surface area also allows them to process much more water and gather much more plankton. And perhaps the biggest advantage of being so large is that you're less likely to be eaten.
When manta rays are full-grown adults, they have very, very few predators. Really, it's only orcas. There was actually a recent orca predation in Hawaii on a manta ray, or large sharks. In Mozambique, one of our study sites, they have a very healthy bull shark population, and like 75 to 80% of their mantas have shark bites, but they're surviving because they're just taking little chunks out of the back.
However, history has shown us that large animals are more at risk of extinction, because large organisms are often more vulnerable to environmental crises due to their need for more resources like food, as well as their long reproductive phases. Organisms that reproduce in the span of a few weeks are much more likely to undergo rapid evolution than something like a manta ray, in which pregnancies last a full year and females only give birth every few years.
Their overall life history strategy is more similar to, say, like an elephant than like another kind of fish, because they grow really big but they reproduce really slowly. So generally when you have that kind of strategy, you're surviving, you have higher survivorship because you have to, because you're putting basically all your eggs in this one reproductive basket.
But for the giant manta ray, being gigantic and eating lots of plankton has so far been worth the risk. And for a long time, we thought shallow water plankton was all they were eating. We'd see them swirling around shallow coastal waters, mouth open, catching plankton, and we thought that was the end of the story. But it turns out manta rays aren't just inhabitants of the sunny shallows. They, in fact, dive deep, sometimes really deep, all the way down to the ocean midnight zone. For decades, scientists have struggled to fully understand the lives of giant manta rays because they're simply hard to track down. They're known to travel huge distances, and when scientists are lucky enough to spot one, it's usually from a boat in shallow water. Thus, for a long time, all the data surrounding giant mantas came from observations in only this environment. But as time went on, some researchers had a hunch that there was more to manta ray behavior than they were seeing. To gain more insight, they traveled to Ecuador, where the largest number of giant manta rays are known to congregate. Here they collected small muscle samples from the rays, as well as samples of plankton. They wanted to find evidence in the rays' bodies that their diet was made up of entirely shallow water plankton. To do this, they compared the nitrogen and carbon isotopes in both the plankton and the manta ray muscle tissue. Nitrogen isotopes in particular are very useful because they can tell us about what marine organisms have been eating, because the ratio of nitrogen increases with each step up the food web. In other words, top predators like sharks and tuna will have a much higher nitrogen ratio than something like plankton, which eat algae. And carbon isotopes are useful in telling us the origin of food sources. For example, surface plankton and mesopelagic plankton have different levels of carbon-13. What the researchers found in the case of the giant manta rays was that their chemical signature wasn't correlated to surface plankton. It looked much more like they were eating food from the mesopelagic, a much deeper layer of the ocean. Later, scientists put satellite tags on the manta rays and found that they were diving to depths of 1,400 meters. Another group of researchers tagged manta rays off the coast of Peru to see what their movements would be like throughout the day, and found that 3 of the rays dove much deeper at night than during the day. It's possible that they stayed closer to the surface in the daytime as a way of warming up, since they're ectothermic, meaning they can't produce much of their own body heat and rely on the surrounding temperature to keep them warm. But the deep dives aren't the only unexpected movements these oceanic manta rays are making. It also seems like they're moving around their habitats in different ways than we once thought. For a long time, giant ocean manta rays were believed to be intrepid travelers, migrating huge distances to get from one feeding ground to another. And that probably is the case with some manta rays. One survey that stretched over 4 years and relied on citizen scientists along the east coast of the US collected more than 5,000 sightings of giant manta rays and saw them moving hundreds of miles up and down the coast depending on water temperature.
They can make really long distance migrations. Our team just published a paper where they tracked a manta going 1,000 kilometers. So that's a pretty long distance migration, but maybe not like the white shark who swam from South Africa to Australia. It's not something crazy like that. But a couple years ago, a manta ray showed up in Cocos Island, it's kind of out in the middle of the ocean off the coast of Costa Rica. But it was a reef manta ray, which reef manta rays are not known to the eastern tropical Pacific. And the closest place it could have come from is like Hawaii, which is thousands of miles away.
But other researchers looking at giant manta rays around Mexico and Indonesia found that the rays didn't swim more than 150 miles from where they first were tagged. They stuck much more closely to their own neighborhood than researchers expected. They also ate a diet that was very specific to their region, so their non-migration could be due to the abundance of food in those particular locations. Finding and studying these more sedentary populations could open up a new chapter in manta ray research. And we clearly still have a lot to learn about them, including something that seems fundamental. Can these mysterious creatures change the color of their skin? And if so, how did we only just find out about this spectacular ability? Manta rays are typically described as having one main type of coloration called the chevron, which is a dark navy or black shade over most of their dorsal side, with 2 white triangular patches across their head. Their ventral side, or belly, is largely white in color, with different patterns and patches of black. But when observing captive individuals, researchers were surprised to see the coloration of the giant manta rays rapidly change. The skin around their eyes, mouths, the inside of their cephalic lobes, and the chevron shapes on their backs all rapidly lightened or darkened when the individuals were having intense social interactions or just before they were fed.
This is something our team is actually looking into. We were always a little bit skeptical about it because we had never seen it. And just with the way we do our research, like I said, it's quite different than everyone else. So we usually are looking with a drone in the sky. And while you can't necessarily tell who is who based on their dorsal coloration, like usually from the drone, I can tell like, that was the first one, that was the second one, that's the third one, just because they look slightly different. And I look at hundreds of mantas all the time. But one day I was like, oh, this is a new manta. And we got in and it was the same manta from 2 hours before, but it looked dramatically different.
All the color changing was reversed fairly quickly, but researchers really don't know how or why the giant manta rays put on such a show. We do know that they have good visual abilities and large brains, so maybe the color changes have to do with social behaviors. And this ability isn't just limited to the giant ocean manta ray. The smaller reef manta has been observed to change colors too. It's a tantalizing hint that these mantas are more complex than we might give them credit for. Another piece of evidence that suggests the extent of their intelligence is the mirror self-recognition test. This experiment is generally thought to be one of the most reliable ways to gauge an animal's self-awareness or self-recognition. For land animals like chimpanzees, it's easy enough to put some kind of marking on the animal that they can't see without the aid of a mirror. If they notice the mark on themselves in the mirror and respond to it, that suggests they're aware the image in the mirror is their own body. While researchers couldn't easily place a marking on manta rays, the mantas did significantly more repetitive movements in front of a mirror than in control conditions. Their cephalic fin movements also increased, almost like they were making faces at themselves. It's not quite possible to say whether they passed the mirror test, but the results are intriguing nonetheless. And while it is difficult to quantify the intelligence of any animal, especially the giant manta ray, we do know that they have the biggest brain of any fish. And in the Mobula genus, the telencephalon is the largest part of the brain, accounting for 61% of the total mass. This is also the area of the brain associated with memory, learning, complex social behavior, and higher sensory processing.
And they don't just have like a big brain because they're a giant animal. They have like a big brain for their body size. So we think that manta rays are likely pretty intelligent, probably because they're very social creatures. And, many divers or people who've been in the water with them, they're always like, I get this feeling that the manta was looking at me. Or we have experiences when they're entangled in fishing line and they just kind of stop swimming and let you just remove it all and then swim off. And really, they have like these complex lives and are really intelligent. They're more similar to, sometimes I say, like a dolphin than to like a normal fish.
There are so many characteristics of giant manta rays that make them unique. Their brains, their behavior, their bodies, the list goes on. But many aspects of their lifestyle also make them increasingly vulnerable to extinction. In 2018, the giant manta ray was listed as threatened under the U.S. Endangered Species Act. Because they feed on plankton, they're also more likely to ingest large quantities of microplastics, and we just don't know what that might do to the health of animals that live more than 40 years. They're also exceptionally vulnerable to almost every kind of fishing, and in shallow water habitats, they're often hit by boats speeding by above them. People also falsely believe manta gill plates give those who eat them health and vitality, so they're killed in huge numbers specifically for that one single body part. But researchers are doing their best to understand manta ray behaviors in order to protect them, whether that's creating locations that have special designations as nurseries or monitoring their movement from the mesopelagic back up to shallow waters. The more we learn, the better we're able to make sure our activities don't interfere with theirs, and the more chances we'll have to go out in the water and see them gliding by. As this year comes to a close, I just wanted to thank each and every one of you for watching and allowing me and everyone who works with me on this channel to keep bringing you more and more videos about the subjects we care so much about. It is literally a dream come true. Your support, watching, sharing, and liking videos, and signing up to our sponsors keeps the channel alive and thriving. And now there's a brand new project that I'm creating, a 5-part docu-game show called Archaeology Quest that I produced and starred in with my co-writer and friend Lorraine. This is probably the biggest project I've ever been a part of. It's a mix between serious archaeology education and then our absolutely ridiculous
Hey everyone, welcome back to Channel Amazing Planet. Today we're diving into the wild world of an animal that's been dubbed one of the grumpiest looking creatures on the planet, the Pallas cat. These small, mysterious cats are incredibly unique, and their appearance alone is worth a closer look. So, let's learn about this adorable, fierce little predator. The wild cat mammal owes his discovery to the German scientist-naturalist Peter Pallas. After his name, he got his scientific name. The naturalist discovered and described the species in 1776 during the study of the Caspian steppes. This predator of the cat family belongs to one of the oldest animals on the planet, which has hardly been affected by evolutionary changes. And Manal is the Mongolian name of this animal, rooted in Russian. Manal is an inhabitant of sunny, dry, treeless regions of Central Asia, lives in the altitude range from 450 to 5,000 m above sea level. The entire vast range of the species occupies the vast, most severe territory of Asia, with an annual temperature difference of about 110 degrees. Manulu and frost and heat and lack of water are not terrible. From Transcaucasia in the west to the Greater Shingan in the east and the Himalayas in the south. Several languages of the northern part of the range enter Russia within the steppe zone of Altai and Tuva. It lives in Mongolia and China, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Iran, Turkmenistan, and Afghanistan. And in the Transbaikal territory, the mammal occupies a significant part of the steppe habitats. But in the northeast, due to the snowfall, not all steppes are accessible to it. It has been established that the boundary of the distribution of the species passes along the long-term average line with a maximum snow depth of up to 17 centimeters. Mammal does not like deep snow, and why you ask? Lynx cat and snow is nothing to her. Everything is simple here. The paws of the mammal, unlike the lynx, are short, and there is no endurance for long-range raids. It did not evolve in this direction. In loose snow, you have to drag your paws, and in dense snow, many of the rodents are inaccessible since they feed in snow passages and almost never appear on the surface. Mammal is not able to live permanently at a greater depth of snow. It is interesting how global warming will affect the mammal near these northeastern limits of its range. If it adds snow, then the mammal will retreat to the south. If it decreases, it will spread, following the onset of the steppes, to the north. Mammal avoids forests and dense bushes, where it is only a passage, during migrations and resettlement. He also does not like the tall grass steppe. Such places carry the threat of a fire, from which the mammal cannot escape. In addition, dense grass creates discomfort for a short-legged cat when moving. More readily, the mammal inhabits rarely grassy open plains and prefers the slopes of hills cut by ravines, scree, and rocky outcrops. Yes, rocky areas, key mammal habitats, abundant with comfortable shelters, diverse conditions, and inhabited by pikas and other rodents. And it often happens that the number of mammals also depends on the number of rodents. Also, this breed also has the Latin name Otoscolobos, which means short ear in translation, and you can't argue with that. The animal has really small ears. Against the background of voluminous thick wool, they are simply lost. And the characteristic appearance of this cat cannot be confused with any other representative of the cat family. The size of a domestic cat, the mammal is distinguished by thick grayish-brown fur, low-set rounded ears, which makes the head seem flat, a thick fluffy tail, characteristic dark stripes on the sides of the muzzle and across the body, rings on the tail, as well as small dark ones, as if scattered over the forehead, spots. On the cheeks of the animal, there are even longer hairs, thick whiskers. The fur coat of the mammal is undoubtedly the thickest and fluffiest among all the felines. And under the fur coat, there is a dense, strong, muscular body. The length of the mammal from the tip of the nose to the tip of the tail is about 75 to 80 centimeters. The tail is almost a third of about 25 centimeters. Animals weigh an average of 4 kilograms. Before winter up to 5 kilograms or a little more. Males are only slightly larger than females, but this is not always noticeable. During the winter, in harsh conditions, Pallas cats lose about 30% of their body weight. Mammal is a master of disguise. It would seem that in open places the beast should be noticeable, but in reality to see the Pallas cat in nature is not an easy task or a great success. Even people who constantly live in mammal habitats very rarely notice it. This cat leaves few traces, rarely and quietly gives a voice, only during the rut. In case of danger of Pallas, the cat tries to hide and even spread out on the ground, pressing long fur to the body. A lurking mammal with its masking coloration becomes completely invisible against the background of stones and grass. If you are unlucky enough to see his yellow eyes staring at you, then you can walk a couple of steps from the beast and not find him. Even in the snow, the mammal is easy to lose sight of. The cat flattens out so that it resembles a bald spot or a motionless stone. A walking or sitting mammal, seeing the danger from afar, will try to run unnoticed to the nearest shelter. If he was taken by surprise or lying in ambush at the hole of a pika, then he will hide clinging to the ground or or snow as much as possible. In the open steppe, any potential enemy will first of all notice moving objects, so the hidden mammal has every chance of surviving. This is one of its advantages, helping to successfully exist for millions of years. What kind of eyes does he have? Look conquers, mystical, deep, very smart. It is interesting that the pupils of the mammal are considered tiger, however, like all big cats, because they have a round shape, which is how they differ from their domestic relatives. They have a yellowish color, more round and convex shape. The difference is also that they are more widely spaced from each other. The hidden mammal looks not just at you, but into your eyes, and as soon as it meets your eyes, it immediately understands that it has been exposed. Ah, annoyance, his eyes seem to say. The cat begins to look away and look for a moment to escape. Since there are frequent winds in the steppe and the air temperature is usually elevated, the eyes of the mammal are developed in such a way that they blink very often. This protects them from drying out. Many have heard that the mammal is untamed and very aggressive. Everything is relative. If you think that if he is not big and fluffy, then he must be like domestic cats. But it's not. Mammal is a serious wild cat living in a very harsh climate. When compared with a lion or a jaguar, questions disappear by themselves. Fangs and claws, which far exceed the size of an ordinary domestic cat, are not without reason. If they smell something unkind or it seems to them, then they're quite capable of standing up for themselves. And in fact, mammal is a dangerous animal rather for rodents, especially in freedom. He loves loneliness, so he prefers to hide in rocks or holes and does not need to bother him in vain. We conclude that mammal itself has a calm and kind and rather hidden disposition. Mammal's lifestyle and behavior are peculiar. This is one of the most inconspicuous cats of open landscapes, a master of disguise and a supporter of a sedentary image. Life. The main objects of food for mammal are colonial small animals, mainly pikas, gerbils, and some voles. As a rule, he guards them, motionlessly hiding at the entrance to the hole. In this position, mammal can spend a lot of time without attracting attention. The dependence of mammal on rodents is also its advantage. With an exceptional ability to wait for a long time and motionless and catch a victim with lightning speed, it is not necessary to run much. I went out after sleep, ran 100 or 2 meters and lay down at the nearest hole I liked. I lay down for an hour or two. If I didn't catch anyone, I warmed up a couple of tens of meters and lay down again. Which of the enemies of is such a sedentary notice? Male mammals have a considerable individual area. Cats do not particularly protect him from competitors, but they mark, indicating their presence. With an abundance of food, Pallas cat almost do not pay attention to their relatives, only maintaining their personal space and proud individualism. By March, as it should be for cats, passion wakes up in males. As the February sun warms, the males begin to run in search of females. Cats do not fuss. They sit on a hillock near a hole or on a ledge of a rock and shout unobtrusively and quietly, announcing their presence. During the mating season, fights between males also occur, but not often. Females are also sometimes aggressive. For a comfortable place in the sun, a lair you like, it's worth fighting and driving away a competitor or an overly obsessive boyfriend. Like all cats, the mammal is lazy and does not bother digging holes. Every day, she uses any shelter, but for the den, the female chooses the most secluded place. In the bare steppe, an abandoned hole, preferably very narrow. For example, a corsac or ptarmigan hole, and in rocky places, a convenient niche between stones. It is important that the kittens are inaccessible to predators that are beyond the strength of the cat, such as a thick-skinned badger or wolf, golden eagle or eagle owl. In areas where there are not only holes, but also rocks, stone placers, females prefer the latter. And if there are other comfortable dwellings, such as the skeletons of abandoned agricultural machinery or long abandoned, built as if to help mammals, other buildings. In such places as in the rocks, it is not hot, and there are many hole shelters, manholes, vast niches invisible from above. Here, kittens play and learn the skills of a predator in greater safety than in a hole on a bare patch of land. All wild animals know that the smell of other people's children is the smell of big trouble. so they usually bypass someone else's lair. You have to be completely insane to try to get into a fight with a protective mother mammal. But there is a threat for kittens from which the female will not have time to protect air predators. Only a reliable shelter and a quick reaction will save them from them. Kittens are most often born in the second half of April, the first half of May. In some females, especially those who are 1 year old or who have not gained weight in time, childbirth can take place in June. There are up to 8 kittens in a litter, but more often from 1 to 6. The better the condition of the female in the spring, which depends on her age, health, and abundance of food, the more kittens will be. In well-fed years, females raise an average of 4 kittens, and 2 in hungry years, and many remain without offspring at all, ensuring their own survival. The eyes of the manoliate open on the 11-14th day after birth. At first they are sky blue, and from the age of 1 month they begin to quickly change color to yellow. After giving birth, the mother very scrupulously observes the precautions at the den. She does not trample the grass, does not leave food residues, and behaves secretly. Before going hunting, he carefully looks around and listens to see if there is any danger. This behavior of the female makes the den inconspicuous, but only until the kittens start to come out. Outside, and do not run playgrounds. The mother cat goes hunting once or twice a day, but this is still enough milk for the cubs. As soon as they try meat, which usually happens at the end of the first month of life, then just have time to wear it, and every week more and more. Already small voles, or cubs of pikas and ground squirrels, need several for one meal. It will be possible to catch more prey, which means that it will be enough for a one-time saturation of the entire brood. For the first time, the minnows get out of the den outside at about 1.5 months. At first they do it awkwardly and funny. Mammals in general do not like to run and jump high. Even children, inherent in all cats, acquire nimbleness and agility slowly. Their games sometimes resemble slow-motion movies. And yet these amusements develop in them one indispensable quality: a lightning-fast reaction, a quick and accurate first throw. The carefree childhood of little mammals does not last long. By the age of 2 months, they will have to go on their first trip. Kittens are used to being protected by their home, its walls and roof, even when they are alone. But the mother calls with her, and you cannot disobey. Their life depends on it. In horror, clumsy children run in single file after the female. From above, the sky is open all the time. The nose is clogged with pollen and unfamiliar smells. The grass prevents you from walking and hits your eyes, your legs get tangled. Closer to the age of 3 months, the kittens are no longer afraid to walk along the step with their mother and joyfully run after her at the first call.
Oh my God.
Sometimes the whole family leaves the lair for a day or two and then returns again. These are already the senior classes of the school of life. Young mammals get acquainted with the area, learn to distinguish terrible but safe sounds, recognize the sight and voice of the surrounding birds, the color and taste of insects, imitate the behavior.
Sorry, DD Megadoodoo, wait, hold on.
This day comes. Mother mammal leaves her grown-up children.
I was trying to be live on YouTube. I didn't realize I was also live on Twitch.
And now, having fulfilled her maternal duty in full, she must take care of herself. Winter is ahead. The teenage monulas that remained...
Are you still there, DD?
Some are no longer there. They left on their own. Some will leave almost immediately after the disappearance of their mother. But some will remain and will wait for her for a week, and then come back here again and again. So, with the lonely evening call of a teenage kitten, forever saying goodbye to his native rock, the childhood of mammals ends. A life full of dangers lies ahead. At this time, young mammals still lack 1/3 or 1/4 to the size of adults, but they lack experience much more. Winter in Transbaikalia and throughout the northeast of the Pallas's range is long and frosty. It is necessary to prepare for it thoroughly. Following a cold snap, the fur coat of the mammal becomes thick and warm. Jur awakens, a brutal appetite. There is always less food in winter than in summer. In October, the ground squirrel goes into hibernation for a long 6 months, and many of the voles store nutritious food in underground pantries for the future, so they go outside less often. No insects, no babies. Birds are very few. All potential victims by winter are already experienced, and just like that, they're not given to a predator in the teeth. They need to be outwitted. Any hunt requires a lot of time and patience, but there are more idle hunts in winter than in summer. Before a hunt or in the afternoon, when the sun warms up, the mantle will definitely sit on the top of an earthen mound near the hole. The sun loves the mantle, and here you can warm up and look around, and in which case whisk into a hole. In the middle of winter, if the approaching exhaustion does not force desperate raids, mantles go very little, on average about 1 kilometer per day. Someone will crawl out of the hole just to relieve themselves. Someone will walk several hundred meters to the nearest rodent burrows or visit a couple of Dihurian pica colonies, and then back into the hole. So it turns out that 1.5 or 2 of the coldest months, mantle lives mainly due to accumulated fat. Since the beginning of February, as soon as the frosts subside, the mantles become more active. More often they begin to hunt, and males also explore the territory in search of places for females. Spring is approaching again, the time of procreation. If the mantle had to go on a journey in the middle of winter because of hunger, then how lucky. It will be possible to quickly find a good colony of picas or voles, which means it will survive. No, it will die in a foreign land from exhaustion and cold. The most difficult
Elsewhere, Star-Lord and his grandfather sit in a tense, suffocating silence in the church, surrounded by a congregation staring blankly at their phones. The Council of Kings has issued a cold, merciless warning. Earth's destruction is imminent. The pastor's attempts to guide the service toward prayer feel utterly futile, drowned by the looming terror that fills the room. There's no comfort to be found, only a growing sense of dread as the reality of their fate settles in. Peter feels the weight of the moment, the world crashing down on him as the quiet murmur of the congregation only amplifies the despair his grandfather watches him, silent, the sadness between them unspoken. Outside, the flash of an explosion ignites the horizon. Peter's heart sinks as he calculates the blast's radius, a grim certainty settling over him. He turns to his grandfather, their eyes meeting in shared resignation. The explosion shatters the church windows, and the chaos erupts in an instant. People scramble for the door, desperate, but it's too late. There's nowhere to run. The blast wave crashes in, and the church, their last sanctuary, is obliterated in devastation. Across the world, emergency services struggle to maintain control, overwhelmed by the scale of destruction and hampered by collapsed communication networks. The sky is darkened by smoke and flames as the full force of the invasion unfolds, leaving Earth's metropolises in ruins and the survivors scrambling to survive. Amidst the apocalyptic chaos, New York City's skyline is now crumbling under the might of the Council of Kings' relentless assault. The air seems to twist and crush as buildings buckle and collapse in on themselves, as if the very fabric of reality is being warped. The King's devastating ray beams strike the city, sending shockwaves through the ground and causing skyscrapers to tilt precariously before toppling, triggering massive explosions as they collide. The destruction spreads quickly, leaving the city in ruins. In the heart of the chaos, Spider-Man swings tirelessly through the wreckage, dodging falling debris and landmarks as he makes his way toward MIT to save Ned and MJ. The scene is a frantic race against time. With destruction all around him, Miles Morales, also swinging through the devastation, catches up to Peter, urging him to stop and get to safety. Miles pleads that continuing like this will only lead to their deaths, but Peter ignores him, his determination to save his friends outweighing the peril surrounding them. The two Spider-Men then look up in horror as the Kangs activate a second, even more powerful wave of destruction. The city is plunged deeper into the chaos as buildings continue to fall, one after another, their flaming debris raining down on the streets below. The energy pulses grow increasingly violent, and firestorms ravage entire districts, consuming everything in their path. Amid the chaos, Miles is almost crushed by a falling skyscraper, but Peter manages to save him just in time. Meanwhile, Sam Wilson leads his team of Avengers, Shuri, Riri Williams, War Machine, and Joaquin Torres, through the skies in their spacecraft, witnessing the full scale of the Council of Kings' devastating assault on Earth. The massive warships block out the sun, unleashing a wave of destruction that obliterates entire cities. Buildings and landmarks are torn from their foundations and hurled into the sky, with entire districts disappearing into the warship's gravitational pull. The team can barely process the chaos below as the cities they once knew are reduced to ruin in seconds. As their spacecraft struggles to stay in control, the Avengers realize they've been caught in the warship's gravitational field, spiraling uncontrollably through the sky. The destruction below intensifies as buildings, landmarks, and people are sucked into the vacuum, tumbling through the air toward the approaching warships. Their ship is thrown across continents, careening from Wakanda and plummeting toward Tokyo. The Avengers' ship is violently tossed, battling against the overwhelming pull of the warships as it heads towards the devastated city. The warship's relentless assault casts an enormous shadow over Tokyo, where entire buildings are ripped from the ground and sucked into the sky. As the Avengers' spacecraft approaches, they navigate through a deadly storm of falling skyscrapers, violent tremors, and energy blasts from the warships, which incinerate everything in their path. Shuri and Torres work tirelessly to steer the craft, narrowly avoiding disaster as the city crumbles beneath them. Tokyo is engulfed in flames, and the Avengers struggle to hold on as the destruction continues. On the West Coast, Cassie, Janet, Hope, and Hank are killed, victims of the unrelenting chaos that has torn the world apart. In the heart of the destruction, Scott finds Cassie, cradles her in his arms, his tears mingling with dust and ash that surrounds them. In a matter of hours, billions are killed as the destruction continues on an unimaginable scale. Most of Earth is transformed into a post-apocalyptic wasteland, with the few remaining nations easily conquered by the Council of Kings. The once thriving planet is left in utter devastation, with skeletons and charred corpses littering the streets. The fires from the initial attacks burn so intensely that soot and smoke begin to block out the sun, casting the world into perpetual darkness. A nuclear fallout ensues, ushering in a deadly winter, further exacerbating the catastrophe. After the Council of Kings' devastating invasion, the surviving Avengers, world leaders, and remnants of S.H.I.E.L.D. retreated to Wakanda, the only sanctuary untouched by the destruction. With communications systems shattered and the Avengers scattered, he sends out a desperate distress call, urging any surviving heroes to return. One by one, they began to arrive. Thor, his daughter Love, Adam Warlock, Rocket, Groot, Phyla-Vell, Cosmo, Shang-Chi, Wonder Man, Wong, America Chavez, Doctor Strange, Clea, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Daredevil, Punisher, Ant-Man, Hawkeye, Kate Bishop, Star-Lord, Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel, She-Hulk, and Hulk. The rest are either dead or lost to the chaos. In Wakanda, the Avengers gathered in silence, weighed down by the grief and the devastating losses they had suffered at the hands of the Council of Kings. Sam Wilson steps forward and reminds the team that, while the Kangs may have shattered their world, they hadn't broken their spirits. Sam's words reignite a spark within the Avengers, urging them to rise again, as they had in the past when faced with insurmountable odds. He emphasized that they were not defeated, and that now, more than ever, it was time to take the fight to the Kangs. Sam, Spider-Man, and Doctor Strange declared that the Avengers would no longer wait for the Kangs to strike again. They would lead the charge. Armed with the powerful 10 rings and negabands, Sam urges the team to use these weapons, which the Kangs sought to control, to turn the tide in their favor. This battle wasn't just about revenge, it was about protecting the future of the world and their loved ones. With his shield raised, Sam's rallying cry filled the team with determination, and the Avengers are ready to strike back. Sam, Doctor Strange, and Spider-Man organize the Avengers into 3 teams, with Spider-Man leading the street-level team to infiltrate the main Kang fortress built on the ruins of Washington, D.C. There, the main trio, Immortus, Rama-Tut, and the Centurion, are using the fortress as a conduit to merge the 10 rings and negabands into a weapon capable of reshaping reality. The Avengers need to stop them before it's too late. The teams break down. Earthbound team, target Immortus, objective, destroy Demacul's base and keep the negabands safe. Captain America, Captain Marvel, Hulk, Wonder Man, Black Panther, Miss Marvel, Star-Lord, She-Hulk, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, Falcon. Street level team, target Rama-Tut, objective, destroy Rama-Tut's fortress and the conduit. Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Daredevil, Punisher, Ant-Man, Hawkeye, Kate Bishop, Ironheart, and War Machine. Cosmic Team, target the Centurion, objective, keep the 10 rings safe. Doctor Strange, Clea, Wong, America Chavez, Thor, Love, Shang-Chi, Adam Warlock, Phyla-Vell, Cosmo. As Captain America leads the Earthbound team towards Immortus' warship in space, their mission is to destroy the Democules base and secure the Negabands, preventing Immortus from harnessing their immense power. However, Earth's remaining leaders, distrustful of the Avengers' ability to handle the threat, secretly activate Earth's final defense, Sentinels built from the adamantium of a dead Celestial. The Sentinels, designed to neutralize superpowered threats, are unleashed against Immortus. It's revealed that General Ross had authorized the program, viewing the Avengers as a potential danger to global security. As the team heads into space, Rocket lightens the mood with a familiar joke, asking who hasn't been to space. Captain America raises his hand, prompting Rocket to tease him about being a space version. Upon reaching Immortus' warship, the team learns the true power of the Negabands, which surpass the 10 rings when used correctly. Immortus believes they are the holiest relic in Kang's mythos. The battle rages on between Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and the street-level team as they face off against Ramatut and his Kang army as they try to break into the fortress. The battle intensifies with Daredevil and Punisher fighting fiercely to hold their ground. Daredevil uses every ounce of his training, relying on his senses and reflexes to dodge and counter as the Kang variants close in from all directions. The fight reaches a fever pitch as they both become surrounded, outnumbered, but never yielding. In the final moments, Daredevil summons every remaining ounce of strength, leaping into a series of rapid strikes that incapacitate the last two wave of variants. His breath is ragged, his body bruised and battered, and he is engulfed by the many Kang variants. During the chaos, Ramatut strikes Spider-Man with a powerful blow from his scepter weapon, sending the hero flying across the battlefield. Spider-Man, who is badly beat up and bloody, struggles to get back on his feet, but his injuries are severe and he collapses, barely able to move. Fueled by rage and desperation, Miles Morales steps forward, enraged and determined to confront Ramatut. He challenges the villain with defiance in his eyes, refusing to back down despite the overwhelming danger. Ramatut, unimpressed, mocks Miles' bravery, finding his actions both foolish and amusing. Spider-Man, barely conscious, watches in horror as Miles stands firm against the tyrant. He reaches out weakly, shouting for Miles to stop, but it's too late. Miles is impaled by Ramatut's scepter and killed. Spider-Man watches in horror, unable to move. Doctor Strange and Clea lead the cosmic team in battle against the Centurion in many different realms, including the Gap Junction. During this fight, Love and Phyla-Vell form a deep bond, their friendship growing stronger as they battle together. The Centurion is initially overpowered by Doctor Strange, Clea, Thor, and the others, particularly due to the power of Shang-Chi's 10 rings. As the fight escalates, the entire group is transported to the Quantum Realm. Despite the Centurion's strength, he manages to kill most of the team except for Doctor Strange, Thor, and Shang-Chi, who has leveled up with the aid of the 10 rings. In a moment of defiance, Shang-Chi prevents the Centurion from claiming his father's rings, shouting back in resistance. As Clea succumbs to her injuries, she uses her blade to create a portal back to Earth 616, allowing the surviving heroes a chance to escape. However, the Centurion steals Doctor Strange's sling ring, an important multiversal relic similar to the 10 rings and Negabands. Doctor Strange convinces the team to leave him behind so he can pursue Centurion through the multiverse, hoping to stop him before it's too late. Along the way, Doctor Strange encounters the Fantastic Four, who inform Doctor Strange of an impending catastrophe that could threaten the survival of his friends and the entire multiverse. Doctor Strange manages to reclaim his sling ring just as the Centurion escapes to Immortus' warship. The Fantastic Four introduce Strange to the TVA, warning him that something monumental is about to occur. They ask for his help, as only he may be able to prevent the disaster and ensure his friends' survival. During the intense battle in space, the Earthbound team suffers heavy casualties, with most of the Avengers dying, including Black Panther, Star-Lord, and Captain Marvel. Immortus and his army succeed in retrieving one of the Negabands, and a desperate fight ensues for the second band. The heroes, battered and outnumbered, realize they cannot hold on much longer. In a moment of self-sacrifice, Wonder Man decides to give his life for the cause, believing that his late fiancée would have wanted him to do something great, even though he had never believed in himself. Grabbing the second Negaband, he urges the others to escape and activates its power, fusing it with his already immense ionic energy. Transformed into a near Super Saiyan state, Wonder Man charges at Immortus and his fleet of Kang warships, intending to destroy them and the Negabands in one final kamikaze-like act. Immortus, using the other Negaband, charges at Wonder Man, and the collision sends shockwaves through the galaxy. When the debris settles, Immortus stands victorious, having used the Negabands to enhance his power. The King variants watch in awe as the surviving heroes flee, realizing the catastrophic loss and the immense power now at Immortus's disposal. At Ramatut's fortress, the scene unfolds with Ramatut presenting the severed heads of the fallen Avengers to Immortus, a symbol of his victory. Immortus watches oddly as Ramatut, like a sycophant, grovels at his feet, eager to please his master. Despite Ramatut's outward display of loyalty, hints emerge of Immortus's Machiavellian nature as he subtly manipulates Ramatut, turning the weaker-minded ruler against Centurion. Immortus, now empowered by the Negabands, seized with anger over Centurion's failure to capture the 10 rings. His ambitions grow even larger. Centurion, feeling cornered and betrayed by both Ramatut and Immortus, tries to strike back in desperate act of defiance. However, Immortus's newfound power, thanks to the Negabands, proves overwhelming. With a sadistic grin, Immortus absorbs Centurion's energy, consuming both his essence and his soul, making him even more powerful. The rest of the Council of Kings, including Ramatut, watch in stunned silence as Immortus squashes the attempted coup, solidifying his dominance. Ramatut, now completely subjugated, cowers before Immortus and pledges his undying loyalty to him as the true Kang Prime. The council, feeling Immortus's power, follows suit, bowing and chanting Kang Prime in a creepy display of submission. Immortus's rise to power is chillingly Machiavellian, marked by his cold manipulation and ruthless consolidation of control. With his new power, Immortus declares that the 10 rings are the final piece needed to ascend to an Omega-level being. As his yellow eyes gleam with a sadistic laugh, he envisions his ultimate victory. Meanwhile, in a somber montage, Wakanda is left in ruins, and Captain America rallies their surviving Avengers and what's left of humanity. They retreat to an underground bunker, a secret facility built by Tony Stark for just such a doomsday event, as the threat of Immortus's reign looms ever closer. Kang the Conqueror finds himself trapped in a chaotic confrontation with his clones in the Beyond Zone. His emotional stability unravels when one clone utters the name Ravonna, sparking an uncontrollable spiral of rage and despair. As his mind breaks down, thousands of clones converge on him, overwhelming him until the last shred of light fades. Kang reaches out in desperation, but is consumed by darkness over the realm. Over a black screen, Janet's voice calls out, "Who is Kang?" This marks the beginning of Kang's descent into an eerie part of the Beyond Zone where Kang's mind is unraveling, and we finally get to see his past. In the abyss, Kang's terror intensifies as he falls through darkness, surrounded by the haunting memories he has tried to suppress. Flashbacks of his childhood with Ravonna, running hand in hand through a wheat field, fill his mind, quickly followed by scenes of massacres he committed, exterminating timelines and killing innocent civilians across multiple worlds. The flashbacks become more intense, showing Kang's deep love for Ravonna as teenagers and their eventual marriage. However, his love is overshadowed by his brutal acts of violence, including the slaughter of many different variants of the Avengers. The abyss around him grows darker, and Kang's cries for help echo into the void as he recalls moments of tenderness with Ravonna, like holding her pregnant belly. Yet his atrocities continue to haunt him, with images of him murdering more innocent lives and the variants of those he once cherished. Kang's emotional agony deepens as he plunges further into the probability storm. As he falls, the last bit of light extinguishes, and he is enveloped by the cold, isolating dark. He realizes that if he is to escape this mental prison and save reality, he must first conquer his mind. Allowing his demons to consume him, Kang finally makes peace with the idea that his actions, though horrific, were necessary for the survival of the multiverse. He remembers his love for Ravonna, and as everything around him bursts into flames, he faces the truth. His war with many different Avengers and his destruction of countless universes was all to prevent a greater catastrophe at the hands of the Council of Kangs. His hands are stained with the blood of trillions, yet he feels no other choice but to continue down this path of destruction. He must save the multiverse from his variants. As Kang faces the consequences of his decisions, his mind returns to the moment he last saw Ravonna. The two argued bitterly before his departure to wage war on the other Kangs. Ravonna begged him to stay, reminding him that fate had a different path for them, but Kang refused to listen, driven by paranoia and the belief that he must protect their future at any cost. Through the powers of the Beyond Zone, Kang astral projects himself to relive that moment, pleading with his former self to stop and cherish what he had. But his former self leaves, and Ravonna is left weeping alone. The vision leaves Kang broken and consumed by regret. Kang's journey continues as he is ambushed and captured by the Council of Kangs, his trial held in a sadistic amphitheater where the other Kangs revel in his misery. Immortus, Ramatut, and Centurion sentence him to exile and punishment, which Kang accepts with defiance, though he pleads for his wife's safety. Immortus coldly informs him that Ravonna and his kingdom will meet him in the afterlife, further crushing Kang's spirit. As he is led to his execution, Kang remembers moments of tenderness with Ravonna, when he held her pregnant belly, and when he leapt from his throne to catch her as she fell. Just as he faces exile, Kang makes a daring escape, blasting off into the multiverse, hands outstretched in a desperate attempt to save what he once loved. Kang's journey reaches a devastating conclusion as he crash lands back in his destroyed world. His kingdom is in ruins, the wheat fields and apple trees burned, leaving only the skeleton of his former life. Terrified, he approaches the site where Ravonna's body is hanged, barely recognizable in its horrific state. His grief overwhelms him and he collapses, digging her grave in the blackened earth. As he buries her, he speaks through his tears, telling her to wait for him in the shadow of the trees. But as Kang mourns, the Council of Kangs appears once again. In his despair, Kang reaches out to create a circle in the dirt, symbolizing his goal for a singular, perfect timeline. His timeline, free of the chaos he believes the other Kangs have wrought. His vengeance and resolve grows as he stands, sand slipping from his fist, facing the Council of Kangs, eyes filled with fury. Kang is recaptured, but not before Immortus rips the tracking beacon from his chair, mocking him. The Council begins the exiling procedure, their devices poised to send Kang to the quantum realm. As they fire, Kang's anger erupts, yelling that he finds them vowing vengeance as his chair is sabotaged. The soundtrack swells as he struggles, but soon the scene shifts. In the present, Kang sobs alone, surrounded by his clones who silently watch him. Clutching the necklace he once gave to Ravonna, Kang's tears fall onto it, but as they do, his emotional pain transforms into determination. His probability selves/clones begin to merge with him, chanting his name, Kang, Kang, Kang. Their cries fuel him, and Kang ascends out of the probability storm, rapidly moving through dimensions as his suit repairs itself. His power grows as he absorbs the essence of the multiverse, eventually transforming into the one true Kang Prime, aka Beyonder Kang, an all-powerful being, ready to exact his vengeance on the Council of Kangs. Kang's emotional journey is one of profound tragedy and existential transformation. From a man torn by guilt and loss, he becomes a being of immense power, consumed by a desire for vengeance. Kang and his legions of clones are now headed to Earth 616 to destroy the Council of Kangs once and for all. The sky above is a haunting green, acid rain falling relentlessly as lightning cracks through the toxic clouds. The world below is a nuclear winter, a scene painted like Dante's Inferno, where thunder rumbles ominously. Captain America has gathered the last surviving Avengers and remnants of humanity in a massive underground bunker designed by Tony Stark for global disaster. The remaining Avengers include Thor, Ant-Man, Spider-Man, Shang-Chi, Miss Marvel, and Hulk. It's presumed that Doctor Strange perished while pursuing the Centurion. Thor is devastated by the loss of his family, wishing for his own death, but he remains steadfast in his mission to protect the 10 rings, refusing to let the Kangs retrieve them. The group knows their time is running out. The Council of Kangs will soon arrive, drawn by the beacon from the 10 rings. The legions of Kangs eventually surround the bunker. Captain America makes his final stand. With Shang-Chi wearing the 10 rings and the rest of the Avengers by his side, he faces the encroaching legions. Standing tall in defiance, they are ready to die, protecting their last remnants of humanity. The moment is eerily reminiscent of the battle at the Hot Gates, with Ramatut now acting as Immortus's emissary, having merged his armor with Centurion's remains. Ramatut demands they bow before Kang Prime, threatening their destruction. Captain America offers his life in exchange for the others' survival, but Immortus sees his bravery as both foolish and impressive. Instead, Immortus offers Sam a dark choice: to serve as their messenger of death, using the 10 rings to execute superheroes and mutants across the multiverse. Immortus offers Sam magic and cosmic powers, claiming that Captain America's legacy is nothing compared to Steve Rogers. In a moment of agony, Captain America looks at a shield once held by Steve Rogers, now tightly grasped in his own hands. As time seems slow, Sam's memories flash before him, smiling faces of the original Avengers. Would Steve understand? With his head bowed, Sam stands tall once more, casting aside the shield and defying Immortus' demand. "Avengers, assemble," he yells, signaling the remaining Avengers to launch a kamikaze-style attack. Red Wing, activated from Sam's suit, sends Immortus' coordinates to him. Sam, fueled by determination, rises into the air, shield in hand. He hurls the shield towards Immortus, but Ramatut intercepts with a barrage of energy blasts. Despite the efforts to stop it, the shield grazes Immortus' head, throwing him violently backward. For a brief moment, doubt flickers in Ramatut's eyes as Immortus, now bleeding, rises in fury, demanding the Kangs finish the Avengers. Captain America falls, gravely wounded, unable to stop the slaughter of his friends. As he reaches out to Ant-Man, the dying hero's tears reflect his guilt. "This is all my fault," Ant-Man admits, but Captain America reassures him, "You fought like a true Avenger. Your daughter would be proud." Meanwhile, Immortus fights to seize the 10 rings from Shang-Chi, delivering a fatal blow. As Shang-Chi falls, his body convulses under the mystical energy, and the light in his eye fades and the rings fall off his dead body. Immortus, eyes burning with the hope of ultimate power, steps forward, stretching his hands toward the 10 rings as their beacon grows louder with every passing second. The air hums with energy, and Immortus' voice rings out commanding, "Come to me, my relics." His words seem to shake the very ground beneath him. As he advances, the 10 rings begin to lift, vibrating with power, their movements almost as if responding to his call. Then, in a sudden surge of energy, they shoot upward into the nuclear winter skies, disappearing into the dark, toxic clouds above. The ground shakes violently, a strange rumble building as Ant-Man looks to the skies. A figure descends from the clouds, almost godlike. Kang the Conqueror, now empowered as Kang Prime, hovers down from the nuclear winter storm, the 10 rings glowing with intense energy, the beacon now eerily dim. Ant-Man, weak and on the verge of death, points at him, whispering, "It's him. That's Kang." Ramatut, horrified, cries out, "The Conqueror." Immortus and the rest of the council are paralyzed with fear as Kang, now wielding unimaginable power, hovers above them. Immortus is stunned when Kang Prime suddenly hovers over them, surrounded by his vast army of clones who snarl like wild beasts. Immortus sneers at Kang Prime, asking if he has returned to be buried by them, to which Kang Prime responds, he has returned to burn them out of time forever. Ramatut, standing alongside Immortus, mocks the moment, questioning whether Kang Prime likes what they've done with the place. Kang Prime's only answer is, "It ends tonight." Immortus, ever confident, vows to erase Kang from all timelines in existence, even going as far as to claim that history will forget Kang and his world. He cruelly taunts Kang by revealing that Ravonna, Kang's beloved, was tortured and degraded by them. This infuriates Kang Prime, who unleashes a legion of his clones, forming a protective barrier around him. He proclaims, "Now, you all will know that I am the King who wins." With his clones, Kang Prime charges at Immortus and the rest of the council. The great multiversal war has begun. Kang Prime, who commands his clones from the Beyond Zone, who overwhelm the Kang Council, tearing them apart in brutal, bloody battle. Kang Prime faces off with Immortus and Ramatut in an epic confrontation that spans across countless multiverses, reminiscent of Doctor Strange's journey through the multiverse. Their battle grows so intense that it begins to destabilize reality itself. Meanwhile, Loki struggles to hold onto the timelines as they collapse. Desperate, the TVA, Doctor Strange, the Fantastic Four, Deadpool, Wolverine, Nick Cage's Ghost Rider, and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man arrive, attempting to save the remaining Avengers in a vessel known as the Ark, a life raft created to protect essential beings. Captain America tragically dies before the Ark can save him, but Miss Marvel and Spider-Man are rescued. Reed Richards warns that time is running out and that the Ark is their only hope for survival. As Earth 616 is consumed by incursions, the TVA transports the survivors to a safe space between realities. Meanwhile, Kang Prime and Immortus continue their battle, with Immortus wielding Miss Marvel's negabands and Kang Prime possessing Shang-Chi's 10 rings. Their fight takes them through and around the multiversal tree, causing the very fabric of the multiverse to deteriorate due to the immense power of the relics. King Prime delivers a crushing blow to Immortus, sending him hurtling through the multiversal branches. Immortus recovers and launches another assault, but their collision shatters timelines and creates a devastating storm that tears apart universes. As the battle reaches its climax, they fight in midair, locked in a relentless struggle, rising higher and higher through the branches of Yggdrasil, oblivious to the destruction they cause. At the top of the tree, King Prime lands a series of brutal strikes that leave Immortus stunned and vulnerable. In a final, thunderous clash, King Prime kills Immortus by choking him with the timelines and then tearing him apart with the negabands. The multiverse begins to collapse entirely as the decay of Yggdrasil spreads, and the Avengers aboard the Ark watch helplessly as universes collide, leading to their inevitable destruction. Reed Richards struggles to keep the Ark afloat, but the power is fading fast. Loki's powers are absorbed by King Prime in a failed attempt to revive the timelines. In a desperate final act, Beyonder King uses his power to take control of the Ark and creates a protective force field around it. He then merges the negabands and 10 rings into a device capable of reshaping reality. However, instead of restoring the multiverse, King Prime fuses all the remaining universes into a singular timeline called Battleworld. Using the combined relics he reshaped the Void into Chronopolis, a new reality built from the ruins of Earth 616, Earth 838, and Earth 6010, and countless others. The surviving heroes aboard the Ark, including the Fantastic Four, Deadpool, both Spider-Man and the Avengers, are imprisoned by King Prime. In the newly formed Battleworld, Kang strides through a stunning landscape of vibrant rose fields. A sense of calm and fulfillment washes over him as he walks, his fingers brushing lightly against the delicate petals. Now, in this new world, his domain stands tall, breathtakingly beautiful, restored to something even greater than before. Everything around him is exquisitely beautiful, a perfect reflection of his vision of a new reality. As Kang moves closer to a quiet spot in the field, he sees a woman standing with her back to him. She turns, revealing herself to be Ravonna, still pregnant, her smile radiant as she gazes at him. She holds out her hand to him, a gesture of love and welcome. Kang, moved by the sight, gently takes her hand and presents her with the rose he picked from the field. "You came back," Ravonna says softly, her voice filled with warmth. Kang replies with a tender smile, "For all time, always, my love." Ravonna steps into his arms and they share a passionate kiss, a moment of pure joy and connection. As they embrace, the screen slowly fades to black. Now, I don't know if this is real or not. It is certainly detailed, so I'll give it to them. But honestly, it sounds pretty dang intense, and it makes me really kind of miss what we could have got with Avengers the Kang Dynasty, because something like this would actually be quite insane to see on screen. I would have actually loved this. Again, no idea if this is 100% the leaked script, but unfortunately, we'll probably never know. However, it was nice hearing what could have been, and I do kind of think this would have been epic, but go ahead, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. If you made it this far, thank you. Be sure to comment, like the video, and subscribe so you don't miss out on any of our other videos. You can find us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. And as always, thank you all so much for watching. Woof woof.
Welcome back, my fellow watchers of the multiverse, to a brand new series, If I Had Written, Avengers the Kang Dynasty. This is a series where I write about all the sorts of different pop culture movies, TV shows, video games, and even cancelled projects. For today's series, I will be focusing on my pre-writing for part 1 of Avengers the Kang Dynasty, which is set to release May 2nd, 2025, so we have 2 more years until it releases. Make sure to follow my Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok for all of the latest channel updates, because I will be giving you all the latest updates with the latest content, roadmaps, when you can see animations, and when you can see all of the behind-the-scenes content regards to different videos being released. There's so many different things. I also do have a Patreon that really extends that. It goes a little step further, and it gives you even more bonus content, as well as HD background backgrounds, and you can even work with the team here at Miss the Part Productions. You can work with me personally on your very own videos that you want to see on the channel, and we can make that happen. There's so many different tiers I would highly recommend if you're interested in a lot of that behind the scenes content. But that being said, let's dive into the highly anticipated, if I had written, Avengers the Kang Dynasty. Time meant nothing to Kang and the lives of the people he just killed. Certainly, it did not either. All Kang knew was that he had one goal to achieve, and he would destroy anything that stood in his way, because he had to win. Kang swiftly entered his ship and wielded it to take him to the next universe that he needed to destroy. His ship was Nero-connected, as it was connected to his thoughts, and it could take him anywhere in the multiverse, because he was above time and space. Kang smiled as he remembered how the heroes of the universe he just destroyed fought valiantly. He already told them that their efforts were fruitless, that he already knew how everything would end if he did not win, and because of that, he had to win. The heroes did not listen. They called themselves the Avengers, and even after Kang had told them that they were out of their league, they still threw everything they had at him. In the end, he still stood strong as he destroyed all of them. Kang could still hear their cries, the whimpers, and the screams of horror as he destroyed their universe, but he certainly wished it mattered to him. He was a conqueror, and that was what he was going to be. Kang quickly searched the multiverse to find out the next threatening universe that might impede on the dynasty that he was building. And he gave a smile when he located and selected one that contained a foe of his, Centurion. It turned out that this new universe also had the Avengers in it, but they were not quite what they were in most of the other universes he had destroyed. They were quite a strange pair, and it delighted Kang, as the variety might make things interesting. This should get very interesting indeed, Kang said out loud to himself as he plotted his very way down to the universe. Kang harnessed the power of his ship's core, the multiverse engine, which quickly transported him to the new universe. As Kang was transported, he went down memory lane to see how it all begun. He remembered how life was when the lives of humans and other organisms mattered. Kang remembered life before he became a conqueror, when he was still bound by the shackles of time and space. Kang remembered the life of Nathaniel Richards. Nathaniel Richards had just discovered the craziest thing. He had discovered a device that could enable him to time travel. Nathaniel had always been a sucker for science, but this discovery was mind-blowing. Nathaniel wasted no time as he decided to test the machine out. Nathaniel had no issues in picking out the time he wanted to transport himself to, as he always been fascinated by the early Egyptians. Nathaniel quickly inputted the coordinates and dates and prayed that his mission would be a success. If the trip went wrong, there was every possibility that he would be wiped out of existence. After considering the risks for a moment, Nathaniel waved it aside. He possessed the mind of a crazed scientist, and that meant that it was for him. Almost anything worth sacrificing for knowledge, even his own life and timeline. Nathaniel fired up the machine and he considered saying a prayer, but he quickly brushed it off as he was not a believer. He strictly believed that man was responsible for his fate. Within seconds, he traveled back in time. Nathaniel saw himself in ancient Egypt, and he was overjoyed. But little did he know that his actions had consequences. Life had been good for Nathaniel, as he was traveling through the timeline and getting knowledge until one fateful day, when his world was even changed more drastically. Nathaniel had been reached out to another version of himself. This version told Nathaniel about the multiverse and how countless versions of themselves existed. After that, this version of himself showed him to other versions of themselves, and they started sharing knowledge and ideas. No longer after that, Nathaniel got into a scuffle with the Avengers of his timeline, and it was what led him to being Kang the Conqueror. The Fantastic Four, headed by Reed Richards, also joined the Avengers in opposing him, and Nathaniel was faced with a very difficult decision. He figured that if he killed any of them, that he would probably affect him, as he was a descendant of Reed Richards himself. Nathaniel then did the logical thing. He fled. In his haste to flee the scene, Nathaniel mistakenly overshot his time traveling to the supposed end of the world, and what he saw shocked him. He saw humans fighting against themselves with weapons that they could not control. Nathaniel also saw variants of himself causing incursions and destroying the multiverse. Nathaniel saw pure chaos. He saw a world that needed a ruler, a multiverse that needed a conqueror. Kang saw that chaos had already started, as his variants had already started fighting amongst themselves and causing incursions. Kang decided that he had to act smartly in order to defeat all of his variants, along with his universe. Kang suddenly had a wicked idea, and he quickly set it into motion. Kang would form a council of the most powerful Kang variants, and they would finish off the weaker versions of themselves, along with their universes. This idea seemed to please Kang exceedingly, as he figured that when they had almost killed most of his variants, that he would turn on the council and eradicate all of them, and be the one who remains. Kang decided that it was possible to achieve his goal, but for that, he would need to prepare. For a long time, Kang set himself into research of futuristic technology. By traveling and within a set time, he achieved his goal. Kang deployed an armor that granted him immense strength, speed, stamina, and agility. The suit
Let's not do that.
There's a great emotional hook right at the beginning of Rebel Ridge that immediately gets you hating the villain and rooting for the good guy. But instead of cashing that in right away, director Jeremy Saulnier very effectively builds the tension by first exhausting every option that would have de-escalated the conflict.
Oh. I think he's on the Wikipedia page.
And so then, when our hero, who is played very commandingly here by Aaron Pierce, finally steps up to unleash his righteous fury, it feels more than earned. It feels inevitable. I don't think it's a flawless movie, but I had a lot of fun with this one. It's just a solid, story-driven action thriller, and it's the first of many honorable mentions I have in this end-of-the-year video, in which I reflect back on my favorite movies of 2024 and discuss the 10 works that stood out the most to me. According to my Letterboxd, I saw about 100 movies this year. Not my personal best, but still, so far, I felt like 2024 had a lot of movies that, while not necessarily being instant classics, were nevertheless just really good. Movies like Edward Berger's Conclave, which I didn't think broke any new ground, but which was still a well-crafted fusion between a contemplative reflection on faith and the twisty storytelling of a Dan Brown mystery box. Or A Different Man, a great character study on self-hatred, insecurity, and misguided desires with a fantastic performance from Sebastian Stan. I also really liked The Promised Land, directed by Nikolai Arcel, an old-school historical epic about power, justice, and honor set in the wild Danish heathlands, and starring Mads Mikkelsen as a former soldier turned potato farmer who gets caught up in a political conflict. And speaking of potatoes, if you're at all into food, then definitely go see The Taste of Things, directed by Tran Anh Hung, a wonderful French movie about how love and food and the love for food can become entangled in this greater expression of human passion. There are many more honorable mentions coming up, but I'm going to spread those out over the rest of the video so that I won't bombard you with a long list of titles right at the beginning. and so that we can jump straight into a discussion on the first of my 10 favorite movies of this year, which was Carolee Fargeet's The Substance, the story of an aging star who takes a mysterious substance that generates a younger, more beautiful version of herself.
Take care of yourself.
Watching this in a packed theater was just such a wild experience. It was one of those movies where it really felt like the audience reaction was an intended aspect of the movie's overall soundscape.
So smile!
A lot has obviously been said about how this substance offers plenty of body horror, provocative images, and how it just overall turns everything up to 11.
That's just the way it is.
But what really fascinated me is how it used that cinematic maximalism not only to convey theme, but also to deliberately mess around with our more instinctive wiring. Because ostensibly The Substance is a story about womanhood, about aging, and about the societal beauty standards and the obsession with youth that make the first two so frustratingly complicated. Told as a kind of twisted fairy tale in which the princess gets everything she wants but has to be home by midnight or else face dire consequences. Explorations like these have always been rather tricky, as it is very easy to end up glorifying the very thing you want to critique. What often goes wrong here, in my view, is that the movie will falsely believe that you can solve an emotional response, such as arousal, by just explaining why that feeling can be harmful, which can be effective to some extent, but I don't think that fully addresses the source of that response. It just adds context to it. And this is where the substance body horror comes in. Because body horror, like beauty and arousal, does reach down to that more primal level. And I think it was exactly by continuously oscillating between those two elements, arousal and disgust, that this movie was so effective. Like, it doesn't tell you how to feel or how to feel about your feeling, but it really fights fire with fire, combats emotion with another conflicting one. And to me, even if it got a little over the top at the end, it was this sort of battlefield of sensations that also elevated the substance into a more general reflection on the human body and on the contentious relationship we so often have with it. It really made me think about how our bodies are not really ours, in the sense that there's this gap between it and our sense of self, which becomes especially apparent when it exposes its limitations, confronts us with its fragility, its mortality, and which in turn can cause that strange feeling of alienation and even hostility. The Substance is an exclusive movie release, and seeing how this video is brought to you by Mubi, I'm happy to be able to offer you an extended free trial by using my personal link, that's mubi.com/likestoriesofold. I also have 2 more honorable mentions that are both streaming exclusively on Mubi. You may have already heard me talk about the first one in previous videos, which is The Settlers. A savage yet captivating story about colonialism and man's general tendency towards violence and destruction, set in the empty beauty of the Chilean mountains. This one almost felt like a Cormac McCarthy novel, very contemplative, very rugged, but nevertheless filled with a strange kind of poetry. The other movie that I really liked is one that I'm gonna save for the end. First, on to the second movie from my best of 2024 list, Anora, directed by Sean Baker. A young sex worker from Brooklyn spends a pleasure-filled week with the son of a Russian billionaire, during which they fall in love and impulsively get married. The Cinderella story, however, is quickly threatened as the Russian family finds out and pressures Annie and Ivan to get their marriage annulled.
We are married. They're gonna have to accept that.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Accept that? That's funny. Sure, yeah.
What follows is a fascinating and highly entertaining blend of The Hangover and uncut gems, infused with Baker's eye for those existing on the margins of society. I think this might be the funniest movie I've seen this year. It has these almost Tarantino-like sequences where the tension just builds and builds, and every bad situation somehow escalates into an even greater chaos, which is made all the more enjoyable because of the movie's great cast of side characters. At one point, Ivan goes missing and Annie has to find him with these Russian goons who are played so wonderfully by their performers.
Where are you going?
To the car.
It's 5-minute walk.
No.
It really adds a lot of texture, a lot of vibrancy to this already intense roller coaster. And it also affirms that at the end of the day, Anora is more than just a slapstick comedy. I think it is also a somewhat underappreciated character study. One criticism that I encountered a few times with this movie is that its main character was underdeveloped, and while it is true that we don't get too much by way of backstory, I do believe this doesn't mean Annie was actually lacking in depth. Like, I don't think you have to sit your main character down in front of a mirror in some pensive moment of introspection in order to communicate their interiority. You can also just do that through action, and I think Anora is a fantastic demonstration of how to do that. For it's exactly in that hedonistic fever dream and later in that tense scramble to stop everything from falling apart where Annie's self-empowerment is in direct conflict with those greater forces of marginalization, that we learn a lot about who she really is, her strengths and weaknesses, her ingenuity and experience, her naivete and delusions, and the way it all feeds into her greater longing for happiness, freedom, and self-actualization. Which is also where the movie ultimately hits that more tragic note as the dream inevitably collapses to reveal the true nature not just of the ravages left behind after Annie's brief escapade, but also of the damage that was there all along. By the way, if you've seen my video on the 50 most life-changing movies ever made, which I really hope you did because I spent all year making it, you know I don't like to do traditional rankings, and the same goes for this list. There's no countdown or anything, but I did think it would be fun to order the movies from high energy to low. You know, the Substance, Anora, they were pretty intense, and we're not going to cool that down just yet, because next up is Challengers, directed by Luca Guadagnino. Challengers is about tennis, but really it's about sex, about masculinity and desirability, and about the complicated interrelationships that arise between these competing elements. But what probably fascinated me most about this movie is how it is about these subjects, for Guadagnino presents his strange love triangle with a kinetic energy that propels us back and forth in time, as if connecting us to the emotional flow that intensifies when past feelings emerge back in the present. I also especially loved the music here and how it is employed in unexpected moments and unexpected ways, cutting in and out in seemingly innocuous moments. It really gave me that feeling of deeper emotions rising and raging beneath the surface. In this sense, the movie is not just highly entertaining with its high-energy presentation, but also offers a meaningful reflection of how our consciousness, our entire sense of self, is always grounded in history, with the past reverberating into the present where it, at least in part, shapes our actions in conscious and unconscious ways as we are infused with old traumas, fears, and desires. It really communicates that idea that adulthood is just one big attempt to rectify the wounds of our youth, which is also what makes the main characters so compelling. None of them are particularly sympathetic, they all clearly have their flaws. In fact, I think it is fair to say that they are, each in their own way, very problematic, but the point is that we at least come to understand where they are coming from, what is driving them, what has them so conflicted and frustrated. And I think it's in achieving that knowledge that, in the end, the movie nevertheless finds some semblance of victory. While we're on the subject of Joss O'Connor and Italian filmmaking, I also want to mention La Camera. A strange, almost otherworldly tale about an archaeologist stuck in what feels like a sort of limbo between past and present, beauty and value, and life and death. I'm not yet fully sure what to make of this one, but it was definitely entrancing.
Can you hold this?
2024 was also the year that M. Night Shyamalan released Trap, which was quite a divisive movie, but which I actually find myself really enjoying as this Hitchcockian thriller that knows how to have fun with its own rather silly premise, while still touching on some deeper, almost psychoanalytical themes about masculinity and about fatherhood in particular. I haven't seen too many people talk about this yet, but that idea of a man split in two, light and dark, the aspirational and the repressed, I thought was pretty interesting. Similarly, I was also fascinated by Francis Ford Coppola's grand personal project, Megalopolis, which I wasn't able to see until earlier this month and which actually grabbed me more than I was expecting. In many ways, it's a movie that almost defies analysis, but I do know that at least on an emotional level, I actually found it quite moving at times. There's just a deep vulnerability to the way Coppola lays out his fears for our world and its future, and a great sincerity in his appeal for hope and for the importance of art, for beauty, for some ideal that is not just valuable now, but forever.
We are such stuff as dreams are made of!
Now, I really enjoyed Furiosa. I think it was a compelling portrait not just of the titular character, but just as much, if not more so, of the Mentis, who struck me as this total embodiment of senseless brutality, reflexively inciting chaos and misery around him in this futile attempt to relieve his inner brokenness.
We need more, and each time we need more until too much is never enough. We are the already dead.
It really made for a much more tragic story than the first movie, but luckily George Miller still had it in him to make it epic, as Furiosa also had some of the most electrifying action set pieces I've seen all year. But having said that, for me, the ultimate desert saga, my #1 blockbuster experience of 2024, still is the second chapter of Denis Villeneuve's Dune. And yes, I know I said this list wasn't ranked, but Dune Part 2 was just on a whole other level for me. Probably the best thing I can say about it is that it's just completely immersive. Like, I think I've seen it 3 or 4 times at this point, and each time I forget I'm watching a movie, I'm just fully transported into this world which Villeneuve has adapted with such tangibility and such grandeur. It actually gets better with each viewing because of this. Because once you get more familiar with all the plot beats, you can really let yourself get lost in all the little details that give it texture, and just vibe with the impeccable atmosphere. Also a shout out to Hans Zimmer here for delivering yet another incredible score.
What we do for the benefit of all.
I'd very much like to be equal to you.
Dune Part 2 covers the second half of the original novel, and in doing so was much awaited to bring the open-endedness of the first movie full circle. And even though the story isn't yet fully over, we're still getting Messiah, I do believe Villeneuve perfectly stuck the landing here, not just with regards to getting right the thematic essence of Paul's corrupted ascension, of him embracing his role as a false prophet to ultimately incite a holy war, but also when it comes to really making this gradual descent emotionally resonant. There is this palpable sense of tragic inevitability that can be felt throughout the story as Paul is faced with this impossible situation in which it seems like he has nowhere to go but ruin, forced to either perish or become monstrous.
I do see a way. There is a narrow way through.
And it actually made me feel quite sympathetic towards him, and also especially towards Chani, who gets caught up in this conflicted relationship between following her heart and trying to ensure the survival of her people. As such, it's only fitting, and in my opinion a sign that Villeneuve hit the exact right notes here, that the ending first and foremost leaves you with a feeling of sorrow. Not just out of grief for what has been lost, but also as if you're already mourning that which is still to come. I have to admit, I haven't been keeping up with Clint Eastwood's work in the last few years, but Juror 2 was a good reminder that maybe I should have been. For despite being in his 90s, Eastwood still knows how to make a damn good movie. Juror 2 is a classic moral dilemma in a way that I don't think we've seen in a long time. A man is selected to serve as a jury member on a murder case where he quickly realizes that he is actually the one who, albeit unknowingly and accidentally, killed the victim.
What are you telling me? Maybe I didn't hit a deer.
A solid moral conflict in its own right, but Clint Eastwood pushes the stakes even further by introducing a number of other complicating factors that will make you feel absolutely cornered by the end of it. Like, I almost had to remind myself that I wasn't actually guilty and that I was just watching a movie. Which I think also proves just how successful Juror 2 was in depicting that conscience is not an outcome of reason. It is more like an emotion that is embedded within the body. One that, when faced with an impossible moral dilemma, starts eating away at you as if you're trapped in some terrible nightmare. And it was at this point that I also felt like the thematic focus started to subtly shift in a way that to me elevated the movie to even greater heights. Because when there simply is no correct answer, no one outcome that could be considered morally or even just pragmatically right, then the question, as Juror 2 so viscerally provokes, becomes more about what good we are willing to sacrifice. Or inversely, what kind of evil we are willing to invite into our lives and into our society, and what evil we just cannot bear, regardless of the consequences. Small things like these, directed by Tim Millions and starring Cillian Murphy, presented another fascinating morality tale that really grabbed me. If I had to reduce it to the plot, I'd say it's a story about a working-class father in the 1980s who learns about the abuse of young women that's going on in the convent that governs much of his community.
If you want to get on in this life, there are things you have to ignore.
But before this movie even crystallizes this moral conflict, it had already drawn me in by its immaculate sense of mood and atmosphere. It reminded me a bit of the work of Bela Tarr. There's a quietness, a bleakness, but also a strange kind of beauty. Beauty underpinning every moment. I found it to be absolutely hypnotizing. Really one of those movies where you'd almost wish it didn't end here, at least could just stay in, drawn me in by its immaculate sense of mood and atmosphere. It reminded me a bit of the work of Bela Tarr. There's a quietness, a bleakness, but also a strange kind of beauty underpinning every moment. I found it to be absolutely hypnotizing. Really one of those movies where you'd almost wish it didn't end so you could just stay in its world a little longer. I also really connected to the main character here and the way we are introduced to his dilemma, not by means of dread or complicity or those other more suspenseful elements that Juror 2 so effectively wielded. No, instead, the main emotion here, at least as I experienced it, was a much more sorrowful one. Like, it presents you with this world where so many are being mistreated, so many are suffering, and it filters all that through a soul who can't quite seem to deal with it, can't quite seem to accept why he has been blessed in ways that others are not. Him being a father to like 4 or 5 daughters also plays an important role here, as the safety and comfort and love he is able to extend to them stands in painful contrast with the less fortunate girls he is continuously confronted with at the convent.
Our girls will never go through what those girls are going through.
What if it was one of ours?
Oh God, isn't that what I'm saying? They're not our girls.
It beautifully explores the tension between accepting that we can't save the entire world while also not fully closing ourselves off to it, not fully resigning ourselves to the pain of others. Especially when, deep down, we secretly know that we can do more, that maybe we should do more. About 2 weeks ago, I watched the Canadian movie Red Rooms, and I'm still reeling from it. It starts off as what feels like a commentary on true crime and our morbid curiosity for it, but gradually it transforms into this deeper and much darker exploration of the ravages left behind by the digital age, which has been feeding our worst impulses while also slowly hollowing out every shred of human decency and dignity. As I said, I'm still kind of digesting this one, and perhaps with more time I'd have given it a firmer place on this list. But for now, I'm going to leave it as an honorary mention and move on to what to me is 2024's definitive movie on moral decay and human evil. Jonathan Glazer's The Zone of Interest. I almost forgot to include this movie in my list, not because I failed to remember it, but in some ways the opposite, because it feels like it has already carved out its place in my long-term memory so decisively that it already feels timeless in my mind. A lot has been said about the Zone of Interest's filmmaking approach, especially the sound editing, which I still think is where the movie draws its real sense of horror from. Just that constant presence of atrocity and complicity, that complete and total entanglement of unfathomable human suffering in the banality of the everyday. But the thing that has me convinced that The Zone of Interest truly is one of the greats, a movie that I believe will stand the test of time, is the way in which its central conceit, its core idea, has already proven itself to be of incredible value in providing both a gut-wrenching insight into the dynamics of human evil, as well as an articulation of how we can name it and talk about it. Not just in the historical context of the movie's setting, but also in the here and now. As I put it in my own letterboxd review of the movie, where does our zone of interest end and what really lies behind it? What darkness are we hiding behind rose-covered walls? What evils are we casually ignoring, even though its cries permeate our everyday waking existence? I think these are questions that are of vital importance both in the context of currently ongoing conflicts, which Glazer spoke so bravely about in his speech at the Oscars, as well as when it comes to the more general notion of a society and the way it allows people to enjoy an ideal of civilization while looking away from the hidden cruelty that is intrinsically bound up with it. About Dry Grasses, directed by Nuri Bilge Ceylan, is a giant, almost 3.5-hour movie about the pettiest of human behaviors. And it was mesmerizing. The story is centered around Samet, a disillusioned art teacher nearing the end of his mandatory service in a remote village, who becomes entangled in a controversy when he is accused of inappropriate contact with a student. It quickly becomes clear, however, that the accusation is mostly smoke and mirrors and that it's mostly a catalyst for what about Dry Grasses is ultimately most interested in, which is a meticulous character study of a well-intentioned yet ultimately conflicted man. Because Samet is a character of subtle contradictions. A man who genuinely identifies with higher ideals, yet also often finds himself acting on lesser ones. A man who is genuinely moved by humanity, yet also tends to see himself as better than those around him. Even his voiceover, sparse as it is used, becomes a false narration in this sense, giving voice to aspirations rather than to what is actually so. And yet, the movie is not a simple condemnation, rather it invites you, as confrontational as this can be, to use it as a mirror, to examine the unexamined and find some truth within the artifice of your own being. There's this one scene in particular that I want to mention, a simple dinner scene towards the end in which Nure, a woman who Samet gets to know, starts arguing with him and exposing all his hypocrisies.
Evet, benden uzak olsun, bana dokunmasın da diye düşünüyorsun.
Öyle düşünsem ne olur? Yok mu hakkım? İlla herkes kahraman mı olmak zorunda?
Değil tabii ama bildiğimiz bencilliğin ılımlaştırılmış halinden bahsediyorsun. Dünyanın akıldan, eşitlikten, vicdandan uzaklaşmış bir hali olmasının sebebi de bu değil mi bile?
It's a long sequence of just two people talking, and it was one of the most engrossing things I've watched all year. Like a Dostoevsky novel coming to life. Again, being well over 3 hours, the movie might demand a lot of your patience, but to me it was absolutely worth it. For the next movie on this list, imagine, if you will, a Cloud Atlas directed by David Lynch with a dash of French art house filmmaking. I think that will give you some idea of what it was like to watch The Beast by Bertrand Bonello.
What is stronger? Your fear or your love for me?
The Beast is a movie as enigmatic as this subject it seeks to understand. It takes place in the near future where AIs seem to govern much of humanity and where they have this technology to reach back into people's past lives to purify them from lingering trauma. Which sounds nice, but it quickly raises the question to what extent it's just a nice way of essentially handing out a sort of emotional lobotomy. Our main character, played amazingly by Léa Seydoux, tries it anyways, which is how we are presented with the other storylines. An early 20th century costume drama about an ill-fated love affair, and an early 21st century story about a model encountering a violent incel. Played very boldly here by George McKay.
And my problem is girls.
I mean, if you know, you know. Connecting all of them is The Beast, which is not an actual thing, but which kind of hangs over the story and its characters like a shadow lurking just outside of the frame. It's the nebulous feeling existing somewhere on the intersection of loneliness, fear, and that strange sense of impending doom that seems to be at once the source and result of our existential suffering. It adds a certain cosmic dimension to the more particular conflicts of each individual storyline, to paint a more all-encompassing portrait of the human condition, not just to underline its despair and futility, but also to emphasize its yearning and hope in spite of these things, in spite of the beast. It's not a movie I can claim to fully understand, not even after seeing it a second time, but I kinda like that about it, the way it challenges the audience and the way it doesn't offer a clear answer or statement, but rather gives you this intricate and creatively crafted journey through past, present and future, the exact meaning of which, in part at least, depends on your own investment, your own willingness to take that leap in the same way that the characters, in all their uncertainty, still keep reaching out to each other. Going even deeper into the David Lynch vibes, we find I Saw the TV Glow, which at first glance feels like a fever dream plowing the collective unconsciousness of the millennial generation. It is highly unconventional, otherworldly and opaque, but also contains a certain raw emotion, a mood and atmosphere that connected with me beyond what I consciously understood about the actual story. Directed by James Schoenbrun, who is a transgender filmmaker, I Saw the TV Glow feels like a very personal story about Schoenbrun's own experience and struggle with gender identity. But I appreciated how it wasn't an obvious allegory, like there's a lot here that symbolically applies to themes of queerness and gender identity, which is something that LGBT people will probably be able to speak more eloquently about than I can. But for me, the part that I connected with and what I really admired about this movie was how it dug deeper towards those more universal emotions below the surface. Feelings of alienation, of melancholy, of not really knowing who you are or what you want. It's also about the dynamics of nostalgia, of escapism, and of finding some part of you outside of yourself, and hauntingly captures the tragedy of not being able to hold on to it.
Those memories were put there to distract you, to keep you trapped.
It's been a few months since I saw the movie, and even though it tested my patience at times and I didn't quite get everything about it, it nevertheless struck a chord that still resonates with me to this day. Like, it went over my head to instead tap into some deeper part of myself I didn't even know was there. And that's a pretty rare experience and a beautiful testament to the way movies can kind of sneak up on you, bring you into motion in unexpected ways, and sort of nestle their way into your subconscious. It's just a very special thing and a good note to end this cinematic year on. Well, actually, I had one more honorable mention for you that's streaming exclusively on Mubi, where you can now also access your yearly personalized retrospective. A sort of celebratory reflection where you can see what type of movie lover you are and get some interesting recommendations based on your movie watching habits. Among my accolades was the modernist, someone who prefers watching recent releases. And I guess I did watch quite a few newer movies on Mubi this year, including the one that I wanted to share with you, and that's My First Film, directed by Zia Anger, which is a kind of meta-reflection about a director recounting her first project, a movie that she ultimately abandoned. What fascinated me so much here was the full embrace of the 21st century in the sense that it incorporated a variety of modern elements like smartphones, computer screens, and consumer cameras to enrich the movie's cinematic language in a meaningful way. It's just a very creative movie and a great example of the many cinematic riches that the movie has to offer. So be sure to use my personal link to get the extended free trial. That's movie.com/likestoriesofold to get 30 days of great cinema for free. Lastly, as always, I want to take a moment to thank everyone for your continued support. Not just in this year, but in all of them. I still can't believe I've been allowed to do this for as long as I have. Every year still feels like a blessing, and each year my gratitude only deepens. Especially considering how I'm still so excited to make these videos for all of you. Like, I already have so many ideas for next year. After that behemoth that was the top 50 video, I want to go back to the roots for a bit, just some concise and critical analyses of meaningful storytelling. But next year might also be the year that I'm taking another big step. I can't make an official statement yet on this one, there's a lot of factors here outside of my control, but after years of analyzing the stories of others, I might finally create one of my own. But you know, let's keep that between us for now. In the meantime, I wish you all Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and I look forward to seeing you all again in 2025. The great movies enlarge us, they civilize us, they make us more decent people, the renowned film critic Roger Ebert once said. Indeed, movies are not just entertainment, they can be transformative, they can be life-changing, and because I know it can be hard to find a comprehensive overview of such movies, a year ago I set myself the challenge of making one myself, to bring together the 50 movies that I found most meaningful of all. 50 movies that profoundly impacted my worldview, my beliefs, and of which I can genuinely say that they changed my life for the better. As such, this list has a different approach than most others and will probably contain some surprising additions and exclusions because of it. But again, I really wanted this to be not just another best movies ever list, but something more unique, more specific. You can find a more elaborate commentary and reflection at the end, but for now the setup is as follows. Instead of a rather arbitrary ranking from 50 to 1, movies are organized into categories of meaning that reflect the different areas of our lives in which movies can impact us. There are 10 categories, with each containing 5 movies that are subsequently ordered by year of release. The point here is obviously not to reduce these movies to being about one subject only, so please don't treat the categories too rigidly, it's just to give the list some organizing principle and navigational structure. And lastly, this list is obviously not exhaustive, there's a lot more great cinema out there, especially on my favorite online cinema, Mubi, for which I can offer you an extended free trial if you subscribe through my personal link at mubi.com/likestoriesofold. I'll talk more about that later, but first let's dive into the 50 most meaningful movies ever made. I want to start with the fundamentals, the movies that tackle the big questions. Where do we come from? What is the meaning of life? And so on. The movies that frame our human existence within cosmic proportions, that have me reflecting not just on my own life, but also on what it really means to be a human being, a conscious animal existing briefly in a vast and mostly unknown universe. The Seventh Seal, directed by Ingmar Bergman. Europe, the 14th century. A crusader returns home only to encounter death. In an attempt to postpone his fate, the knight challenges death to a game of chess, who accepts, confident that no one escapes him in the end. With the time he has bought himself, the knight then sets out to find the answers to life he so deeply desires, answers to questions of meaning and of God. Is he out there? And if so, why does he not show himself? Is it so terribly inconceivable, the knight wonders, to comprehend God with one's senses? Why does he hide in a cloud of half-promises and unseen miracles?
Jag vill ha vetskap. Inte tro, inte antaganden, utan vetskap. Jag vill att Gud räcker mig sin hand, avtäcker sitt ansikte och talar till mig.
The Confession is one of the most vulnerable and beautifully written lamentations ever put to screen, and succinctly captures the pain stemming from that inner void, that deep yearning for answers we know we'll never receive. For as the knight pours his heart out, he is met only with silence and death. And death, by his own accord, has no secrets. It knows nothing, can offer nothing. It can only take, and in the end, we all must go. But the knight is not alone in his ordeal. Around him, the bubonic plague has been ravaging the world, which left everyone in a state of existential uncertainty, struggling to find some meaning amongst the widespread suffering, some justification for why they seem to be so cruelly punished. Bergman captures the zeitgeist of this troubled medieval era with a captivating absurdity, the sense of a people abandoned by God, rendered mad by a strange conflation of doubt and religious fanaticism. As the knight and his party make their way through the land, they encounter those who resort to criminality in the embrace of nihilism. They witness those who engage in flagellation in a desperate effort to repent for the sins they surely must have committed for the Black Death to have been set loose upon them. And they come across those who instead project their despair outwards, blaming and persecuting others who, for whatever arbitrary reasons, are deemed to be responsible for the all-devouring disease. But within these chaotic times, there are also a rare few for whom life just goes on, who try to make the best of the situation they're presented with, and who make an active effort to appreciate the fleeting moments of joy and beauty around them. All in all, with The Seventh Seal, Bergman gives us an iconic vision of a specific time and place so long ago and in many ways so alien that the reality of it can hardly be imagined now. But at the same time, if we look beyond the trappings of a historical picture, it is also but a slightly heightened portrait, rendered through stunning, at times painting-like imagery, of the impossible problem of our mortality, of the fundamental lack of explanation for it, and of the unfortunate consciousness of man that can conceive of and therefore has to reckon with both. 2001: A Space Odyssey, directed by Stanley Kubrick. Perhaps the seminal cinema experience, a cosmic journey through the vastness of time and space, from the beginning of man to beyond the infinite. The sheer scale of Kubrick's 2001 still stands as a testament to the power of cinema, and by extension, to the wide reach of human imagination and our capacity for wonder. And it's especially that last one that might just be the fundamental quality that functions as both our entry into and exit out of this experience. That sense of awe that stems from framing ourselves against the grandeur of the universe, and from imagining our place within it. For if we were to reduce 2001 to its plot, its mere sequence of events, then the movie is very much an evolutionary tale. It's the story of humanity's journey through the stars, beginning with our humble origins in the animal kingdom, followed by our gradual ascension to space travel, and eventually by a vision of where we might be going and of what we might become. It's a transformation that is famously driven by the mysterious black monoliths appearing throughout the story, which seem to hint at some form of intervention from higher beings or some higher consciousness, though they can also simply symbolize the evolutionary leaps that humanity naturally underwent through creativity and innovation, and that we might go through later on. Either way, there is the quietly profound suggestion here that humanity as it exists today, the humanity that we so easily tend to assume as an end state of evolution, is actually but a link in a chain that is still developing, and that might someday render us but a middle chapter of a story bound to transcend us. There is, however, an ingrained sense of optimism in the movie's unspoken conviction that however that relentless march of time and progress will unfold, we are and will forever be an intrinsic part of this greater cosmic movement, and arguably an increasingly important one as the movie explores not just humanity as creation, but also as creator.
This conversation can serve no purpose anymore. Goodbye.
The artificial intelligence HAL 9000, which somewhat ironically has probably become the most memorable and iconic character of the entire movie, is used to explore the potential of human technology, both as a means to elevate ourselves, as well as a danger that could harm us, and to reflect on the nature and meaning of consciousness.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
For what does the evolution of humanity, or for that matter, the evolution of any species, look like when the lines between creation and creator become increasingly blurry? Or to put it like this, is the future of humanity's evolution in part dependent on our transgression of that boundary? Will everything that our consciousness allows for contribute to its betterment, therefore rendering it necessary? Or are there limits to our place in creation, and does true evolution depend on our continued humbleness in the face of cosmic powers far greater than ourselves? The movie, of course, doesn't give us any real answers, It barely articulates these questions as explicitly as I'm formulating them here. And I guess that's the real and lasting beauty of 2001: A Space Odyssey. Its cinematic journey is a mostly poetic one. It's a vision so grand that it needs not articulate itself, but can simply let its philosophical content and transformative power arise through that primal sensation of awe and wonder. Blade Runner, directed by Ridley Scott. One of the great qualities of science fiction is that it can lift us outside of ourselves. Take all the important questions, the ones that are so fundamental to our being that we tend to take them for granted, and pose them as if they are brand new, and suddenly reinvigorated with a renewed sense of significance. As we are introduced to a dystopian future, the bleak and industrial world is presented to us through the lens of an eye, through that which is often considered as the window to our soul. We learn about the replicants, advanced artificial robots nearly indistinguishable from their creators, though being widely used for slave labor. A mutiny in an off-world colony rendered them illegal, with a special police force, known as Blade Runner units, being tasked to hunt them down and kill them. Right away, those obvious questions emerge. What are these replicants really? Are they truly indistinguishable from human beings? And if so, what are the ethical implications that follow from this?
We create a cushion or pillow for their emotions, and consequently we can control them better.
These questions, however, still frame replicants as separate from us. And to be fair, they are. They are superior in strength and agility, but also have a much shorter lifespan. But at the same time, they also present as human in all the ways that matter, in all the ways that we consider ourselves to be human. They dream, fear, and desire, and they seem to carry that same fundamental emptiness, that little void on the inside that makes them hunger for more. Not just survival, but meaning and purpose. They want to understand themselves and the world they live in. But again, the science fiction at the heart of this premise doesn't merely serve to make us ponder these fictional beings, but more so to project onto another subject those questions that we never truly ask ourselves, and in that effort, to hold up a mirror that is bound to cast back its reflection. In other words, the initial question, do replicants have a soul? Do they possess that which we call humanity? Is carefully transformed into what does it mean to have a soul anyways? Have we truly considered what it means to be human? Or do we simply live with an assumed sense of uniqueness, of some ineffable quality that differentiates us from the rest of existence, and that helps us justify our actions and our perceived place in the universe? As the story unfolds and the walls between replicants and humans come crumbling down, so too does the boundary of what we conceptualize as humanity become increasingly blurry. For the veteran Blade Runner Deckard, this leads to him questioning whether or not he is really a human being, a question that the movie leaves deliberately open-ended. For us, however, the consequences are probably not as dramatic as that, but coming back down into ourselves, it's hard not to wonder about that feeling of humanness that we hold on to so tightly despite it being such an elusive part of who we are. Hard not to wonder if there is some truth about ourselves to be found out there, or if the essence of our being is ultimately but a product of, and limited to, the eye of the beholder. The Tree of Life, directed by Terrence Malick. It's virtually impossible to summarize what Terrence Malick's semi-autobiographical The Tree of Life is about without it being a significant reduction of what it truly offers. A man in a disenchanted world reflects back on his youth on the anniversary of his brother's death. Once an embodiment of joy, beauty, and grace, the memory of his brother now stands as a symbol of that which seems to have withered in the world and within himself. "Find me," his brother whispers to him from the beyond, and the search begins, one that will stretch far beyond his own life. From the birth of the universe to the end of time, Malik frames this rather intimate and deeply internal journey in the biggest possible context, turns it into a direct dialogue with the cosmos itself. How else, after all, are we to truly understand ourselves and make sense of our existence if we do not consider the widest possible reach, both in space and in time, that our consciousness, and therefore our potential to derive meaning, allows for? What are we to you? A woman asks, while simultaneously posing the fundamental question at the heart of our being, the fundamental question from which all others flow. Why do we exist? Why do we suffer? How do we navigate this world that seems torn between conflicting cosmic forces, competing paths of right and wrong, violence and compassion, creation and destruction? These questions and others like it are presented here not as scholarly luxuries reserved for philosophers, but as deeply urgent and transformative matters that all of us have to confront as necessary parts of our development. Indeed, as Malik so beautifully shows, even if we are born into the comfort of a warm and loving family, even if we are provided with a protective shell shielding us from difficult questions, sooner or later, the cracks start to form, and chaos starts slipping in, both from the outside as the conflicting reality of the external world imposes itself on us, as well as from the inside as we are met with strange emerging fears and desires. It instills within us the struggle that we, in many ways, will spend the entirety of our lives relating ourselves to. Why be good when others are not? Which impulses do we follow? What values, what certainties can we hold on to? Is there anything that is true? True about the world? True about ourselves? Malik offers no clear answers, no shortcuts to give ourselves definitive resolution. But like the biblical book of Job, which is referenced in the beginning, he does give us a perspective, one framed through the vast and deeply poetic lens that only cinema can offer. It's an invitation to shake ourselves out of the apathy of our everyday existence and truly contemplate ourselves and our lives in the grand scheme of things. Truly reflect not just on all the contradictions and unknowable quantities, but also on the sheer beauty and harmony that surrounds us, the grace and glory that is so easily taken for granted in a world that seems to insist on dulling our consciousness and numbing our feelings. And as we then settle back into that ordinary world, the question that the Tree of Life seems to leave us with is, what do we take with us? Do we let this renewed awareness slip away again? Or can we hold on to it? Can we let it change us? The Turin Horse, directed by Bela Tarr. Bela Tarr's final work has some of the most hauntingly beautiful images you'll ever see, filmed in stunning black and white photography, with shots often lasting minutes on end. There is a mastery of form here that feels at once layered with intricate deliberateness, and also completely aesthetic. The movie is also almost entirely silent, save for a drunken visitor who interrupts the monotony with a long, unhinged rant about degradation, and an opening monologue in which an unknown narrator recounts the famous, though most likely false story about Friedrich Nietzsche's monumental breakdown after encountering a mistreated horse. It's the only real setup we get for the story that follows. A farmer and his daughter, and the horse they rely on, existing quietly and solemnly in a bleak, desolate landscape on the verge of apocalypse. We witness 6 days in their lives. With each passing day, the world decays a little further, something breaks, another is lost, until eventually the world is robbed of its light, and darkness is all that remains. And yet, every day, the farmer and his daughter labor on in an almost mechanical monotony. They work the farm and joylessly eat their daily potatoes. Being seemingly oblivious to either hope or despair, the almost mute characters leave us wondering if their continued effort is an inspiring act of perseverance, or one of stubborn ignorance. Maybe it's both. Maybe it's neither. With The Turin Horse, Tar presents us with a deceptively simple tale of anti-creation, a linear and almost silent regression into non-existence. One who ventures into this experience expecting an even remotely conventional story will surely leave disappointed. There is virtually no plot here. There's not much of anything really. At least not when it comes to the most basic elements we almost unconsciously assume a movie will offer to us. A thematic statement, a moralizing message. Even if only in the most subtlest of ways, we generally expect some direction in our experience, some clue as to what to think and feel after all is said and done. But Tar doesn't give us such handholds. Instead, what he offers is cinema as brutalist poetry. Cinema stripped to its absolute essence. Just pure image and sound. A raw sensory experience emanating emotions that are at once impossible to define, yet also feel like they carry a deep and intimate truth. A reflection of something that lives inside us, yet cannot be meaningfully expressed in any other way. Even after seeing it a couple of times, I'm still not sure how to express my feelings about it. One can invoke terms like hope, despair, nihilism and meaningfulness, mortality and futility. One can interpret through Nietzschean analysis. But for me, in the end, it's the movie itself, untouched, unfiltered, and in its entirety, that will forever sit in my memory as a work of art that moved me deeply, despite me not quite knowing how or why. As human beings, we are but small points of subjective awareness, stuck within a singular temporal dimension that pushes us in what to us feels like a forward direction, away from the past and towards the future. And yet, within the privacy of our own mind, we can travel back and forth. The past is remembered, the future imagined, and both affect us in the present. 8.5, directed by Federico Fellini. Said to be the favorite movie of Martin Scorsese, David Lynch, and apparently of Fellini himself. A clear influence on the work of Terrence Malick, that of the modern Italian master Paolo Sorrentino, and on many, many others. 8.5 still stands as a groundbreaking masterpiece of subjectivist filmmaking, putting us in the lavishly chaotic inner world of Guido and Salmi, a filmmaker who, after scoring a big hit, is pressured for his next grand idea, but who keeps coming up empty. Amidst these professional woes, his personal demons are rising to the surface as well. Guido is an adulterer, a liar, and generally just a deeply self-involved man. Yet he is not without conscience, and the two disparate sides of himself are on course for a serious collision. Unable to find some peace and quiet, he starts retreating into his memories and fantasies, trying to find some way to understand and justify the past, how he came to be who he is, as well as to find direction for the future, to understand his desires and rediscover his true purpose. Instead of being solemn and contemplative, however, Fellini presents his magnum opus with a kinetic Italian passion, apparently keeping a note attached to the camera that read, "Remember, this is a comedy." Indeed, as overwhelming, disorienting, and even alienating 8.5 can be, as a purely sensory experience, it does offer an undeniably rich tapestry of textures and impressions that, if you let it, will sweep you off your feet and carry you along its bombastic current. From its innovating opening scene to the onslaught of paparazzis, producers, and other figures aggressively trying to intrude in Guido's life. All the way to the almost musical-like fantasies that rapidly shift from dreams into nightmares towards the end. Fellini hardly gives you a moment to breathe. And purposely so, of course. For it's this inner turmoil that isn't just the subjective experience of Guido. It's also very much the main conflict in the movie. How do we navigate the at times violent clashing of outer and inner chaos? How do we reconcile past, present, and future, which seem to exist all at once in our mind, into one cohesive being? It's an artistic question for sure, relating directly to creatives such as Guido, who spent their lifetimes trying to bring something into this world that meaningfully reflects, and might even offer some answers to what is going on within. But it's a universal question too, one that directly relates to what it means to be. The real brilliance of 8.5, at least for me, comes in the final few minutes, where Fellini moves us into the eye of the storm, calms everything down, and creates an unforgettable moment of stillness where both Guido and the audience have a chance to directly reckon with the chaos around them and to confront the real nature of their inner demons. Not necessarily to find resolution, but instead to come to understand them less as problems to be fixed, and more as the essence of life itself. Fellini's original working title for the movie was The Beautiful Confusion, which perhaps best articulates this idea that what it really means to be a person begins not with the struggle against our tumultuous inner selves through grandiose dominion, but with embracing it through vulnerability and humility. The Mirror, directed by Andrei Tarkovsky. Being a semi-autobiographical account, with The Mirror, Tarkovsky gives us an intimate glimpse into a man's memory, his history, his dreams. The non-chronological stream of consciousness we witness, filled with poetry, newsreels, the remembered and the imagined, though undeniably beautiful, is highly unconventional and can be challenging at first. What is it that we are really seeing here? What is it about? There's a great anecdote about Tarkovsky showing The Mirror to an audience and having this exact discussion afterwards. After a while, a growingly impatient cleaning lady came in wondering what took them so long, because to her the movie was obvious enough and didn't need such debate. Naturally, they asked her what she thought it was about then, after which she gave an answer that Tarkovsky himself hadn't even really considered in those exact terms, but that he would later come to see as the most accurate description of the movie. She said, well, it's about a man who thought he was going to die, which caused him to suddenly remember all the mean and bad things he had done to his loved ones, which in turn has him yearning for forgiveness, even though he realizes it was already too late.
Мне как-то самому не приходило в голову подобное толкование трактовки этой картины. Хотя потом, когда я задумался об этом, мне показалось, что, пожалуй, никто более точно не мог сказать о картине, чем эта уборщица в этом подмосковном клубе.
The idea of The Mirror, often considered Tarkovsky's magnum opus, and one of the greatest, albeit most challenging works in cinematic history, hinging on such emotional simplicity, such transparency, has always fascinated me. For even though Tarkovsky did say that for this movie, for the first time, I would use the means of cinema to talk of all that was most precious to me, and do so directly without playing any kind of tricks. Still, of all the movies on this list, The Mirror probably took me the longest to appreciate. For years, I felt like I wasn't quite getting it. But now I see my mistake was that I was trying to read too much into it, trying to find subtext, symbolism, allegory. And while that's definitely there, just look at that beautifully layered prologue. A television turns on, a stuttering boy finds his voice. Simple yet elegant. When we're talking about the essence of the movie, the experience as a whole, it's this mode of engagement that can hold you back from truly getting it. Because again, Tarkovsky is not playing any kinds of tricks here. And while I don't remember exactly how or when it happened, at one point I realized it wasn't some intellectual gap that was keeping me at a distance. Strangely enough, it was Tarkovsky's deep sincerity that was forming the barrier. He had always been a serious filmmaker, arguably the most serious of all. For Tarkovsky, cinema wasn't about communicating ideas, propagating thoughts, or serving as example. No, to him, as he so famously put it, the aim of art is to prepare a person for death, to plow and harrow his soul. And by applying that seriousness, that honesty and vulnerability to such a personal story, what Tarkovsky really does here is he offers you an intimacy that feels almost transgressive, like breaking into a man's house and reading his private journal and going through his personal photo albums. It's the realization that you are witnessing a true revelation of the self, a genuine, utterly sincere attempt from one human being to reach out and connect to another. And it's the moment that truly clicked with me, that this idea truly landed for me emotionally, that The Mirror became one of the most profoundly moving cinematic experiences of my life. Once Upon a Time in America, directed by Sergio Leone. There's something inherently special about movies that cover a lifetime in its fullness, that capture at once youth, adulthood, and seniority. And that comes about, strangely enough, by never being fully convincing. We in the audience know that the child actor playing a younger version of Robert De Niro's character isn't actually the same person, and that his character in his Twilight is actually just De Niro in old man makeup. But it's in that knowledge of a filmmaker having to use the magic of filmmaking and having to rely on the audience's imagination to reach back in time and leap forward into the future, that, for me at least, the vastness of this temporal landscape and its impenetrable nature from our present location becomes all the more palpable. 35 years after his self-exile, a former gangster returns to the place where he came of age. The New York that he knew, however, has vastly changed during his absence, and the disconnect between the city as it is and how he remembers it makes the past feel even more distant. Viewed through the lens of Sergio Leone, the legendary Italian filmmaker, and scored by the equally legendary composer Ennio Morricone, the American metropolis is given an especially dreamlike atmosphere, as if Leone sought to capture New York as it existed in stories he heard about while growing up, rather than as it actually is. But this tension between myth and reality, between memory and present, beautifully bleeds into the story of a man trying to understand the forces that ended up directing the course of his life, and trying to reconcile the story that exists in his mind with the truth of what actually happened. The history that unfolds over the almost 4-hour runtime is a mostly tragic and violent one. Not just because of the corrupting force of the gangster life that robs children of their innocence, that inflicts violence onto other men, and degrades women in an insatiable greed for power and material gain, but also because of time itself that renders all this destructiveness so insignificant in the end. But then again, it is also precisely this empty purgatory in which nothing but regret remains. This fundamental melancholy that underpins every moment, every committed crime and sin, that is also the very source of the powerful anti-gangster message that the movie offers. How little did it all mean in the end, and how much joy, beauty and love was nevertheless sacrificed for it. Was it all truly so inevitable, or was it possible for things to have gone differently? And if so, what would have had to change? What qualities, virtues and values should have been safeguarded? And which vices and temptations should have been kept at bay? It's questions like these that will surely come to haunt all of us to some extent, as the past becomes a dream, and those we knew turn into ghosts. But what a tragic fate it would be, if that's all we're left with. The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford, directed by Andrew Dominic. In one of the most captivating opening sequences I have ever seen, the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford immediately conveys, for one, that you're about to watch one of the most beautiful looking films ever created. The cinematographer Roger Deakins has long since established his legendary status, but here, in my opinion, he's operating on an entirely different level. not just demonstrating his technical mastery, but also his capacity to capture an atmosphere that words just cannot describe, and to integrate his imagery into the essential fabric of the story. For it's in these few shots, somewhat distorted both temporally through time lapses and slow motion, as well as visually through a warped focus, that we come to understand right away that we are not just looking into history, but that we are doing so through stained glass, as if we're venturing into some half-remembered dream from a distant past, the exact details of which have become foggy, barely indistinguishable from imagination. Indeed, the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford is very much a movie about history, about stories, and about the relationship between them. When we meet Jesse James, who is introduced to us by a narrator who presents the man as if he's reading a book to us about him, his story has already taken on a life of its own, and in some ways, it seems, it has left him behind, becoming more romanticized, more heroic, more mythic. The legend of Jesse James now barely resembles the pains and scars borne by the actual man. It's a disconnect that clearly caused a lot of inner turmoil, that instilled a deep sense of sorrow within him. I look at my red hands and my mean face and I wonder about that man who's gone so wrong, he laments at one point.
I've been becoming a problem myself.
What exactly goes on in the mind of Jesse James, however, remains largely a mystery to us, for our main point of view in the movie is not that of Jesse, but that of Robert Ford, the man who would eventually kill him. Robert Ford initially sees Jesse James, and to some extent the Wild West era of the United States in its entirety, as we so often do, through that distorted yet seemingly inevitable lens of myth-making and storytelling. What is history after all, if not a story we tell ourselves, a curation of things that were, directed by the significance they hold for us in the present? Robert desires the fame and glory that Jesse enjoys, but more essentially, I think that he, as all of us desire in some way or another, simply wants to be part of the myth, wants to etch out a role for himself in that which will be remembered, that which will be valued. This, to me, is what the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford so beautifully captures. Not just the deconstruction of the Old West, not just a confrontation between heroes and the real people behind the legend, but an intricate exploration of the ongoing story of our collective memory, about how we can aspire to become a part of it, but also how, when we do find ourselves included, the part we're given might not be the one we envisioned, nor the one that is genuinely fulfilling. For in the end, the story of our life is not our own, and we don't get to write our own eulogy. Arrival, directed by Denis Villeneuve. If you could see your whole life from start to finish, would you change anything? This, it seems, is the central question of Arrival. But like Denis Villeneuve's premise in this alien invasion story, it is a deceptive one. We open on memories, from the beauty of love to the tragedy of loss. The story of a grieving mother unfolds. A linguistic expert named Louise.
I'm Colonel G.T. Weber.
One fateful morning she is called upon by the highest authorities, for they have arrived, and they come bearing a message. Villeneuve crafts an immaculate sense of mystery and tension through a purposeful command over pacing, imagery, and sound. Slow and foreboding, but always in motion, always in focus. Who needs wide coverage of a global event when you can convey its significance up close and intimate? You don't have to show what can be imagined. After all, the imagination always exceeds the frame. And being made from the language of dreams, it reaches right down into the very core. Together with Ian and a wide variety of scientists spread around the globe, the translation game begins. Who are they? What is their purpose? Language itself becomes the conflict. Exposition becomes storytelling. This, to me, is science fiction at its strongest. An intellectual problem to solve, a curiosity, one whose answer will reveal something fundamental about ourselves. Again, Villeneuve understands the heart of Ted Chiang's original story, doesn't water down its prolonged discussions and academic deconstructions, doesn't replace its essential
Hello, Donut Chaser. How are you tonight?
alien action. We all long to better understand ourselves, both as individuals and as a species. The way we come into existence.
Yeah, sometimes I do digital. It happens sometimes, man. I'm sorry.
All the while being fully aware of what's happening. It is, as Louise puts it, a strange thing, and not as straightforward as it appears. As the true purpose of the alien's presence slowly reveals itself, so too does Louise her perception of time begin to unravel. Past, present, and future no longer seem as rigid as they once did. It is at this point that our understanding of the story also starts to change, invoking questions of determinism and agency. If we could see the whole of our lives, would we change anything? The thought is an exciting one, a liberating one. And yet, for Louise, the freedom we can only dream of changes very little, at least in absolute terms. And this is because the real question was never a speculative one. It was one about here and now. We don't need to see our whole life from start to finish, because we already know it. We already know that someday we are going to die, and that along the way there will be suffering and pain. But even though this knowledge might cause us to consciously or unconsciously shrink away from life, the real challenge, as Arrival so beautifully argues, is to overcome that fear and embrace life for what it is. For only then can we truly open ourselves up for what it also has to offer. Beauty, love, happiness, and meaningfulness.
Donut Chaser
That's
says,
how,
LOL, I'm
despite
not sorry
knowing the
seeing this.
journey and where
If
it
anything,
leads,
it's better for
we
me
can,
from a learning
as
perspective.
Louise concludes, welcome every moment of it.
Better for you from a learning perspective? Okay, I don't know if you can see my menus. Hold on.
That seems to exist within us. That essence that makes us ambitious, passionate, that pushes us to achieve.
You might not be able to see my menus.
To express ourselves in.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to make some really quick key art kind of situation happen.
It feels like a distinctively human desire, that longing to pour our heart and soul into something outside of ourselves, to let it envelop us, consume us. Andrei Rublev, directed by Andrei Tarkovsky. Before he told his own story in The Mirror, Tarkovsky detailed the life of the renowned Russian painter Andrei Rublev, a 3-hour epic that has both nothing and everything to do with the act of creation. Eschewing a traditional narrative in favor of a series of loosely connected passages, we follow Rublev mostly as an observer to the lives of others while he himself struggles with what appears to be a crisis of faith, a crisis which is directly impacting his ability to paint. The prologue sets the stage of a humanity in search of transcendence, yet bound to earthly limitations. From here, things only get more complicated as Rublev experiences the consequences of oppressive regimes on artistic expression, the cultural tension between spiritual aspirations and bodily desires, and the general brutality and infliction of suffering that humanity is capable of. Combined with the timeless questions, the impossible questions, on the moral responsibility of the artist, the connection between suffering, sacrifice, and redemption, and the real nature of God and humanity, infusing Rublev with doubt and growing despair. The disillusioned painter ultimately disconnects himself from his calling entirely and regresses into silence for many years until he witnesses a young bellmaker whose perseverance in spite of fear and uncertainty reinvigorates his spirit.
What's it for? First, tell me if you can hear me okay. If the audio's good.
After completing his work, he'll cast bells and I'll paint icons. The revelation leads into one of cinema's most impactful transitions into color. All of history, all past suffering, all the fear and doubt overpowered by the brushstrokes of human passion. It's the everlasting power of art, transcending the ages to reach us in the here and now, An act that, in itself, already reveals something vital about the depths of our being. It's hard, though, to articulate exactly where Andrei Rublev derives its transformative power from, for it's not just an intellectual understanding, but a poetic one that Tarkovsky so eloquently captures here. His vision of medieval Russia is at once grand and intimate, featuring a variety of set pieces that rival those of David Lean, providing weight to the sheer size of history and emphasizing the smallness of any particular human being living within it. Yet they are
Cool. Yeah. I don't. We're kind of me and Hamza Badur are kind of involved in a project that we're kind of trying to pitch. So I don't know. I don't know if it'll amount to anything, but just I have a meeting tomorrow.
Lasting beauty.
So
the way it's structured,
just kind of
logical strain of
trying to do stuff for that.
Towards an eventual conclusion, nor as a narrative cycling through that all-familiar dramatic structure, but rather as an almost biblical text made up of individual stories.
Tell me what's going on in your life, Donut Chaser.
Only by the stream of human consciousness and its eternally conflicting themes of passion and doubt, fear and courage, joy and suffering, and so on, that in the end come together in a beautiful mosaic, capable of inspiring a true epiphany. Amadeus, directed by Milos Forman. After a failed suicide attempt, an elderly man is committed to a hospital where he is visited by a priest. The man asks him if he knows who he is, to which the priest replies that it doesn't matter. All men are equal in God's eyes. Antonio Salieri looks up.
Are they?
The former composer shares some of its music, which were once, as he assures, very popular tunes. But the priest doesn't remember his work, and chances are, neither do you. And that's why this story is not named after Salieri, but after his contemporary, a composer who you have definitely heard of.
Wolfgang. Amadeus. Mozart.
With Amadeus,
thank you very much for wishing me good luck.
To screen the role of a lifetime, a composer and fervent lover of music who just so happened to live in the time of Mozart. A joyous fate, one would say. And indeed, I can think of no better way to spark an interest for classical music than seeing Salieri gush over Mozart's compositions. The way he describes and relishes in the subtle progression of notes, the balance between instruments, the deep emotion at the heart of it. It's absolutely infectious, and makes you understand why he would describe it as hearing the very voice of God. There certainly is something unique to music, to this rather strange act of organizing sound, that makes it so timeless, so universal, and so immediately resonant, as if it indeed captures something higher than ourselves, something divine, which, if true, would imply this divinity also exists within us. Because even though Mozart wrote his music, as Salieri puts it, as if he were just taking dictation, in the end, it was still born out of his talent and skill, from within the limitations of human capacity. And this is where to live in Mozart's shadow also becomes a curse to Salieri.
All I ever wanted was to sing to God.
Being only a decent composer at best, to be confronted with true, history-altering genius instills within Salieri a deeply frustrating envy, one that escalates into obsession, a one-sided rivalry that eats away at him to the point where he declares himself to be an enemy of God, an enemy to that divine power which filled him with such passion, such longing, only to deny him the talent and virtually render him mute.
I will hinder and harm your creature on earth as far as I am able.
It's a fate that feels especially cruel given how Mozart, who is wonderfully portrayed here by Tom Hulse, appears to be such a boastful, lustful, smutty, infantile boy, as Salieri so lovingly describes him. Why would his divine incarnation be such a crude instrument, he wonders? Or better yet, why not let us share in the glory? Why fill us with an ambition we can never live up to? A yearning that never feels fulfilled, that will only leave us frustrated, envious, and cruel. Well, luckily, for all of us mediocre...
Have you seen any good shows lately? Have you been watching films?
...light from a distance, who will live out our ordinary lives and disappear into anonymous history. We now have Salieri, our self-proclaimed patron saint, to absolve us of our sins. The Prestige, directed by Christopher
Chaser
Nolan.
says I'm actually watching Monster.
Are you watching closely?
Oh, you're actually watching Monster.
Famous verbalization of the stages of a magic trick. The Prestige immediately brings attention to its own...
I'm aware of Monster. It's actually been coming up in our discussions at this project.
It's an enticing...
The producer is like a big fan of
two magicians who
whatever that Japanese mangaka's name is. Can't remember right now.
Suspense and the excitement.
So yeah, he brought up all his work. He brought up like Monster, and he brought up
It's not just about a rivalry. It's not about the secret.
Billy Bat, 20th Century Boys, all of that.
Of wonder in a disenchanted world, and about the fate of authenticity in a modern society.
चॉकलेट और क्रंची वेफर से बनी कैडबरी बर्ग अब हो गई है और बड़ी.
For as is also often the case in a Nolan movie, the true revelation doesn't come from solving the puzzle of the central mystery. No, it comes from the impact on the characters and the world around them, and from unraveling the question of why the puzzle even existed at all. Set in the early 20th century, The Prestige captures a world that had already been reshaped by vast industrial progress. A grand metamorphosis that would mark the beginning of a new era of the modern society as we know it today. A time defined by exponential technological growth, obviously. But as The Prestige shows us, it's also one of philosophical transformation.
I do like the show. It's the most psychological fun I've had in a while. Some scenes really pay off very well. Yeah, what I know of Monster is that like the normal looking bad guy is he's really good at making people do whatever he wants them to do. He's good at talking people into stuff, right? That's what I know.
Donut Chaser says yes. Donut Chaser says guy has pretty privilege.
Yes, pretty privilege. Cool.
Donut Chaser says and uses it to make killers.
He has pretty privilege and he uses it to make killers. Cool. So, as you know, I've been watching a few shows. Have I spoken to you about this show called From?
Donut Chaser says I've watched From but I haven't heard anything from you about it.
Oh, how much have you seen?
Donut Chaser says 2 seasons.
Okay, cool. Yeah, same here. So my kind of thinking about From is kind of like it's like Lost, only it's Lost instead of being on an island, they're in a town, and it doesn't have the filmmaking isn't as good as Lost, but I kind of am enjoying that, you know, they're trickling out answers on like a steadier pace, so I'm enjoying that aspect of it, that you know, they're having fun with the answers and stuff.
Donut Chaser says I was annoyed that they weren't giving up more information.
Man, you know, I grew up with Lost, and this is much better than Lost in that particular you know, like area. Lost, like, it was so clear that like they had absolutely no idea what you know, they were just making everything up as they went along in Lost. At least like you don't kind of get that impression here, you know.
Chaser says, but it was a good watch. I enjoyed binge watching.
Yeah, and like surprisingly, whatchamacallit, it was surprisingly gruesome. Like the deaths are really gruesome and shit, man.
Donut Chaser says true.
I was like, dang, people are being torn open and crap.
Donut Chaser says, man, I really want to see some brutal imagery nowadays.
Why? You okay?
Watching old anime.
Have you been watching 90s anime? That shit is really brutal. But that's interesting. Why do you want to see some brutal imagery? I think the substance has infected you.
Donut Chaser says, yeah, that's what I'm on. Old anime. Is S.E. Pelly, it was Berserk.
Isse pehle was Berserk? Okay, so do you want to examine that with me? Do you want to tell me why you feel like doing that?
Donut Chaser says, haha, it's just something that's so raw and human. Just that itching curiosity of how brutal, bloody, and savage humans can be.
Okay, you got you got anything interesting going on in your life that maybe is making you do this?
Donut Chaser says it's something that's been missing in the newer stuff we watch.
Yeah, well, okay. Okay, so I saw From, and then I binge watched Silo. Have you seen Silo?
Donut Chaser says haha nah, my life is full of shoddy talk and tirey nowadays. Very different from this. Donut Chaser says no.
Oh, it's really good. So people were recommending it, so I started watching it, and like I saw like the first season in one sitting, and I thought it was really good. So then I started watching the second season, and then I got to episode 5, and then there's no episode 6. I'm like, oh shit, this is still in progress. So that was not a fun experience. I thought it was. I thought the second season was done, but apparently I was wrong.
Donut Chaser says oh no, that sucks.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's pretty good though. It's one of the better shows I've seen. It's got like Rebecca Ferguson in it, and she's awesome always. So
Donut Chaser says premise looks good.
yeah, it's pretty neat. I'd love to like kind of discuss it philosophically actually, but chalo, I'll wait for you. But there's stuff in like so do you have any theories about like what's going on in Prom other than what they've already revealed?
Donut Chaser says I actually don't remember the details so well now.
Okay.
Donut Chaser says I would have to watch some YouTube videos to jog the memory.
Okay. I'm also watching Dune Prophecy. I have some thoughts on Dune Prophecy. Have you seen it yet?
Donut Chaser says, what is your theory though?
Okay, so let's watch a video on From. Let's see. Season 2 recap. Yeah, season 2. What?
Donut Chaser says, haha, no, I haven't watched Dune. But you sound like you have some hot takes.
It's kind of crap, man. Season 1 to 3 recap? Oh wait, you've seen 2 seasons. What have I seen? I've seen all of it. Why does it say season 1 to 3 recap? Okay. Oh, I got some sort of somebody started following me.
Chance Flash says, so cool.
Hello, Chance Flash. How are you? Thank you so much for the follow.
Donut Chaser says, oh damn, there's a season 3.
I don't know, apparently. Before you watch season 3, what? Season 3 ending. So I think I've seen it. I've seen this ending explained over here. Oh yeah, so they do reveal a lot in season 3. So yeah, then we can't even have a discussion about From. Chance Flash, how are you? What are you doing? What's up with you? Wait, let me see a season 2 recap. There you go. Let's watch this.
Here's the recap of the first and second.
Oh god, it's AI.
Somewhere in this world there is a town from which it is impossible to get out. If you walk or drive on the road out of it, you are bound to go back in. Over the years, people have gotten there and stayed there because they couldn't get out. However, there was always another problem. Every night, some kind of immortal creatures came out onto the streets. They looked like humans, but were not. They mercilessly hunted the inhabitants of the town and brutally killing them. The citizens were used to hiding in dens and created small shelters, but death still happened. All this went on for an unknown amount of time until Boyd arrived in the town with his wife and son Ellis. Boyd accidentally found some stones that serve as talismans. If you hang them in the house and close all the doors and windows, the monsters can't get in. But the monsters also have intelligence. They can take any form, and every night they ask the residents to let them in, begging for help. Soon the townspeople have rules. If through someone's fault a person dies, the guilty party is locked in a crate for the night, and where they will be eaten by the monsters.
Yeah, this was kind of bullshit. I mean,
although dislike each other.
Listen, that's like that's one thing. Okay, so you do remember this from the show, right? You remember the thing with the crate, right? No, we're not watching. Listen, we're not watching season 3 recap. Are you still there? Oh, please still be there. I hope you didn't misunderstand.
Donut Chaser says, yes, I do.
Yeah, so okay, so this is a thing that I found really stupid, okay? Like, if you're gonna, so basically putting somebody in the box was just basically an execution, right? That's all it really amounted to. So, you know, like, it was like a really cruel way of like executing someone. I mean, pointlessly cruel that accomplishes nothing, okay? So, I think the box would have been a better idea if it was like a box that was like that was built in such a way that it couldn't.
Chaser says, I'm still here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch season 3 and we can maybe talk about it then.
Yeah, no, but just this one part, right? It would have been better. I think the box would have been like a better punishment if it was like it had like a hanging stone inside it. so that it's just a box and they're all on the outside and they can't get in, so the person has to spend the entire night, out in the open surrounded by the creatures. I think that would have been like a better punishment, okay? Like to put the like to really scare somebody. But like why was the box like if they want to, if the box is just meant for like for people to die in, then like what's the point? Just like shoot them or something. You have guns, and oh wait, hold on. And why? I mean, that was very dumb, if you ask me. I think it would have been better.
Donut Chaser says, yeah, that's pretty cruel.
Pointlessly,
Donut Chaser says, and they're not even using the opportunity to learn anything about the monsters.
Yeah. Oh, I got something happening. What happened? Faye Helmet decided to follow me. Thank you very much, Faye Helmet. Super nice of you.
Faye_Helmet says follow.
Thank you very much, Faye Helmet.
Helmet says Ika throwback. Faye_Helmet says hi.
What's up, Faye Helmet? You have a badge of some sort. I have no idea what that badge means. I am new to Twitch.
Faye_Helmet says it's a badge I got for the Minecraft 15th anniversary event.
Whoa. Faye Helmet, my name is Harris. You can call me Harris. I usually sit and draw traditional, but today I am doing a little bit of professional work, so that's why you're seeing me do.
It says BTW amazing art.
Thank you very much, Faye Helmet. Yeah, so that's why you're...
Chaser says that's a very distracting rat.
A very distracting rat? Oh, the one that says that's what it follows? Well, yeah, that's the kind of the point.
Faye_Helmet says Ika throwback, Ika throwback, Ika throwback.
Oh, acha, you're talking about the emote. Yeah, I'm still like a Twitch noob and don't quite understand like don't really understand the
Donut Chaser says ha ha ha.
Whatchamacallit, the emote situation.
Faye_Helmet says CA is a wiggle.
Oh wow, this is kind of actually. So I'd had like this kind of look in mind when I conceived of this, but this is kind of working out better than I thought it would. Cool.
Faye_helmet says, so who is the giant person that's almost blotting out the sun? A giant mushroom man?
Well, I'm designing a dragon, but
says tell him he looks epic kappa.
I'm designing a dragon, but I'm designing a dragon based on like a cobra. Hey, Helmet, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Faye_helmet says, oh, so that's the stylish cobra frills, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay, so yeah, I'm sorry, I've paused the YouTube video. Faye Helmet, this is what our stream is actually like. We are usually doing these kind of chilled out co-working streams, and
Chaser says you've really nailed the lighting situation.
it's the lighting situation is much better than I thought it would be, actually, honestly. But yeah, Faye Helmet, we usually watch stuff on stream, your random YouTube videos while people co-work, so you are welcome to join us for that, to your heart's content.
But live in peace. One is in the center of the city, and each family lives in a separate house with its own talisman. The other group has settled in a huge house and live in a commune where all things are common. The center is run by Boyd and the country house by Donna. In the present day, the main character's family is on a road trip. Father Jim, Mother Tabitha, and two children, Julie and Ethan. Suddenly a tree falls in front of them, and they see ominous ravens. Soon the family stumbles into a small town where the citizens look at them with bitter compassion.
Bitter compassion?
Hard for the newcomers to believe all this and prepare to tell them the truth.
Faye_helmet says
However,
also
the family begins to
perspective and
run in
everything
circles
about this
trying to
piece
get out
makes
of the
me feel
town,
like the trees in the
and soon
background
get
are
into an
absolutely
accident
massive when
colliding
they
with another
probably
car.
aren't.
Sheriff Boyd and his deputy Kenny first take
I mean, they're fairly large, so I'm glad you're picking up on that.
characters realize that they will not be able to carry the badly injured Ethan out of the transport before dark. Nurse Christie, the sheriff, the boy, and his father Jim remain in the overturned van. Boyd closes all the exits and hangs up a talisman in hopes that it will help keep the monsters at bay. He tells the newcomer what's going on here, and that's when they show up outside. Meanwhile, in the common house, the residents also tell the newcomers what's going on. At night in the hospital, a strange woman, Sarah, kills one newcomer for some reason after asking for forgiveness. Then the voices in her head order her to open the door to the
Yeah, also, Donut Chaser, this show, like,
Ethan sees the traces of blood and
like
realizes
the pacing is a little weird sometimes. Like stuff moves really fast and really slow at the same time. It's kind of hard to. It can give you whiplash sometimes, you know.
to be saved.
Like so much happened in this first episode.
In the woods. The local Saint Father Katri informs the family of the main characters that they will have to make a choice.
Rest of stream, have you seen this show?
Home or join
Prom?
Donna's commune. Jim, Tabitha, and little Ethan choose the town. But their daughter Julie, being a rebellious teenager, decides to stay in the communal house because she likes the sheriff's son Ellis who lives there. Plus, we learn that Jim and Tabitha were planning to divorce because of the recent death of their young child. Also, Jade, another newcomer who survived the accident, finally comes to his senses and thinks it's all some kind of prank or game. However, after a while, he starts to notice the strangeness of the place and realizes that it's all true. After that, Jade said,
You don't mod many shows. Cool.
Kenny and his mother. We are introduced to another resident of the township, Victor. He behaves like a child and is the oldest.
BRB. Yeah, take your time.
We don't know when it happened, but one day monsters killed the whole town and Victor was the only survivor. Throughout the season, the man will do various strange things, and we also learn that he, like Ethan, sees a boy in white. Soon he shows Ethan strange trees. If you go in there or throw any object, it will be teleported to a random location. We also see that Victor has drawn sketches throughout his life that either predict the future or narrate the past. However,
also, like, it was a. Do you remember how
Sarah has a seizure and the voices in her head tell?
Do you remember how in the beginning of the show, right? It's like there's Victor who draws, and then there's also like the sheriff's kid, the handsome black guy. I can't remember his name, but who could paint and stuff, who painted really well. So
Chaser says I just can't decide whether it's supernatural shit or someone running an experiment on these people type explanation.
yeah, but that's obviously the dilemma they want you to be in. You know, that's what the showrunners want you to be thinking about anyway. So they're doing their job. But so I was saying that it was so funny for me that it's like the showrunners suddenly realized that, hey, wait, there are two people who draw on this show. So like very conveniently halfway through the first season, they completely forget that the black guy can draw. That was really funny for me. It's like you introduce a guy who can draw and two guys who can draw, and they're like, no, only one person can have prophetic drawing abilities in a per show. So they're like, oh, the audience is gonna get confused by having two draw people. So let's just forget that the hot black guy could draw.
Donut Chaser says ha ha ha, I didn't pick up on that. Donut Chaser says ha ha ha ha.
That she must kill little Ethan. The woman kidnaps the boy, but her brother tries to stop his sister. As a result of the struggle, Sarah kills Nathan. This is witnessed by Father Katri. He ties her up and locks her in his basement so that she will not be executed by the locals. Sarah tells him about the voices, and at first he thinks the woman is a cuckoo, but she proves their existence when she tells Katri about things she couldn't possibly know. Jade sees a strange symbol in the cellar and a squashed monster that disappears like a hallucination. He tells Kenny about it, and Kenny tells him
that went nowhere.
Strange things going on. For example, the town itself is located in several places at once, as all the people came to it from different parts of America. Suddenly, Jade hears interference in the radio and decides to create a stronger transmitter to contact the outside world. Together with Jim, they gather different parts and build an antenna on a hill, but still receive only interference. Also, Jade again sees hallucinations in the face of mangled soldiers of the American Civil War, causing the man to think he is going crazy. Soon, Kenny's mother, Tien Chen, notices that Jade is drawing a strange symbol and shows him an old sketchbook with the same drawings. In this notebook, he finds a photo that shows little Victor. Afterwards, Jade realizes that he is not going crazy. Jim and Tabitha conclude that they are dead and in purgatory. They notice that in the city, even though the electrical appliances are working, the wires through which electricity is supposed to flow have no strands. In other words, it simply can't be. Soon Tabitha starts digging a hole in the basement trying to find out where the wires go. Toward the end of the season, she stumbles upon a solid surface and begins digging it out with a pickaxe. Boyd suffers from the fact that in the past he had to kill his wife, who went crazy, and because of this his son does not speak to him. The man pulls himself together and decides to do something to save the locals. He wants to go deep into the forest, taking with him a tent and one talisman, in the hope that he will find help. Soon the priest tells Boyd about Sarah and her voices, confirming her words. Khatri suggests that the sheriff take her with him, as she is clearly connected to this place, and may be the key to everything that is going on. Julie meets Fatima, who is Ella's lover. A sympathy develops between the three of them. As I recall, in this commune, everything is common. One night, one of the inhabitants of the country house is manipulated by the monsters and opens a window. After that, a real massacre begins. Of the significant characters, only the priest Khatri dies. Meanwhile, Victor and Julie flee into the woods. They climb into a teleporting tree and are transported to the very cellar. Boyd and Sarah head into the woods to
There was
find
some very interesting imagery in this, like like the guy in the tower.
a strange tree with
I mean, I like it's such a weird mix of like
seizure and
kind of like a network show, like a network television show, and like
it is
more of a prestige television show.
has appeared in her head, telling them
Like there's some really kind of effed up imagery in the show,
and also says a phrase that hints to us that it is the voice of Boyd's dead wife. Suddenly, the tent is attacked by an unknown force, after which a bright light comes on and Boyd hears a loud sound. However, when they come out, they see that the whole forest is covered with webs. Boyd is visited by hallucinations of his wife and is then attacked by spiders and bites the sheriff. Soon the travelers see a lighthouse from which the strange sound comes. On the way, Boyd becomes quite ill. A boy in white appears and tells Sarah that it is safe in the hollow of a nearby tree. She pushes the sheriff there, after which Boyd finds himself in a bottomless well from which it is impossible to get out. At this time, Jade and Jim are going to build a huge antenna on top of the country house, and all the residents decide to help them with it. After completing the construction, Jim turns on his radio and hears a voice addressing him by name.
This moment was very, very much like Lost.
That hole. The man hurries home, but at that moment the bottom of the pit collapses and a woman falls into the cave. She sees that the power wire doesn't really lead anywhere.
Also, why is this one random character, like her actress is like French or some shit, and it's never addressed in the show? Like they never go into her backstory about her being, I don't know, some French person who
at this point just before
came and I don't know, fell in love in America or some stuff like that. They never go into it. I'm like, yeah.
Pause for a moment. Here you can like this video, subscribe to my channel, and write some comments. Thanks. Before the bus pulls into the town, Elgin, one of the passengers, has an ominous dream and asks the driver not to go any further.
They don't really care where
but they don't
she's
listen
from.
to him and stop at a diner. The rest of the town
But it's distracting, isn't it? It's like if randomly in the show there was like,
Donna threatens.
it felt a little bit like watching an Arnold movie, like, Arnold is playing like some Jack Bauer, like typical American guy. Okay, that's his character, but he's got that accent and nobody ever talks about it.
Soon the house
Like, I remember thinking of that when I was watching like True Lies like decades ago. I'm like, wait, like, why is nobody talking about his accent?
kills several of the escaped newcomers as well as the local bartender. Meanwhile, Victor leads Tabitha through the tunnels under the city. It turns out that this is where the monsters live, but they sleep during the day. Tabitha sees
There's some like really effective like creepy moments, especially like when this child showed up for the first time and stuff,
Boyd is in the well for some time, but he cannot get up on his own. Soon someone throws him a rope.
There's some good shit in this show.
He sees a weak old man chained to the wall. He tells him that there is something worse in the forest than the monsters that come out at night. Suddenly, the melody coming from the music box starts to play. The old man says that Boyd needs to get out soon, but first he asks him to kill him, ending his suffering. The main character wants to free him, but when the music stops, the old man scratches him, puts his bloody hand to the wound and says, "My blood now."
Yeah, even this was a little weird. The worms he puts into his bloodstream.
From the wall and finds himself in the same room, but already destroyed. Soon some dog appears and it leads the man to Victor's hideout, where he is hiding with Tabitha. In the morning, Boyd discovers some worms under his skin, just like the chained old man.
So yesterday, Donut Chaser
Was a girl named Marielle, who worked as a pediatrician. We learned that she is Christie's lover. When she disappeared, Marielle thought that her friends...
Yeah, this was also very much a lost moment.
She became depressed and began to use various illegal substances. In the future, she will steal medicines from the local clinic. But when Christie catches her, Marielle decides to quit. Jade learns that Victor has something to do with the symbol he keeps seeing and tries to talk to him. At first, Victor is not willing to share any information with Jade, but eventually admits that the diary that Jade found...
Free STDs.
Christopher. However, when people started trying to find out anything about the place, something happened and everyone but Victor died. During this time, Tabitha begins to see hallucinations of children and tries to figure out what is going on here. Soon she goes to the cave and is surrounded by these children repeating the same word, Ankui. That's when Jade shows up and the kids disappear. Tabitha tells the man that she saw...
Worms did make me think if this is an experiment to develop these parasites.
Jade goes there where he sees the hallucination again. The same children on pedestals looking up and repeating Ankui. And at the top is a hole and roots replicating the same symbol. Kenny finds Sarah in the church and calls Boyd. Turns out the girl went into the tree after the man, but for some reason ended up here. Kenny is angry at the sheriff for letting Sarah live after all she's done. He thinks she should be sent to a crate where she'll be eaten by monsters. Boyd says that the rules have changed and Sarah is too valuable to kill since she has a connection to this place for some reason. And soon the whole town finds out that Sarah is alive. Boyd begins to experience unpleasant hallucinations, as well as pain caused by the parasites.
I've drawn stuff like that.
He even takes Kenny to the very ruins where he met the old man, but no one believes him, thinking that he has simply gone cuckoo. After a while,
oh no, wait, I'll tell you.
Because of the new arrivals.
Hold up. I just have to deal with it.
Ellis is stabbed. He is taken to the clinic at night, and the main characters realize that due to blood loss, the guy may die. The same blood type turns out to be his father's, but Boyd does not want to transfuse it to his son, as he is afraid that the parasites under his skin will be transmitted to him. No one believes.
Yeah, even this was like a stretch, you know? This was like, this made no sense. This was kind of pushing it, you know? What happened here?
Worms to the monsters outside. The man goes outdoors, injures one monster, and the parasites crawl over to him, after which he drops dead, which was previously thought impossible, as no weapons would take them. Boyd returns to the clinic and manages to transfuse his already clean blood to his son. We also learn that Fatima is pregnant, but it can't be, as the doctors have told her she can't have children. However, Donna assures Fatima that this place does incredible things. Eventually, Ellis learns of his lover's pregnancy. The main characters decide to perform an autopsy on the dead monster. They hoped to understand how the parasites in the blood were able to kill it. However, it turns out that the monsters have no blood at all, and all their organs have dried up a long time ago. The only fluid in their bodies is bile. They collect it in a bottle and wet it with bullets to see if it can kill other monsters at night. Meanwhile, something strange begins to happen in the city. First of all, it's fall, and before it was summer all the time. And secondly, some of the residents are having strange dreams involving the music box. The main characters see cicadas appear on the corpse of a monster. After that, they're nonstop chirping in the town. Soon people's dreams take on a more sinister color and affect reality. One girl even dies. It's as if she was torn apart by a monster while she was sleeping.
Donut Chaser
People
says
realize
it was
that
also
it is
funny
no
everyone
longer
else
safe
was
for them to
losing their
sleep.
minds and dying. Meanwhile,
Tabitha
Boy's
tries
son
to
and his
ask Victor
girlfriend
about
were
the
just
children
having
she's been
babies.
seeing. The man takes her to a graveyard of cars that he has brought here over the years. Opening the trunk of one of the cars, Victor shows Tabitha the drawings and remembers that as a child he had a sister who disappeared the day everyone in town died. He believes it all happened because his mother went to a certain tower to save the children. In her view, it would have helped all the people get out. Tabitha realizes that she has also seen this tower in her dreams. Just to remind you, this is the same lighthouse from the end of season 1. Now Tabitha is also determined to get to the tower and save the children she sees in her hallucinations. All the newcomers have accepted the new rules of the place, except for one guy named Randall. He believes that he is being lied to by everyone, and in fact the leaders of the town are hiding the whole truth. He soon meets Jim, who after the house collapse and radio signal at the end of the first season, has also started to question the nature of the place. Jim thinks they are actually being watched, and Randall quickly picks up on his idea, elevating it to an absolute.
Acha, so
Find out more information from the most
it
suspicious.
was funny that everyone else was
And then Randall goes
losing
off.
their minds and dying. Meanwhile, Boyd's son and his girlfriend were just having babies.
Someone is experimenting on them. So the guy kidnaps Donna, ties her to a tree, and plans to watch
So
her.
yeah,
Supposedly no one's gonna lay a finger on her.
like this is yesterday. Okay, so you know me, right? I work at cafes a lot. So people come up all the time, start talking to me, you know. So this one guy came up. I was working on the iPad. He's like, "Are you an artist?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, you might like this thing I made that my company's working on." And he's like, "You should go to imagine.art." I'm like, "Wait, what are you? Is this an AI art tool? Are you showing me this?" And he's like, "Yeah, go." And then it's like a site where you draw a doodle and it renders it out for you. I'm like, wait, why are you showing me this? Okay, you are my enemy. Okay, and he's just sheepishly smiling. And then he's like, "Yeah, you know what? Actually, we like for this startup, we'd like somebody to demonstrate our product for us." And like the audacity on this guy, you know, like he's like, he's trying to get me to demonstrate my own replacement. Okay, I was just like, what, dude? What are you thinking?
Donut Chaser says, wow.
It was so funny.
Randall is stopped by Boyd, and since it's getting dark, they all hide together in an overturned trailer. Boyd decides to try out the new bullets he soaked in the monster's bile, but it doesn't work. Suddenly, a melody from the box starts playing. The main characters panic and realize that they have to get out of here. Donna, Boyd, and Jim.
Where's convert to
Randall is attacked by cicadas and falls into a coma. At the same time, the same thing happens to Muriel and Julie. Throughout the season, newcomer Elgin tries to remember the dream he had before he came to this town. Everything seems familiar to him, but at the same time so far away.
Was risking hearing some
Soon
really
he learns
mean
of Fatima's
things.
pregnancy, and this is when he finally remembers everything. In his dream, the boy in white recites a
Donut
mission.
Chaser, did he just walk away
Here they
after
come.
this?
They come for 3.
Nah, he took my number. He's like, "Very nice to meet you." I'm like, "Yeah, okay."
Recites to to that monster, he unleashed some kind of entity that can kill people in their sleep as well. The only way out is to destroy the music box, but he doesn't know where it is. Meanwhile, Sarah is determined to do something to help the people of the city and asks Boyd to take her to the woods. They come to a ruined building where the main character met an old man earlier. Sarah begins to hear Randall, Marielle, and Julie screaming, as well as Melody. She knows where the music box is, but for some reason it is not in that location. Not knowing what they should do next, the main characters head back to town. Ellis realizes that after all that has happened, his beloved Fatima is beginning to give up. So he asks her to marry him. During the simple ceremony, Ellis gives a speech and Boyd figures out how to get back to the very place where he met the old man. He finds the torch he took from there and heads for the ruins. The lit torch actually takes Boyd to the place, but this time he sees Randall, Marielle, and Julie chained to the wall. The melody starts playing again, and some entity in the form of his wife appears. She tries to dissuade Boyd from destroying the music box and hints that this whole place feeds not on the suffering of the people living in the city, but on hope. Their deaths are inevitable. If the man destroys the music box, he will simply prolong their suffering. However, Boyd breaks the music box, and then Randall, Marielle, and Julie come to their senses, and the cicadas in town fall silent. A little earlier, Tabitha asks Victor to take her to the lighthouse. The man doesn't know where it is, but he knows how to get there. He leads her to a tree with bottles and tells her that a hole in the trunk will take her to the tower. This is what actually happens. Tabitha goes up to the top. Suddenly a boy in white appears, apologizes, and throws her off the lighthouse. A few days later, she regains consciousness in the hospital and realizes that she has somehow left that cursed place. This is the end of the second season. Don't forget to
this is where you ended?
Channel and click the like button.
This is where you, this is what you remember? You've seen it till here?
Donut Chaser says yup.
Okay, then, yeah, I won't, yeah, so they in the next season, they reveal a lot.
Donut Chaser says hope they gave away more info after this.
Yeah, a lot more.
Donut Chaser says das good.
What do we watch next? This sounds cool.
Donut Chaser says I'll probably watch this after Monster.
What happens to us after we die? Do you know? Death is understandably an uncomfortable subject, one which we may easily avoid dwelling on. For those men fighting in the midst of the Great War, however, they enjoyed no such luxury. But while death itself was rampant and indiscriminatory across the frontline trenches, there are instances where some of these men either died or avoided death in ways which were anything but normal. What they encountered cannot be explained, and so it is entirely up to our own speculation. Were they merely premonitions, or perhaps hallucinations brought on by mental and physical exhaustion? Or were these men visited, as they themselves believe, by something supernatural? Do you believe in ghosts? What about angels and demons? All things to consider while listening to these men's stories about seeing death before it happened. The mist which hangs before you
offers you a choice.
To pass through
Or to escape.
Beyond it are
The stories
which defy
the explanation.
and fly in the face.
Of what we know to be real.
It is a void of both reality and impossibility.
Of both fact and superstition.
You alone are left to discern
What to believe as you pass through what we call fog of war.
While the average person's experience with death may be attending the funeral of a loved one, for the soldiers who fought and bled on the front lines of the Great War, death became a daily routine. Right under their very feet, the earth itself was drenched with the blood of the fallen, their mangled bodies being buried and unburied by the constant churning of the land. Most assuredly,
Donut
these
Chaser
men
says
quite literally stare death in the eyes. Many faces of their lifeless comrades. However, the diary
Can you tell me the name of the... Wait, I'll do it. Hold on.
not only presented itself to them in a physical sense, but also the spiritual. And as bizarre as it seems, there are cases where something not of this earth interceded, changing their fate, guiding these men away from what would have been certain death. This first story comes from the memoirs of a Canadian soldier, a man who survived the war, his story later being unearthed by Canadian historian Tim
Language.
Cook.
It's what I'm
A
using
story,
to talk
Tim
to you
said,
right now.
that
I've
is
seen this.
vivid, supernatural accounts he has ever come across.
I've already seen this.
Of studying these diaries
I'm very much into languages
from men like these
and etymologies and stuff.
of the Great War.
It's interesting, Donut Chaser. You and I seem to have like a lot of overlapping interests.
Bastards.
Donut Chaser says also the reels you send are pretty funny.
Despite his best efforts,
I'm surprised
Sleep
you get
had
funny
continued
content.
to elude Will Bird.
Why? What kind of content do you think I'd get?
Shut-eye on the front was an act far easier said than done. It didn't matter how exhausting
But yeah, I'm glad.
any attempt to drift away in
I'm
sleep
glad you like them.
easily dashed by stray shells, a sudden call to arms, or the blissfully unaware snoring of a comrade. The rats certainly didn't help matters. The critters relentlessly pestered the men, nipping at both them and their rations, while squeaking away at the sleep-deprived attempts to fend off their tiny assaults. However, despite all these factors, Will felt his
Donut
eyes
Chaser says
getting
not
heavier
just you.
and heavier.
Guys just
His
usually
exhaustion,
get
it
shitty
seemed,
content
would finally
suggestions.
win out. But then,
My algorithm, my algorithm for some reason sends me stuff that is not only applicable to me but also to like
this unwelcome
friends and stuff. So I'm lucky that way.
his mood didn't improve when the man's wet, mud-laden footsteps made their way right over to his cot, pausing by his side. Thinking that this was a soldier coming to summon him for his shift on the line, Will braced for the inevitable.
Oh, we can watch an Exerbia video. I really like Exerbia's videos. I haven't seen this one.
Hello, Giraffe. How are you today? Why the long neck? Oh, you've got the SADS, haven't you? Well, why don't we phone a friend and cheer you up? Ring, ring. Yes, hello, this is Elephant. Elephant says, oh, hi, Giraffe. Would you like to invest in my crypto startup? Well, fuck you twice. Good day. Maybe Elephant's a little busy. Let's see if Tiger has any helpful advice. Ring, ring.
Какво искаш, бе?
Tiger says,
Опитвам се да се надрусам. Не ми звъни повече, бедата Еба. Топонар.
Is it me or is this video really loud?
I bet you feel even more alone now, don't you, Giraffe? You're probably thinking about graduating from weekend roast potato binges to weekday gin tonic benders, aren't you? No, Giraffe, that's not the way. Probably. Now look, the world is awful at times, it really is. The only thing I dislike more than living here is myself. But that's okay, we all get the blues sometimes. It'd be weird not to, considering how strange everything is. Perhaps the real problem is that we've built a culture where we aggressively enforce the idea that confronting the sad truths of the world is unhealthy or weird, despite the fact that we all do it, that we have to. And that actually, at the bottom of it, underneath kind regards and birthday cards, everybody is a total mess. And you should be one too. So there's about 8 billion of us little parasites at the moment, and average life expectancy is around 26,000 days, which means that chances are about 300,000 people are having the worst day of their entire lives today. And isn't it nice not to be one of them? But it will come our turn at some point, of course. And what does one do when one's life falls apart? How the hell would I know? Do I seem like a happy person to you? But we might want to talk about this obscure composer you won't have heard of, who in 1876 wrote to his nephew saying, "Indeed, my life is of little worth to anyone. Were I to vanish from the face of the earth today, it would be no great loss to Russian music." That was actually, fucking Tchaikovsky, easily one of the greatest composers who ever lived. Swan Lake, the Nutcracker, you know the cunt. And yet somehow doubted himself constantly. Or take this writer, a struggling unknown, considered himself hideously ugly and stupid and disliked his work enough he wrote to a friend asking that, after his death, all of his stuff was to be burned. He died at 40 from tuberculosis, and his friend ignored his wishes and had his stuff published anyway. The man was, Franz fucking Kafka, one of the greatest writers of last century. Or how about this unknown Mexican painter living in the shadow of her famous lover, convinced of her naivety, sure, she was a failure. Maybe you've heard of her husband, Diego Rivera. You've definitely heard of her though, Frida fucking Kahlo. Today, we would generally know Diego Rivera as her spouse, not the other way around. We love you, Frida. But those were all artists. It'd be a bit suspicious if they weren't all a little bit no? Well, how about this American statesman in the 1800s who lost his mother at 9, then his sister at 19, then his 11-year-old son? Himself, he suffered numerous bouts of the sads, writing once, "I am now the most miserable man living. If what I feel were equally distributed to the whole human family, there would be not one cheerful face on the earth." Wouldn't expect you to know him, that was just Abraham fucking Lincoln. Add to the pile Michelangelo, Florence Nightingale, Beethoven, all of them slipping into periods when they reported they went to a place for a while from which they simply could not find their way back to themselves. The thing is, we only know about their struggles because their lives are well studied. We're not famous, but we get the blues too, of course. And oddly, it turns out that our brains mostly process physical pain and emotional pain in the same regions, and find it rather hard to tell them apart. The sads actually do hurt. Have you hung out with people after their hearts have been broken? It's like they've been shot. Now, if so many of us go to the bad place in the course of our lives, and if civilization is so old, how come we still don't have an agreed sense of how to combat or even talk properly about the emotional ouchies? We know what to do about dicky tummies and broken legs. Why don't we know how to fix broken souls? Probably because we rarely know how to describe any of this stuff, even to ourselves. English is terrible for talking about complex emotions, especially the sad ones. Other languages are far more specific. For example, Yachaburni, the Arabic for hoping you die before someone you love so you don't have to live without them, or l'esprit de l'escalier, the French for literally the wit of the staircase, for when you think of the perfect comeback you could have said to a joke or an insult but you've already left the party, or cavalieri scaldati, Italian for reheated cabbage, as in trying to restart a relationship that didn't go great last time, it won't this time either, please stop it. But we're lacking for nice things in English too. Cafuné, Portuguese for when you're running your fingers through the hair of someone you rather like, or koi no yokan, Japanese for when you first meet someone and you already suspect that the two of you might be destined to fall in love, and my personal favourite, Waldeinsamkeit, German for the feeling of solitude you get when you're alone in the woods, which isn't supposed to be sad at all, but surely that can also be the worst experience, because there are two modes of being out in the woods, no? There's the old having a map and a plan.
Unexpectedly motivational video?
And then there's the other mode.
Have you seen Exerbia's videos before?
Twilight, out of allies, with nothing but a terrible sense that you're never, ever getting out of this place, and you're completely alone in the struggle. To Chinese literature now. Why? Because shut up. And as an introduction, we'll first meet Zhang Zongchang, a 19th century warlord poet who penned such distinguished work as "You tell me to do this, he tells me to do that. You are all bastards. Go fuck your..."
His videos are pretty good. I like him.
The sky god is also named Zhang. Why does he make life hard for me? If it doesn't rain in 3 days, I'll demolish your temple. Then I'll have cannons bombard your mum. But let's jump 2,500 years back to 4th century BC China. Lao Tzu is a great scholar who eventually gets tired of the kingdom he's living in and decides to go off and be a hermit, so one story goes anyway. But a guard recognizes him at the city gate as he's trying to leave and says, "I'll only let you through if you write down all of your wisdom." Lao Tzu agrees and knocks out the Tao Te Ching, the founding text of Taoism, a religion still million strong in China, Malaysia and elsewhere today. Now, no one's actually sure if Lao Tzu even existed, it's unlikely, but the Tao Te Ching sure does. Tao literally means the way, or the path, if you like. That is, the unfolding of the universe, more or less. And one of the central questions of the Tao Te Ching is, cosmically, we know sod all about why anything is here, historically, we're often powerless, and in our personal lives, we're strangers even to ourselves sometimes. How the hell are we supposed to live like this? And the Taoist answer, partly, is that we have to give up trying to be masters of everything. Wu Wei, or doing but without striving. The fantasy of control and accepting that we're not in charge of
Well, it is 3 a.m. exactly.
Why do birds migrate?
I think it's a good analogy.
Last Monday drinking mojitos and lying on the floor pretending to be an iggly wiggly squid? Because I wanted to. The universe knows what it's doing, and we are universe anyway. The more we try to impose our will on everything around us, the more futile it all becomes. And so we get wonderful lines like, happiness is the absence of striving for happiness, or the world belongs to those who let go, or do you have the patience to wait until your mud settles and the water is clear? The original Taoists are 2,000 years dead now, but they weren't aliens. They worried about exactly the same stuff we do: grief, political turmoil, and a frustration at having to exist down here. And their reply to all that was fairly novel. We don't live in utopia. We live in a mysterious zoo of bullshit largely beyond our control. The only choice we get is how to react to it all. Now, I waste your time with all this only because the Tao Te Ching is one of the first serious attempts in history to address the horrors of being alive. And it's probably not a coincidence that much of Taoism really got going a few centuries after Lao Tzu, when China fell into the Warring States period, as in 7 very angry states beating the jolly dickens out of each other, constant warfare. And just at the point when everything became fractured, Chinese thinkers began hungering for a mindset to live through the chaos by. It's funny how that happens. Personally or historically, something goes awfully wrong, and we end up looking for new ways of seeing. But anyway, it's alright, because stuff calmed down and everything went swimmingly after that. Except for over in Europe at that time, Athens is getting pulverized by the Spartans in the Peloponnesian War with thousands dead, but in the aftermath of all that instability, out pops Stoicism, an attempt to simply accept a changing and unpredictable world. If you can't put the fire out, then you may as well toast marshmallows over it. But it's alright because stuff calmed down and everything went swimmingly after that. Except then in 64 AD, with the Great Fire of Rome destroying just, 70% of the city. Then 79 AD, with Vesuvius the volcano going off and barbecuing thousands of people. Then 165, with the Antonine Plague sweeping through the Roman Empire, killing, just 10 million people. But it's alright because stuff calmed down, and we're just in time for what's sometimes called the worst year in recorded human history, 536. A mystery fog has just turned up, probably thanks to a volcano going off in Iceland. The fog will last for almost 2 years, turning the sun into more of a cloudy moon. It'll be the coldest decade in 2.5 millennia. Crops start to fail because, obviously, widespread famine gets going, setting the stage in a few years for the Justinian Plague, which will kill eventually tens of millions. Then 755 and the An Lushan Rebellion begins in China, a civil war that'll kill around 13 million people. Then the Mongol campaigns, wiping out maybe 40 million people. That's so much murder that it removed maybe 700 million tons of carbon from the atmosphere, enough that we can still see it today in Antarctic ice cores. But it's alright because then 1349, Europe gets to enjoy the Black Death, wiping out millions. But out of that, however, comes humanism, where we begin playing with the idea of relying on human reason and compassion rather than exclusively upstairs heavenly stuff. Then the Spanish conquest of the Americas in the 15th century, millions will die to violence and disease. Then the 30 Years' War in Europe in the 1600s, maybe a mere 8 million dead, but it also partly inspires the Enlightenment, pushing personal autonomy and representative government. Then the Industrial Revolution, bringing in enormous innovation, but also urban poverty, out of which, though, we'll end up with, among other things, romanticism and utopianism, then the Napoleonic Wars with millions dead, because of course, then the First World War kindly dispatches about 50 million people, then the second installment, killing 70 million this time, out of which, though, we'll get existentialism and Dadaism and pacifism, and a bunch of other fun flavours of delightfully modern madness. It'd be better not to have the tragedies in the first place, but it is pretty neat how resilient we can be, even as everything goes down the toilet in our own little lives and on the big global stage, and that we know, just as well as our ancestors did, life is cruel and intolerably awful at times, but if one dares to stare directly into the unavoidable abyss of pain, loss and tragedy, the reward at the other end is often new eyes. And maybe beer as well, I don't know, I fucking hope so. But it's alright, because here in the present, stuff has finally calmed down, and everything is definitely going to go just swimmingly from now on.
It's a bot.
I used to see my neighbour in the lift of my apartment block sometimes. He was about 40 and always disgustingly optimistic. I would tell him how I'd just broken my foot or had my bike stolen, and he'd say something like, "Oh, but that's great, you must have learned so much about yourself." These responses always made me want to go out and purchase very pointy medieval weaponry, and so I started avoiding him. Then, a bit later, I was in the basements of the block storing some stuff and found an old public death notice. And the notice happened to be talking about my neighbour's wife. It turned out she had died a few years before. I stopped avoiding my neighbour after that. His relentless positivity was still sort of irritating, but in it now I saw an incredible quiet strength that I never stopped admiring. Oh no, I thought. Everyone is secretly broken, aren't they? Being a kid is this weird experience of everyone older introducing you to the world. Oh yeah, they say, there's the library, and there's the cinema, and the bakery, and that's the cave of hopeless despair you'll end up in sometimes, where all of your dreams are savagely crushed for no obvious reason. And you say, sorry, what? And they say, oh, and over there is the juice bar. But something happens, or nothing happens, and one morning, a little older, you do wake up in the cave, seemingly alone. It's very dark in there, and you wander about for a while, but you can't find the exit. No problem, you think, I've got this compass. But the needle just keeps spinning. No problem, you think, I'll dig my way out. But soon your hands are bloody, so you abandon that. No problem, you think, I'll just wait for rescue. But all you hear are the distant voices of the rest of the world on the beach outside, apparently having a lovely time without you. And so you carve your name into the rock, because what else is there to do here but sit in misery and wait for nothing? But you do come out of the cave again, of course, often with the help of friends, or sometimes via events just as mysterious as those that brought you in here. But you come out of despair and fall back into the world, and hopefully everything is fine once more. Strangely though, perhaps a while later, you pop back to the cave out of curiosity, but with a torch this time, and find that your name was not the only signature on the wall. There were hundreds of signatures of everyone you've ever known, millions from all the others who did their lonely time in here as well. Because it would be odd to go an entire life without occasionally losing the plot. It would be weird to live as a talking primate, knowing just enough to know that we know basically nothing, surrounded by disasters, losing people forever as we do, and not have a bit of a fucking wobble now and then. It isn't amazing so much chaos and suffering has happened across history. Rather, it's amazing that it happened and we're still here, still being decent sometimes. That in spite of all the horrors, we still came up with democracy and aspirin and winter fashion for cats. That we continue in the face of loss and despair.
Donut Chaser, have I ever asked you if you have any pets?
We get to stand on the high cliff looking out on the warm day with all of our wisdom as we experience yet another feeling we don't have a word for in English, énouement. The strange sense at having arrived now in the future and wishing you could tell your past self that everything will be okay. Because it will be. Until the next time you take a little vacation in the cave of despair perhaps, and another version of you waits quietly ahead in the future, having braved those hard times as well, so that you can return back to yourself once again, as we always do.
Donut Chaser says I have never cared after one, but we've had chickens, dog, cats, rabbits, pigeons at different occasions.
Do you live on a farm?
It begins with nihilism, the philosophy that life has no meaning and the world is here for no reason. Do a little dance, make absolutely no love, get incredibly down tonight. Suddenly, existentialism is getting popular. The main idea being, okay, maybe we aren't here for divine reasons, and the world has no absolute purpose, but that's kind of neat because it means you have no shackles, beholden neither to gods nor kings. First and foremost, you're not an employee or a citizen or a digital nomad, but a person. First, you are a person, also meaning that every decision is your own, but also meaning no one is coming to the rescue. And most importantly, no one is really in charge. And it's hard not to sympathize today with that. Have you looked around? Where are the real adults?
Small, airy room.
Politicians don't seem all that
animals. It was broken down.
Taking any life advice from someone who dresses up as a chess piece.
What's the name of this YouTuber? Exerbia. Wait.
Meaning. Life is not something done to one, but something one does. Albert Camus had other ideas though. A French-Algerian thinker, originally destined to be a footballer until he contracted tuberculosis, Camus agreed with some of existentialism's diagnoses, but disagreed about the medicine. Sure, we're abandoned to freedom, he granted, but so what? The real problem is that we are machines hungry for meaning and purpose, yet destined to look for it in a universe that is nevertheless cruel, unpredictable, and apparently completely apathetic to us. We will be hatched, matched, and dispatched, all the while probably never working out what it was all for. Don't look at me like that, you clicked on this video. Well, Camus reasoned, there are maybe only 3 courses of action available to us in such a ridiculous situation. 1. Refusing to play the game, as in ending one's life. And don't do that, please. 2. A leap of faith, or placing faith in something that there is meaning somewhere. This could be anything from believing in a deity to consulting a sentient melon called Terence before making major life decisions. Or 3. Absurdism, full recognition and acceptance of our absurd situation, of the harshnesses and slights of life, of the fact that we'll probably never attain absolute truth and purpose, and not surrendering to that in a blaze of nihilism, but living in spite of it, a revolt against meaninglessness itself. As Camus put it, the only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion. Because it isn't meaninglessness that hurts, Camus insisted, it's the contradiction.
The answer is not a hut in the wood.
Particularly,
check it out. We can check that out.
Contradiction itself. For example, ever since my teens, I've been rather terrorized by the question, why is there something rather than nothing? Because what we're really asking, probably, is why is there anything here at all? Meaning, presumably, either the universe had a beginning in time, or it had no beginning in time. Well, alright, let's imagine everything began with the biggest of bangs 14 billion years ago. Fine, but if that was the beginning of time and stuff existing, then there can't have been anything before that by definition. Nothing but nothingness. And how can nothingness create stuff? Even if something exotic preceded the Big Bang, like a quantum fluctuation or whatever. Well, alright, but that's not nothing, that's a different something. And we're back to asking the same question. What came before that? And that? And that? Looking for the first uncaused cause until one's head simply fucking explodes. Okay, maybe creation has been around forever then. The universe had no beginning in time. Well, that solved the whole something from nothing problem. Maybe the Big Bang was the next iteration in a cycle of universes. Expansion, collapse, expansion, collapse. Yeah, okay, but how does that work either? Maybe some weird perversion of general relativity, maybe the universe creates itself from the end of time. But again, shouldn't that have started somewhere, even if the starting point is in our future? How can any system exist without a defined beginning? And yet, if the universe had one, then it must have come from literally nothing. I used to find, if I thought about this for too long, it inspired the same kind of horror as when you realize that third joint was a bad idea. Why do both positions seem reasonable and yet completely contradictory? In academic bollocksy talk, this is called an antinomy. 2 premises that work fine by themselves but won't reconcile. A paradox, in other words. And the beginning of the universe is hardly the only one. Like, is matter infinitely divisible, or is matter finitely divisible? Can you keep blowing particles open until you reach a string or quark or something at the bottom of nature that you can't divide anymore? And if so, why? Or can you just keep peeling the universe open like an onion, divisible all the way down? And if so, why? And for that matter, have all events already happened and we just have to live through them, much like sitting through a film where the real is already there in the projector? Or is the present the only true moment, the past gone, the future not existing yet? In either case, why? Or are all of our choices predetermined by every material state that came before us, giving us no real choice in anything, how to tell the difference. Likewise, one day could we conceivably know everything about how the world works? And on that day, could we be sure there wasn't something missing, ignorant of our own ignorance? How would we know? Then there are all the wibbly human paradoxes. Why do terrible things happen to good people and vice versa? Why can't we gain full control of our own minds? Where is the line between the conscious and the subconscious? Are the mechanics of consciousness us as well? Are we all of it, the mechanism and the mind? Because it doesn't feel that way. And finally, if we've been abandoned to total freedom and drift about in the existential ocean captaining a ship of one, with no rules to life but those we give it, how are we supposed to find meaning or belonging or just the bare basics of a reason to live in a universe this unkind and uncaring, where hopelessness seems inevitable, pitted daily against tragedies with no explanation, maladies defying medicine, and let's be honest, other humans who are just straight up cocks? How can anyone live like this, with so much unexplained or random or totally contradictory? Who wouldn't lose their minds? Who wouldn't fall into nihilism? Who wouldn't lose all hope and reason for being? Albert Camus wouldn't. That's where all this is heading, obviously. Another small detour first, though, because I wrote this next bit while I was quite high. Hey, in 1914, Ernest Shackleton and a crew of 27 embarked on an expedition. Their plan? To cross the Antarctic by foot. So, off they sailed south on the South Atlantic Ocean. 4.5 stars on Google reviews for some reason. By early 1915, however, their ship, the Endurance, was trapped in pack ice, inexorably drifting south in it. Soon enough, the ice kindly crushed the Endurance and sank it, and soon enough, there they were, lost on the frozen plains of nothing. And so they wandered, by foot, by lifeboat, for months. They came upon an island, finally, Elephant Island, the first land in 500 days. But so what? They were still marooned and no help was coming. Shackleton and a few others set off to mount a rescue effort, while the rest of the crew stayed behind to try and, well, not die. Shackleton found help 800 miles later, returned to his crew, and everyone got home alive eventually. And even though the expedition was a failure technically, it's remembered today as one of the greatest tales of modern survival. But what's strange is reading about how the crew lived all those months stuck, intolerably cold, waiting for Shackleton to come back with help, though knowing it was very unlikely he would return. They put on silly plays for each other, made a tradition of moonlight walks, and laughed often. 1,000 miles from anyone, perhaps the most isolated humans in the world at the time, they retained their humanity. As Alfred Lansing writes, in some ways they had come to know themselves better. In this lonely world of ice and emptiness, they had achieved at least a limited kind of contentment. They had been tested and found not wanting, which is exactly where absurdism begins. Because
alright, Dante, so take care. Good night.
We tortured by the same
If you watch shows or something around this time, like we could do that or something together as well sometime.
This era, in these situations, in these bodies, by physics and chaos and biology and history and God knows what else, and expected somehow to live through it. And how do we live through it? Oh, Camus replied, by being very, very French, with passion and freedom and a revolt, with the passion to pursue the joy of being for the sake of it, with the freedom to at any moment choose to continue, to choose to live, to create hope internally, and with the spirit of revolution, a rebellion against the harshness and strangeness of existence itself. Nothing will last, and maybe I'll never understand what the world is here for, what I'm here for. Then I'll live even more intensely. I won't just gaze into the abyss, I'll maintain uncomfortable eye contact with it. I'll go get laser eye surgery so I can stare even harder. You think you're empty abyss? You should see my fucking DMs, mate. What would Camus do? Eat, pray, love, sure, but equally well, drink,
Alright, friend, take care, good night.
Posts, take up the mandolin, dye one's dick blue, no idea. But this is the burden of freedom. This is the weight of being. This is absurdism. Perhaps there's a holy watcher in the sky. Perhaps we're an alien experiment. Perhaps it's all just atoms and chance. Who can be sure? Not us. Not yet. But we can dance in the mystery, absurdism says, with the dance as the point all along. Born into an absurd theatrical performance that makes no sense, and rebelling against the lack of sense itself by being better and kinder and weirder. Living inside a paradox and still doing the dishes, knowing we might never know what it was all about, and carrying on anyway. Courage isn't the absence of fear, courage is the mastery of fear. It is saying to oneself, wow, that thing really scares me. I guess I'll just go ahead and do it anyway, though. Likewise, absurdism isn't an answer to the mysteries of life, why bad things happen, where the universe came from, or how to survive this shit. It's just asking the question, oh god, what if we never achieve final explanations? What if we never see the big picture? What if we go our whole lives without ever having known what it was all about? And replying to oneself, oh look, it's a puffin. It's a nice puffin. It's a nice day. Oh, we're alive. That's unprecedentedly weird and cool, whether it's fully explained or not. Let's go for a beer. Sorry, one more thing. Another shameless book plug, huh? I got very bored of writing sci-fi last year, and just at the point I was contemplating throwing myself out the window for something to do, I started messing around with poems instead. It was a lot more fun than sci-fi, and I was quite surprised to find it turned into a book eventually. It's called Poems for the Lost, because I'm lost too, which I think is quite self-explanatory. It's about absurdism, really. And before I changed the subject category, it was also momentarily #1 in the poetry about death list, which, for reference, you can reach the top of by selling just 2 copies of a book. So thanks to my mother and my mother for that. For once, the digital and print versions are both out at the same time, which is now. I'll leave a link below if you're interested anyway. As is tradition, I'll leave a link below if you're not. If you do end up giving it a read, thank you ever so much. And if you don't, totally understood. We're no longer friends and I despise your very being. Big love as ever. Cheers.
When you're thinking, you're actually listening. But have you ever stopped to wonder, who or what are you listening to? Is it your voice? Or is it something deeper, something hidden? Something that whispers truths and lies all at once? Think about it. That constant chatter in your head, narrating your life, doubting your decisions, replaying old memories, or even predicting futures that never come to pass. What is it? And why does it hold so much power over you? Here's the reality most of us never realize. You are not your thoughts. You're not the voice. You are the one who hears it. You are the observer, the silent witness to all that noise. And yet, most people go through life trapped in their own heads, tangled in a web of mental chatter they mistake for reality. But what if I told you that freedom from this endless noise is not only possible, it's within your reach? What if you could break free from the limits your own mind has placed on you? What if you could live a life of clarity, peace, and boundless energy? You see, the mind loves control. It thrives on keeping you busy thinking, planning, worrying, regretting. And while you're caught in its grip, life is happening right in front of you, passing you by moment. You miss the beauty, the stillness, the magic of simply being present. In this video, we're going to explore how to silence the noise and connect with the deeper part of you, the part that exists beyond thoughts, beyond emotions, beyond the illusion of control. You're going to learn how to free yourself from the constant chatter and unlock a level of peace you didn't even know was possible. So I invite you to take a deep breath and let go of everything else just for a while. Let this moment be the beginning of a journey to rediscover the real you. The you that's been there all along, patiently waiting behind the noise. Because here's the truth, the voice in your head isn't you. And once you understand that, you'll never look at your thoughts or your life the same way again. And now, let's dive deeper into uncovering the true nature of that voice and how you can finally reclaim your inner peace. When you're alone with your thoughts, what do you hear? A calm and supportive guide, or a restless chatter that never seems to stop? Most of us live with an inner voice that never quiets down, a constant narration that analyzes, criticizes, plans, and replays. But here's the eye-opening truth that voice isn't you. Pause for a moment. If you can hear the voice, if you can observe it, doesn't that mean you're separate from it? You're not the chatter itself, you're the one listening to it. This realization is a powerful step toward reclaiming your inner peace, because once you know you're not the voice, you can begin to detach from its grip. But why is the voice there in the first place? Its purpose isn't inherently harmful. It's a mechanism designed to keep you safe, to help you make sense of the world, to predict and plan. Yet, in its overzealous attempts to protect, it creates mental chaos. It replays arguments, anticipates problems, and often fabricates worries that never come to pass. Imagine for a moment that you're at a movie theater. The screen displays a breathtaking scene, a sunset over a serene ocean. But instead of enjoying the moment, there's someone sitting next to you, whispering non-stop, "Why is the sun that color? Do you think it's going to rain? What's happening next?" That's what your inner voice does. It narrates your life so incessantly that you miss the beauty of simply being present. So, how do you break free? The first step is to observe the voice. Take a moment right now. Close your eyes if you can. Listen to the thoughts running through your mind. What are they saying? Are they analyzing this video, planning what you'll do next? Maybe even doubting whether this practice works? Whatever it is, just listen. Notice how the voice behaves, as if it has a life of its own. Here's a key insight. The voice isn't you. It's just a pattern, a collection of mental habits. When you observe it without judgment, you create a gap between yourself and the chatter. This gap is freedom. It's the space where you can experience life directly, without the filter of constant mental noise. The voice thrives on your attention. The more you believe in its stories, the stronger it becomes. But the moment you step back and watch it, its power begins to dissolve. Instead of being the actor caught in the drama, you become the audience, calmly observing the play. And remember, the goal isn't to silence the voice. That's impossible. Thoughts will come and go. Your job is to recognize that they're just thoughts, not reality. They're like clouds passing across the sky. You are the sky, vast, unchanging, and unaffected by the clouds. This is the foundation of inner freedom, understanding that you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness behind them. And as you strengthen this awareness, you'll discover a deeper sense of peace and clarity than you've ever known. And now, let's explore what happens when you apply this understanding to the emotions that voice often stirs up. How to release the baggage and truly let go. Of course, letting go isn't always easy. Some emotions are deeply rooted, tied to past experiences that left scars. But even then, the key is the same. Feel the emotion, but don't become it. Watch it, but don't let it define you. What if I told you that most of the emotional weight you're carrying isn't from the events themselves, but from your refusal to let go of them? Painful memories, unresolved anger, and lingering fears, these don't have to define your life. But they will, as long as you hold on to them. Emotions are like energy. They need to move, to flow. But when you cling to them, when you replay the past or resist what you feel, that energy gets stuck. It doesn't go away. It turns into baggage you carry everywhere you go. And the longer you hold onto it, the heavier it feels. Think about it. When someone says or does something that hurts you, what happens next? The event might pass in minutes, but your mind replays it over and over, analyzing every detail. You feel the pain as if it's happening again and again. The truth is, it's not the event hurting you anymore. It's your inability to let it go. But letting go isn't about forgetting or pretending something didn't happen. It's about freeing yourself from the grip it has on you. It's about allowing emotions to rise, to be felt, and then to move on. Here's a simple but profound realization: emotions are temporary. Anger, sadness, fear, they're like waves in the ocean. They rise, peak, and eventually fade away. But if you try to fight the wave, if you resist it or hold on to it, you'll be dragged under. Let me guide you through a practice right now. Think of something that's been weighing on you, an argument, a regret, or even a worry about the future. Notice how it feels in your body. Is there a tightness in your chest? A knot in your stomach? Don't judge it or try to push it away. Just let it be there. Now take a deep breath. As you exhale, imagine that tightness loosening, that knot unraveling. Say to yourself, I see you, I feel you, and I release you. Keep breathing, gently, allowing the emotion to flow through you. This is the power of surrender, not as weakness, but as freedom. When you stop fighting your emotions, you create space for them to pass. You let go of the story your mind is telling and simply feel what's there. Of course, letting go isn't always easy. Some emotions are deeply rooted, tied to past experiences that left scars. But even then, the key is the same. Feel the emotion, but don't become it. Watch it, but don't let it define you. Here's another practice. When you feel an intense emotion, label it. Say, this is anger, or this is sadness. By naming it, you separate yourself from it. You remind yourself that it's just an emotion, not who you are. Because the truth is, life isn't about avoiding pain, it's about moving through it. It's about allowing yourself to feel deeply, to experience fully, without getting stuck. And now that you've begun to release emotional baggage, let's turn to another source of inner tension, the illusion of control, and discover how surrendering can set you free. We all crave control. Control over our lives, control over others, control over the future. It feels safe, doesn't it? Like if you could just manage every detail, you'd finally be okay. But here's the paradox: the more you try to control, the more you realize how little control you actually have. And that realization, though terrifying at first, can also set you free. Think about it. How many times have you carefully planned something, only to have life take its own course? Maybe you rehearsed the perfect conversation, but it didn't go as expected. Or you envisioned your career unfolding a certain way, only to end up somewhere completely different. It's frustrating, isn't it? But it's also inevitable. Control is an illusion. Life is too vast, too complex to fit into the boxes we create. The weather doesn't change because you wish it wouldn't rain. Other people don't act according to the scripts you've written for them in your mind. And the future? It unfolds as it will, regardless of how much you try to predict or manipulate it. So, what happens when you cling to this illusion of control? You suffer. You resist the natural flow of life, trying to bend it to your will. You stress over things that are beyond your power, exhausting yourself in the process. It's like trying to hold water in your hands. The tighter you grip, the more it slips away. But what if you let go? What if you surrendered, not in defeat, but in trust? Trusting that life knows what it's doing, even when you don't. Trusting that you can handle whatever comes, even when it's not what you planned. Let me guide you through a simple exercise. Close your eyes, if you can, and think about something you're trying to control right now. Maybe it's a decision, a relationship, or an outcome you're desperate to make go a certain way. Notice how it feels in your body. Is there tension, anxiety, a sense of urgency? Now take a deep breath, and as you exhale, imagine releasing that need to control. Picture yourself opening your hands, letting go of the reins you've been gripping so tightly. Say to yourself, I release this. I trust the process. Letting go of control doesn't mean you stop caring or stop taking action. It means you stop trying to force outcomes that aren't yours to dictate. It means you show up, do your best, and then let life take its course. Here's the thing. Life has its own rhythm, its own wisdom. And when you stop fighting it, when you surrender to the flow, you find a sense of peace you can't achieve through control. You start to see that even when things don't go as planned, they often turn out better than you could have imagined. Imagine standing in a river. If you resist the current, trying to push the water in a different direction, you'll tire yourself out. But if you flow with it, you'll move effortlessly. Life works the same way. The current is always moving, always guiding you, if you're willing to let it. But surrendering isn't just about external circumstances, it's also about your inner world. How often do you try to control your thoughts or emotions, forcing yourself to feel a certain way? What if you simply allowed them to be? What if you trusted that they too will flow and fade, just like everything else? Here's a mantra you can carry with you. I control what I can, and I let go of what I can't. Repeat it whenever you feel the urge to grip tightly, to force or resist. It's a reminder that while you can influence your actions, your choices, your attitude, the rest is up to life. Now that you've loosened your grip on control, let's explore how to live more openly and freely, unlocking the full potential of your heart and your life. Imagine a life where you wake up every morning with a sense of freedom, where your heart feels light, your mind is at peace, and you're open to whatever the day may bring. That's the essence of living openly. But for many of us, it's a distant dream, because we've built walls around ourselves, walls made of fear, pain, and the desire to protect. Think about it. How many times have you held back your feelings out of fear of being judged, or avoided opportunities because you didn't want to fail? These walls may feel like they're keeping you safe, but they're also keeping you trapped. They block the flow of life, connection to others, and the beauty of new experiences. Living openly doesn't mean you won't face challenges or get hurt. It means you stop letting the fear of those things dictate your life. It means you choose to embrace life fully, with all its
The guild does not take your orders.
Today, the Spacing Guild wields a subtle yet overarching influence. It cares less about politics and more about the steady flow of commerce and exploration. Noble houses rise and fall, emperors come and go, yet the guild sticks around. Its navigators float in their spice tanks, peering ahead and ensuring that the galaxy's highways remain open for business. So long as the spice keeps flowing, the guild continues to hold the keys to the stars. But what really are they? How do they function? Why is it that the guild is nearly irreplaceable and indispensable in the Dune universe? These are but a few of the questions we'll be answering in this video, but before we get too deep into it, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to the channel. It's a small click for you, but for us it means a lot. And without further ado, let's get right into it. Number 1. How did the Spacing Guild come into existence? The universe of Dune is vast and old. Like, really vast and really old. It stretches across several parts of the universe and is spread across several millennia. I mean, just the time difference between Dune Prophecy and the movies is like 10,000 years, so you know, we're dealing with some large stretches of time. Anyways, the interesting thing about the lore is that almost every epic tale seems to spring from the legendary Butlerian Jihad, and the origin story of the Spacing Guild is no exception. The Butlerian Jihad was this massive galaxy-wide war against thinking machines, a no-holds-barred crusade that wrapped up with the religiously driven obliteration of any tech more advanced than a calculator. It was necessary because the thinking machines, or the AI-based machines, had begun to amass much more knowledge than humans and concluded that it was best for the universe to eradicate mankind, although we're not entirely sure if that would have been such a bad thing. I mean, Thanos definitely had a point, but we digress. We'll take you back to the Butlerian Jihad. Now, during this monumental conflict, humanity was in a mad rush to invent non-thinking gadgets to take down the so-called robot gods. Oh yeah, they had, like, robot gods and all that. I think you should check out our video on the whole Atreides Harkonnen conflict's history. That also begins with the Butlerian Jihad, much like the Spacing Guild origins. And we get into it in a lot more depth over there. So anyways, this frenzy to create non-thinking machines is where Theo Holtzman comes into the spotlight. He was this brainy inventor who uncovered the Holtzman effect, which was supposed to be a game-changing discovery. Sensing potential, he brought on board Norma Senva, a brilliant young mathematician whose intellect was off the charts. Norma was definitely a number cruncher, yes, but apart from that, she was a visionary who came up with several groundbreaking applications for the Holtzman effect. But in a classic case of genius being overshadowed, Holtzman stole the credit for her breakthroughs. Norma, who wasn't one to chase the limelight, didn't make a fuss, yet Holtzman, jittery about her burgeoning genius, decided to cut her loose, fearing she might eclipse him entirely. Karma seemed to catch up with Holtzman pretty quickly. Shortly after giving Norma the boot, he met his demise in a slave revolt, a rather unceremonious end for such a prominent figure. Left to her own devices, Norma pressed on solo, but her journey took a dark turn when she was captured and tortured by a man encased in a robot body. This experience, however, was a twisted blessing in disguise. The ordeal awakened her latent psychic abilities, unlocking a prescient vision of fold space technology. She wasted no time in embracing this newfound insight. She accelerated the development of fold space tech, effectively leapfrogging the timeline. She engineered the first fold space engine and built a ship to harness it, catapulting space travel into a new era. But wouldn't you know it, history repeated itself. Her lover, Aurelius Venport, claimed the accolades for her achievements, another man riding her coattails into the annals of history. However, together they had a son named Adrian, who didn't let the grass grow under his feet. He took his mother's groundbreaking work and founded the Fold Space Shipping Company. This enterprise dabbled in faster-than-light travel, monopolized it, and enforced its dominance with a hefty dose of muscle and not-so-subtle intimidation tactics. Now, although she's not mentioned in the original Dune novels, Norma's prescient abilities and behind-the-scenes maneuvering make her quite an important character in the expanded universe. She's like the invisible hand guiding the cosmos. She watched as her progeny's company tightened its grip on space travel, fully aware of the power it wielded. Her great-grandson, Joseph Venport, a guy who didn't mind stirring the pot, picked a fight with House Carino, the Emperor's own family, and took things to a whole new level by assassinating Emperor Salvador Carino. Seeing the writing on the wall, Norma used Joseph as a bargaining chip and struck a deal with Emperor Roderick. She promised to hand over Joseph in exchange for a few key concessions: safety for her navigators, a steady pipeline of the precious spice melange, and the establishment of an independent spacing guild. But do you know where Norma's savvy truly shines? Well, she transformed Joseph into a navigator, effectively placing him beyond Roderick's reach and neatly sidestepping any real sacrifice on her part. In one fell swoop, she secured everything she wanted without giving up anything she couldn't afford to lose. Number 2. What really is the Spacing Guild? Needless to say, in Frank Herbert's Dune universe, the Spacing Guild is a colossal force with a monopoly over interstellar travel and banking. And they managed to achieve this status because of one not-so-secret but mysterious weapon called the... Any guesses? Anyone? That's right, the Guild Navigators, also known as Guildsmen or Steersmen. These individuals rely on melange, more commonly known as the spice, to gain a degree of prescience, which is basically a kind of future sight. This ability allows them to navigate folded space, safely piloting massive starships known as highliners across the vastness of interstellar space in an instant. The Guild's power balances against that of the Padishah Emperor and the noble houses of the Landsraad. They keep themselves mostly apolitical and focus on the flow of commerce and the economy that helps keep their coffers full. Sure, they could throw their weight around in political circles given their control over transport terms and fees, but they're not interested in political power beyond what benefits their economic interests. In the original Dune novel from 1965, the Spacing Guild enjoys its lucrative monopoly without openly seeking to rule humanity. They prefer to share power with the Emperor and the Great Houses and prefer pulling strings from behind the scenes. Paul Atreides figures out that the Guild believes all political empires are temporary. To ensure their survival, they act like a parasite, supporting one imperial dynasty until it crumbles, then hitching their wagon to the next one. As we all know, by the end of the story, Paul topples Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV by taking control of Arrakis, the only source of the all-important spice melange. He realizes just how dependent the Guild is on the spice. Without it, they're blind and can't navigate interstellar travel at all. Faced with this vulnerability, the Guild has no choice but to side with Paul. They even threaten to strand the Emperor and his forces on Arrakis if he doesn't step down. The Guild offers a unique service to the houses of the Imperium. If a house is in danger of defeat, they can contact the Guild to be whisked away to safety outside the system. Some have become renegade houses, escaping with their family atomics and shields beyond the Imperium's reach. The Guild controls a sanctuary planet, or perhaps multiple planets, known as Tupile. The locations are a closely guarded secret known only to the Guild and are kept inviolable under the Guild peace. In Dune Messiah, the second book published in 1969, Navigator Edric gets tangled in a plot to dethrone Emperor Paul Atreides. He joins hands with Scytale, a Tleilaxu face dancer, Gaius Helen Mohiam, a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother, and Princess Irulan of House Carino, Paul's estranged consort. The Guild has a huge stake in breaking Paul's control over the spice supply due to their insatiable need for melange. Edric's presence also shields the conspirators from discovery. His prescience cloaks their actions from other prescients like Paul. But the scheme falls apart, and Edric and Mohiam meet their end at the hands of Fremen leader Stilgar, following orders from Paul's sister, Alia Atreides. Number 3. What's the structure of the Guild, and who or what are the Navigators? Well, the Spacing Guild's top brass never actually show their faces, and their exact chain of command hides behind thick curtains of secrecy. A chief administrator and a cadre of managers and bureaucrats exist, though nobody seems to know their names. Among this super-secret network, one position matters above all others: the Guild Navigator. These rare individuals, once human, now possess uncanny abilities to foresee the unpredictable dangers of faster-than-light passages. Before they came into existence, about 1 out of every 8 fold space voyages ended in a disaster, a fiery one. The birth of navigators ended that trend, so everyone with a hint of ambition wants a navigator on their side. Becoming a navigator involves some pretty freaky steps. Candidates must immerse themselves in tanks filled with gaseous orange spice, a substance unique to Arrakis. Prolonged exposure warps their bodies until they resemble something part human, part fish, with stretched limbs, massive heads, and unsettling blue eyes. This twist of flesh does more than produce a strange body, it unlocks a navigator's mind. With this psychic edge, they can map safe routes through fold space and hop between stars in the blink of an eye. The Guild guards these navigation methods and the engines that enable them as if they were crown jewels. This iron-fisted monopoly ensures that the entire universe depends on melange. Without spice, navigators lose their special foresight. Without that foresight, star travel grinds to a halt. Princess Irulan, in David Lynch's film adaptation of Dune, sums it up pretty clearly when she says, over thousands of years, spice transformed the navigators, giving them power over space itself. They can reach any corner of the universe without bothering to move an inch. The Spacing Guild is one of 3 titanic powers steering the cosmic order. The Emperor stands at the center, the noble houses squabble like spoiled brats around him, and the Guild quietly supplies the service that keeps it all afloat. They claim their place by offering something that no one else can duplicate. Number 4. How has the exposure to spice mutated Guild navigators over time? The spice reshapes a Guild navigator's human body and mind on a radical level. A once normal person exposed to enormous amounts of the prized substance ends up looking and acting nothing like their old self. This transformation doesn't come through a casual nibble of spice here and there. Navigators absorb massive doses, far beyond what most people ever see. This intense contact triggers deep physical mutations and mental adaptations that push them well past ordinary human limits. Their bodies stretch and distort over time, limbs elongate into unnatural shapes, and heads swell into bulbous forms that no longer fit human norms. Regular human features vanish beneath strange contours. Eyes turn a solid shade of blue, from iris to sclera, so dark that they appear almost black. This permanent discoloration signals a profound metabolic shift. The navigators' flesh and bones reshape under the spice's relentless influence, leaving them somewhere between a human and a bizarre aquatic creature better suited to another galaxy. The spice affects more than just their looks. It forces their physiology to depend entirely on it. Without constant exposure to a dense orange-hued spice atmosphere, the navigator's altered body cannot function. The guild keeps them suspended in large tanks filled with concentrated spice gas. In this heady environment, their minds sharpen into tools of near-psychic navigation. Their preternatural senses allow them to glimpse short distances into the future and chart safe paths through the perils of fold space. They can spot trouble before it materializes, steering vast ships across interstellar distances with uncanny accuracy. Without spice, that ability evaporates, and these once gifted navigators lose their edge. These transformations come at a steep price. A navigator never walks free among ordinary folks again. Their dependence on spice and their mutated forms confine them to special chambers. There, they hover in a trance-like state, gazing into the void of space and time. They trade freedom and good looks for cosmic-level foresight, guided by a substance that warps their DNA and their destiny. The rough deal might seem like a raw bargain, but it grants them godlike sway in a universe that worships reliable interstellar travel. For the ambitious, this twisted journey up the evolutionary ladder pays off. Spice unlocks mental powers that outshine anything common humans possess. It turns navigators into something more than human, true freaks of nature, but freaks with influence. With so many powers at stake, who would complain about a fishy appearance or a life lived inside a glorified spice bubble? Number 5. How do guild navigators enable faster-than-light space travel? Guild navigators provide a safe and reliable method for traveling vast interstellar distances at speeds that seem to surpass light. They do not brute force their way through the cosmos or break the laws of physics. Instead, they tap into a special force known as the Holtzman effect, which allows certain engines, called Holtzman engines, to fold space. This process creates a bridge between two distant points, granting near instantaneous passage across unimaginable gulfs of star-strewn darkness. Without proper guidance, though, a ship could easily vanish or smash headlong into unseen hazards. That's where the navigators strut their stuff. A navigator hovers in a tank of super-concentrated spice gas, their body mutated and their mind expanded by colossal amounts of the rare substance melange. The spice grants intense prescient abilities. This foresight is not a vague guess or a mythical hunch. It allows navigators to glimpse future outcomes of possible routes through fold space. They can sense which path leads to safety and which leads to cosmic disaster. With these razor-sharp predictive skills, they chart a course that ensures the ship emerges at its chosen destination intact. Without that vision, no technology alone can guarantee a clean arrival. In the early days, attempts at fold space travel often ended badly because nobody could foresee the hidden dangers lurking between here and there. The navigators fixed that problem by seeing it before it happened. Navigators remain essential for as long as the guild maintains its monopoly on interstellar transport. They rely on spice to function, and the entire universe depends on that spice to keep trade and travel flowing. The navigators themselves don't fold space. Holtzman engines do the heavy lifting, but their unique minds turn that raw, terrifying potential into something profitable, predictable, and stable. They use prescience to choose a route with no deadly gravitational traps or unexpected voids. Over time, the Empire and the Great Houses come to trust the navigators. Even emperors fear losing their services. These spice-addicted, mutated humans hold the keys to the stars. Without them, traveling at faster-than-light speeds would revert to a deadly gamble. The navigators become like cosmic traffic cops, directing starships along safe corridors and ensuring that nobody takes a wrong turn and ends up nowhere good. Number 6. Who was the first guild navigator? In the eras before Paul Atreides became who he was, the foundations of the Spacing Guild and its navigators took shape through a complex series of events and personalities who bent space and time to their will. The prequel stories fill in these early chapters and show just how the guild rose to power. Before the events on Arrakis, there were humans like Demur Pilru, a trainee navigator from the technological powerhouse world of Ix. He went through a pretty horrific transformation to become a fully fledged navigator and devoted his life to guiding immense highliners through the treacherous folds of space. And don't worry, we're going to explain what highliners are in just a bit. Coming back to Pilru, even a skilled navigator depended on pure, authentic spice. When Count Fenring tested a synthetic version made by the Tleilaxu, Demur's capabilities took a nosedive. His prescient visions went haywire, and one highliner materialized in the wrong spot, crashed into the defenses of Wallach 9, and met a fiery end. Under tainted spice influence, Demur drifted off course into unknown territory. Only after returning to Rio Melange did he muster the strength to bring his ship and passengers home. This heroic effort drained his last ounce of life, showing how navigators and real spice had a lethal yet inseparable bond. Number 7. What are highliners and how are they designed? A highliner is a colossal starship that crisscrosses the cosmos in Frank Herbert's Dune universe. It transports people, cargo, and entire fleets without breaking a sweat. Its sheer size staggers the imagination. Duke Leto Atreides once noted that all his frigates and transports could fit into one tiny corner of a highliner's hold. These ships stretch over 20 kilometers long, making them cosmic behemoths that few can rival. Highliners belong to the Spacing Guild's transportation system. They provide neutral ground under strict laws. Anyone who dares break the peace risks losing shipping privileges, and trust me, nobody wants to get booted off this cosmic gravy train. Enemies often share cargo space on a highliner without throwing a single punch. The Guild's zero-tolerance stance on hostility ensures a smooth ride free of death and destruction. A Guild navigator controls the highliner's interstellar journey at translight speed. The highliner itself doesn't land. It appears at new destinations and parks high above the world while carrying entire civilizations in its belly. History credits Aurelius Venport with the first Spacing Guild ship design, but his mistress, Norma Senba, actually invented highliners during the Butlerian Jihad. Over time, the planet Ix became known for building these mammoth vessels. In one bold maneuver described in Dune, House Carino, a highliner folded right into a cavern under Ix's surface and knocked an occupying army off balance. This trick only proved its staggering power and versatility. Number 8. How has the Guild been portrayed in movies and games? The depiction of the Spacing Guild and its navigators varies wildly depending on the adaptation. In David Lynch's 1984 film, the navigator looks like an enormous mutant creature rather than a humanoid figure. He resembles a bulky worm or newt with a grossly distorted head, a weird V-shaped mouth, and stubby, useless limbs. Surprisingly, he lacks the blue eyes that usually tag spice addicts. Later, the 2000 miniseries Frank Herbert's Dune shows a different navigator design. This version has a withered humanoid head, full-on blue eyes, and arms mutated into wing-like limbs with stretched webbed fingers. By the 2003 sequel miniseries Frank Herbert's Children of Dune, the navigator Edric appears as a sleek golden humanoid with a long narrow skull, elongated limbs, and feathery growths. Each of these depictions riffs on the navigator's traditional spice-induced mutations in its own way. Denis Villeneuve's 2021 Dune film keeps navigators off the screen. Instead, the camera catches a glimpse of Guild reps in white cloaked suits with opaque visors. Villeneuve aimed to keep space travel shrouded in mysticism and avoid cluttering the plot. According to a Screen Rant writer, this limited Guild presence kept the film's story straightforward. Villeneuve's approach suggests that sometimes less is more, especially when juggling a massive universe's complex lore. The Guild also appeared in the 2001 real-time strategy game Emperor Battle for Dune. Here, the Guild flexes serious muscle as a sub-faction with its own army. Forget neutrality, these guys have guns. They use their signature highliners to ferry troops from major houses, Atreides, Harkonnen, and Ordos, to Arrakis. Their navigators pilot Naiab tanks that can zap enemies with a single electrical bolt. They also run Naiab flyers, basically an airborne version without actual weapons. The Naiab tank can fold space on the battlefield, allowing quick jumps that give it a tactical edge. One memorable mission even has the three houses duking it out inside a Guild highliner, turning this once neutral zone into a war zone. The Guild's forces include a unit called the Maker, a freaky infantry creature blending navigator features and a mini sandworm vibe. It wields an electrical weapon, showing that the Guild can do more than haul spice around. Later in the game, the guild tries to seize ultimate power by building an Emperor Worm. This suggests that, in the gaming version, the guild might abandon its relatively impartial stance in pursuit of total domination. Number 9. What's the guild's take on religion, and what is guild peace? The guild views religion as a handy tool for keeping the galaxy's social fabric nice and tidy. It pushes a standardized faith by promoting the Orange Catholic Bible, helping it spread across the universe and protecting the rebellious thinkers who gave it life. Despite this involvement, the guild itself does not believe in any godly plan or cosmic savior. They are atheists who care more about stability and commerce than divine truths. To them, religion functions as a well-oiled machine that keeps people cooperative, predictable, and open to paying for safe passage among the stars. If uniform worship prevents chaos and boosts their profits, the guild calls it a win. The guild peace represents a sort of cosmic neutral zone that the guild enforces for its own benefit and everyone else's relief. The guild controls sanctuary planets such as Tupile, where defeated or endangered houses can bolt when the going gets tough. These renegade houses bring along their shields, atomics, and whatever else they can cram into their ships, but no one dares break the guild peace. The guild keeps Tupile's location secret and ensures that no violence taints this refuge. Within this bubble of calm, rival factions set aside their beef and respect the terms. Nobody wants to test the guild's patience here because losing access to interstellar travel would be like getting stranded on a desert island with no water. The guild peace holds everyone to a code of non-aggression, no matter how nasty their old grudges run. In short, the guild doesn't bow down to any deity, but uses religion to secure order and boost profits. Meanwhile, the guild peace lays down a strict no-warfare policy on its sanctuary planets, which makes them safe havens for houses on the run and keeps the galaxy's economic veins pumping sweet and steady. Number 10. Are the navigators replaceable? We should talk about the 5th and 6th novels, Heretics of Dune and Chapter House Dune, set 5,000 years after Paul's reign. This era includes 3,500 years under Leto II's rule and 1,500 years after his death. The aggressive honored Matres have taken over Junction, the old spacing guild hub above Gammon. Meanwhile, the technocrats of Ix develop compilers, devices that perform calculations much like computers. This teeters on the edge of violating the ancient ban on thinking machines established after the Butlerian Jihad millennia ago. These compilers make navigators obsolete, removing the need for their spice-induced prescience. The navigators' abilities have been waning anyways due to the severe spice shortages caused by the destruction of Dune and its sandworms and the Bene Gesserit's tight control over the remaining melange stockpiles. Leto II's 3,500-year prescient rule demonstrated the dangers of prescience. The whole universe can become trapped in one being's vision, granting absolute power. Facing obsolescence and mistrust, the guild clings to Ix, but both are in decline. Navigators still exist, but their significance in the universe has greatly diminished. As Paul Atreides noted, the guild's obsession with the safe path led them into stagnation and ultimately to their downfall. Their reluctance to take risks or embrace change made them vulnerable to the very forces they sought to control. Marvelous verdict! So yeah, the Spacing Guild's journey through the Dune saga is a tale of power, dependency, and the perils of playing it safe. They start as the unrivaled masters of interstellar travel, their navigators guiding ships across the cosmos with the help of spice-induced visions. Yet, their aversion to direct political engagement and their reliance on melange set the stage for their decline. They manipulated events from the shadows, believing they could outlast any empire by remaining the indispensable middlemen. But in a universe where control over the spice means control over everything, their dependency became their Achilles heel. The guild's story is a cautionary one about the risks of complacency and the illusion of safety. By trying to maintain the status quo and avoid the turbulence of political ambition, they ended up losing their grip on the very forces that sustain them. Their fall from prominence serves as a reminder that in a constantly changing universe, adaptation isn't just advantageous, it's essential for survival. That's all we got for you this time, but if you liked our content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to us if you haven't already. This is Wizard Wheezy signing off for now, but thanks for watching, stay safe out there, and have a marvelous day.
Sometimes, life's simpler moments can be made simply extraordinary. Nestle Pure Life.
The civilization was desperate. They had tried everything. They'd built galaxy-spanning observatories to capture every wavelength of light pouring in from the entire observable universe. They'd crafted ingenious devices to peer into the microscopic, then subatomic, and then quantum realms. They'd even explored and colonized vast swathes of the cosmos, great arc ships traveling between galaxies over time spans of billions of years. They were, without question, the most powerful civilization the universe had ever seen. But it was still not enough. For after untold millennia of effort, they had finally come to the conclusion that their universe was not alone, that there were infinitely many more, that what we see as the vast and almost incomprehensible cosmos is just one tiny, insignificant bubble, floating in an infinite sea. The existential dread of this realization did not bother the civilization. By now, far removed from their genetic origins, they were used to dealing with a giant, cold, uncaring universe. The real problem was one of measurement. The presence of an infinite multiverse brought with it seemingly insurmountable difficulties. Difficulties in evaluating problems. For example, a relatively simple question: were they alone? For the observable universe, this was fairly straightforward. They could work it out by scanning every single star and every single galaxy. But even though they had figured out how to access the other regions of the multiverse, their studies had shown them that the rest of the universes within the multiverse were not just numerous, they were infinite. And this meant that they couldn't measure probabilities. Was their universe common or rare? Was their type of carbon-based life form 5% of those in the multiverse or 95%? It was impossible to say if there was an infinite number of universes. Every percentage read zero in their calculations. How many intelligent species inhabited the multiverse? An infinite number. But the multiverse also contained an infinite number of empty universes. Any finite amount of information they had gathered amounted to zero. Despite their millennia of effort, they literally knew nothing. Their journey had begun eons before in their dim and distant past, taking their first cautious steps into outer space by building far-flung probes and grand off-world observatories. They eventually developed their own Kardashev scale, mastering all the energy on their home planet, then their solar system, galaxy, and beyond. Over the ages, they had taken to reshaping entire planets, systems, and galaxies into powerful experiments and exquisite laboratories, simultaneously peering out into the cosmos and down into the microcosm. But how far could they ever go? And how much could they ever discover? Were there cosmic barriers they could never pass? Information hidden in the darkness that they could never reach? What were the ultimate limits of the universe? In 2011, nomads traveling the Sahara Desert found a literal piece of Mars. The meteorite, named Northwest Africa 7034, had a fascinating secret, one which many different news outlets reported. However, modern-day news reporting can be overwhelming, chaotic, and hard to work out what to trust, which is why Ground News has been a big help in my research, and they've kindly helped to make this video possible. This platform gathers the world's news in one place, so you can compare coverage and verify your information. Indeed, using Ground News, I discovered that this meteorite showed evidence of water on Mars over 4 billion years ago. It was great that I could see this information from dozens of news sources worldwide, as well as in bullet point form through their summary feature. Each of the news sources also come tagged with information on context, like whether the publication leans left or right, who owns the publication, and a very helpful factuality rating. Interestingly, more than 90% of the sources on this story are rated highly factual. and so I encourage you to visit ground.news/HOTU or scan my QR code if you're looking for a quick and easy way to stay fully informed on any topic. Make sure you use my link to save 50% off unlimited access to their Vantage plan, the same one I use. Indeed, this is their biggest discount of the year, whether for yourself or as a gift. It had all started with patterns. The creatures of the civilization had noticed long ago that there were certain special rhythms in the world around them. Seasons changed on a predictable cycle. Dark clouds looming on the horizon meant that a storm was coming. The appearance of special stars meant that it was time again for the planting of crops. And so they created physical markers to signify these important rhythms and developed rituals to remind themselves of their importance. Slowly, agonizingly, over the course of centuries stretching into millennia, they began to discover deeper patterns. They found laws that could apply across the universe, formulas that governed physical processes regardless of their location in space and time. They discovered the fundamental constituents of matter, breaking down elements into atoms, atoms into particles, and particles into subparticles. They mastered the intricacies of gravity and quantum mechanics, diving deep into complex mathematics that revealed how both tiny particles and massive galactic superclusters behaved. They deduced what energized stars and supernovae, heartbeats and hearing. They learnt it all. They became sophisticated and powerful, wielding the secrets of the universe to their desires. They invented science, and it was beautiful. But this was just the beginning. How far could they stretch these ideas? How long would it take to reach Kardashev Type 1? Nikolai Kardashev didn't set out to imagine the scales of possible alien civilizations. Instead, he just wanted to be an astronomer. Born in 1932 in the Soviet Union, his parents were initially members of the Communist Party, but were arrested when he was just 5 years old. He lived as an orphan. By the time his mother was released, he'd already graduated from university. At Moscow State University, Kardashev focused on radio astronomy, which at the time was a new and exciting field of research. He was prolific in his scientific career, joining the Space Research Institute and serving many roles in the International Astronomical Union, a transnational effort that helped connect scientists despite the tensions of the Cold War. But his entrance into public consciousness came from a 1964 conference in Armenia, where he presented a now famous paper on communicating with alien civilizations. To estimate a civilization's ability to broadcast radio transmissions, Kardashev assumed that more advanced civilizations would be capable of harnessing greater and greater amounts of energy. Drawing by analogy a comparison to hunter-gatherers collecting by a campfire to modern society splitting atoms for power, Kardashev estimated that civilizations more advanced than our own would go on to capture the energy equivalent of an entire star, or even an entire galaxy. This would give them even greater abilities to communicate across the vast distances of the universe. And so in his paper, he briefly sketched out a simple classification scheme, which came to be known as the Kardashev scale, in his honor. A Type 1 Kardashev civilization would be able to harness the power of its entire home planet. A Type 2 Kardashev civilization would be able to harness the power of its entire sun. And finally, a Type 3 Kardashev civilization would be able to harness the power of an entire galaxy. Paper complete and presentation given, he returned to his main focus of astronomy. But the public's imagination would not be finished with Kardashev and his energy scale. However, before we dive into intergalactic empires and push scientific advancement to its ultimate limits, it is important to remember that the journey had to start somewhere. Survival. Humanity arose in a world that was complex, confusing, and hostile. Our best defense against that world was to learn, to apply our unique intellect, to deploy our ability to imagine alternate possibilities, and to reason through deliberate choices. One of the earliest examples we have of the emergence of science in humans is in the form of a slim ivory tablet dated to at least 32,500 years ago. On one side of the tablet is the silhouette of a man, with legs astride and arms outstretched, a figure resembling the constellation Orion, one of the most well-known constellations found in cultures around the world. And on the other side, a neat rose with 86 notches carved out. 86 is an interesting number. From the vantage point of the cave where the tablet was located, the stars of Orion were below the horizon for roughly 86 days every winter. And 86 days, subtracted from 1 year, gives a rough estimate of the human gestation period. And so did these ancient people devise some method of keeping track of time based on the disappearance and reappearance of Orion? And did they make a connection between that length of time and the length of a pregnancy? We can only speculate what their motives were, but clearly these prehistoric people were beginning the journey towards some kind of science.
Without a domain, your website is invisible. With Hostinger domains, you are in business. Every website needs a good name. The video platform you watch has it.
One of the most prominent philosophers of science, Karl Popper, argued that some myths represent the first ever form of scientific theory, a kind of proto-science that generated testable ideas that eventually evolved into scientific thoughts. Stories of creation, of how the world came to be, stories of forces, of how wind and rain and rivers have the properties they do, even stories of emotions, explanations of why we feel the pain of a loved one's passing or the joy of the birth of a baby. Cave paintings, like those at Lascaux in France, depict the world of our ancestors, animals and hunters, the important sacred rhythms of their lives preserved on the walls so that lessons could be shared with each new generation. Eat this, not that, be careful in the wilderness, this is how to be an adult in our society. And so our ancestors learned how to wage war, how to fashion weapons for hunting and for killing, how to settle disputes, how to create laws and govern themselves, how to turn the sounds of their speech into marks on stone and paper so that their words, their thoughts and ideas could be transmitted across space and across time. And as our knowledge grew, human societies became ever more sophisticated. Specialists developed, and in almost every culture, a certain class of specialist arose, the astronomer. It was within that class, the astronomer, that the first threads of modern science began to appear, because it was the astronomers that first applied a relatively new trick in their quest for knowledge in the universe: mathematics. Indeed, some of our earliest recordings of the sky include mathematical models to predict celestial events. Take the Saros cycle. If you happen to see a solar or lunar eclipse, then there will likely be another one 223 lunar months from that event. But it was one person in particular that took mathematics in a new, unexpected direction: Galileo Galilei. Galileo was born in 1564, and while previous thinkers had applied mathematics to the study of the heavens, Galileo was among the first, and by far the most prolific, in his application of mathematics to every phenomenon. According to Galileo, the book of nature is written in mathematical language, and the symbols are triangles, circles, and other geometrical figures, without whose help it is impossible to comprehend a single word of it, without which one wanders in vain through a dark labyrinth. Galileo was one of the first to use mathematics to discover facts about nature that ran against common sense. For example, common sense dictates that heavier objects should fall faster than light ones. Indeed, the great philosopher Aristotle reasoned that heavier objects had a greater affinity for the Earth. But Galileo used mathematics and careful, repeated observations to realize that all objects fall at the same speed, unless wind resistance becomes a factor. This discovery was perhaps the birth of modern science, where evidence and experimentation led the way to new knowledge. Indeed, one of the philosophical foundations of science is empiricism, that evidence rules the day. You can have any idea you want, but ultimately, evidence and observation determine whether that idea has any merit, or if that theory is valid. mathematics also gives science two important tools. One, mathematical models provide handy, concise summaries of natural phenomena. E equals mc squared is easier to remember than explaining the whole thing. It also allowed scientists to follow a logical progression in their trains of thought. With mathematics, a scientist can form a hypothesis and know for certain that consequences of that hypothesis will be true. To illustrate this idea, let's think about lightning. For millennia, philosophers had debated about the true nature of lightning bolts. For most cultures, lightning was a sign from the gods, usually one of displeasure. The ancient Greeks knew of some electrical phenomena, such as the electric sparks that form when rubbing amber on cloth. Indeed, the word electricity comes from the Greek word for amber, and while some philosophers argued that lightning was a scaled-up version of this electricity, others argued that it was more akin to a bolt of fire. And it wasn't until 1752 that the matter was settled. Flying a kite in a thunderstorm, future founding father and all-round polymath Benjamin Franklin was able to pass current from the storm into a Leyden jar, a simple kind of battery, demonstrating that lightning was made of electricity. With that confirmed, other experimenters, like Charles Augustin de Coulomb, discovered a simple force law relating electrical charge. Mathematical insights by Carl Friedrich Gauss and Michael Faraday revealed that the influence of electricity is better described by electrical fields. And a half-century later, James Clerk Maxwell would unify the description of the electric field with that of the magnetic field, and discover that light itself was made of electromagnetic waves. A chain of reasoning, careful investigation, and mathematical insight would go all the way from lightning bolts to the true nature of light. A surprising and unexpected result. And so through the scientific method, we have been able to discover the workings of many of the most mysterious phenomena in nature. Storms are caused by heat transportation in the atmosphere. Volcanoes are caused by magma chambers venting to the surface. Lightning is caused by static discharge between clouds. Diseases are caused by microscopic pathogens invading our bodies. The list goes on and on. And one of the most powerful parts of the scientific exploration of the universe is that our knowledge is always updating and evolving. As an obvious example, we've updated our understanding of gravity many times. Starting with the basic concept invented by Galileo, and into the Newtonian revolution, where he realized that gravity was a universal force of nature, and then, after 2 centuries of refinement and expansion, Einstein changing our view of gravity again, seeing it as a consequence of the deformation of space-time due to the presence of mass and energy, our understanding of its true nature has shifted dramatically. Even today, we know that another refinement in gravity is on the horizon, one that incorporates the physics of the quantum world. Through science, humans have acquired more knowledge in a few short centuries than we have in all previous millennia combined. Our understanding of the universe has exploded. And yet, despite all our accomplishments and our slaying of the mythical dragons of old, the universe is still full of mystery and the unknown. It seems, despite our scientific prowess, that we have not yet even scratched the surface of what we can know. And so what is our ultimate limit? To what extent can we use these remarkable scientific techniques to explore the universe around us? How much can we ever know? Perhaps our greatest limiting factor is the biological systems that support and create our own thinking. Our brains, as sophisticated as they are, can only capture and retain so much information at a time. Speed reader Howard Stephen Berg claims to be able to read 25,000 words per minute, although his claims are disputed. In 2020, MR Lam of Pakistan memorized 410 random words in 15 minutes. And in 2015, Rajveer Meena of India demonstrated to the world that he'd memorized 70,000 digits of pi. It's difficult to assess the capabilities of the human brain. The nearest metaphor we can use is computing, but the human brain works in a very different way. However, we can make some rough analogies. The total memory capacity of the brain, for example, is somewhere around 2,500 terabytes. 1,000 times more than your typical home computer, but far less than our most powerful supercomputers. However, our brains are also extremely efficient at sorting through the blizzard of sensory data constantly streaming in. Our conscious minds can only process around 40 to 50 bits of information every second, and from that trickle, we are able to be aware of our surroundings, make complex decisions, and fashion incredible leaps of insight and imagination. And on top of these limitations, on a cosmic scale, our bodies are comically fragile. We are ultimately limited by our DNA. We must regularly consume food and water, we must ensure that we get adequate rest. Indeed, the longest that anyone's ever stayed awake is roughly 19 days. The human body can only exist in a narrow window of circumstances. The human mind can only operate within a finite range of capabilities. In the end, our biology dictates our limits. Even the smartest or strongest person still requires the same basic mechanisms. Sodium ions must still move across semi-permeable membranes to activate connections between neurons. Electrical signals must travel up and down the nerves at finite speed. Hormones must spread throughout the body to maintain homeostasis. All of these mechanisms are written into us as the product of billions of years of evolution. There is no trick of genetics or accident of birth that can expand our capabilities beyond that. We are trapped, either in the slim biosphere that supports our kind of life on the surface of the Earth, or in a ready-made capsule capable of temporarily supporting us within the depths of space. Wherever we go, we must always carry our biology with us. And so in our quest for advancement, the question has to be asked: is there a way to go beyond the limits of the flesh? The experiment was finally ready. The civilization had spent generations, 1,000 years by their reckoning, in its construction. In their quest, they had achieved what we humans would dub a Kardashev Type 1 civilization, harnessing the equivalent power of all the solar radiation arriving on their home planet. In the process, they had colonized their entire solar system, with societies and cities on every planet, from the sun-baked innermost worlds to the distant icy moons. They had sent countless synthetic emissaries out into the void between the stars. They had discovered the fundamental forces of nature, the strange rules of the quantum, and more, and put that knowledge to work in the construction of fantastic, seemingly magical to us, technological devices. But they had also run into familiar limits. They had discovered long ago that the fundamental forces of nature merge together at extremely high energies, inaccessible to any planet-bound laboratory. And so to peer even farther into nature's mysteries, they constructed a particle collider the size of their solar system. Scavenging every last remaining uninhabited asteroid and scraping layers off distant, unwanted moons, they constructed a ring of superconducting tunnels orbiting their star. By their calculations, the device would have the energies needed to break the quantum gravitational barrier and directly access the Planck scale, where space and time themselves break down. Over the centuries, the experiment developed the aura of a religion. The occasion of the first test runs of the collider were accompanied with great pomp and circumstance, long-winded speeches, blessings, and prayers. And finally, after generations of work and anticipation, they activated the experiment, ready and willing to peer into the heart of nature. Our brains, with their 100 billion neurons and 100 trillion synaptic connections, are the most complex structures in the known universe. And so as we found that our thirst for more knowledge was never quite sated, we developed tools to extend our thinking. Prior to the theory of germs, doctors had assumed that cholera, a horrible disease that causes life-threatening diarrhea and dehydration, was caused by miasma, or bad air. However, in the mid-1800s, the physician John Snow suspected otherwise, but could not prove it. And so, in 1854, when an outbreak of cholera struck the Soho neighbourhood of London, Snow deployed a relatively new technology that would seem obvious to clinical researchers today. A map. a simple dot map showing the clusters of cholera cases. He used this dot map to find the center of the clusters, a water pump on Broad Street. Evidence in hand, he convinced the neighborhood authorities to remove the well pump handle. And with that, the outbreak ended. His astute use of the simplest of instruments, a map, saved many lives. And so technology does not need to be complicated in order to be effective. But as we learned about the inner workings of the natural order, we could build more powerful technological tools to probe further and learn even more about the world around us. We invented devices that extend and enhance our normal senses. We created telescopes that bring the distant universe into our laboratories, beginning with Galileo's transformation of a curiosity toy sold at markets into a refined scientific instrument. His first telescope achieved only 8 times magnification, a power superseded by simple modern binoculars, but with that magnification he was able to reveal the mountains and boulders of the Moon, the satellites of Jupiter, and the multitude of stars that make up the band of the Milky Way. Indeed, with each new iteration of the telescope came new discoveries, culminating in the 1920s with the Hooker telescope. With that telescope, Edwin Hubble was able to observe individual pulsating stars within the Andromeda Nebula, discovering that it was instead a galaxy sitting millions of light years away. And while telescopes continued to get larger on Earth, they were limited by the distortions of the atmosphere. Space telescopes, while smaller in diameter, had a more pristine view of the cosmos. With a mirror diameter of 6.5 meters, so large that it had to be cleverly folded up to fit inside its rocket, the James Webb Space Telescope achieves a resolution of around 1/10 of an arcsecond. That's hundreds of times more powerful than the human eye, capable of reading the details of a coin placed 40 kilometers away. And the most powerful proposed telescope is called the Solar Gravitational Lens. Using the bending of starlight due to the sun's gravity, an instrument placed about 540 astronomical units away from the sun would be able to observe images magnified to a resolution of 10 to the power of 10 arcseconds. At that resolution, it could paint a detailed portrait of the surface of any exoplanet within 100 light years of Earth. And at the other end of the spectrum, we have created microscopes to expand into view the unseen world around us. Today, the most powerful microscopes rely on quantum tunneling to provide precise information down to an astonishing resolution of 0.05 nanometers, which enables us to map out the distributions of atoms and molecules within materials and create high-resolution portraits of even the smallest of biological organisms. Most recently, we have also developed computing as a third branch of scientific investigation, standing alongside theory and experiment. Through computer simulations, we have watched as synthetic universes evolve over billions of years. We have peered inside the hearts of stars as they die in fantastic supernova explosions. And we've observed as proteins fold together and perform their vital functions. And so, technology has advanced rapidly over the 20th century as humanity has continued its quest for information about the world around us. Indeed, the total information content currently available to humanity in the form of electronic storage is estimated at around 175 zettabytes, or 175 trillion gigabytes. And on an annual basis, the entirety of humanity consumes roughly 5 times 10 to the power of 20 joules of energy. And so while most of that energy does not go to storing information, if we want to upgrade our current technology, and if we want to acquire more data about the universe, we will need to harvest more energy. And so what would be the most effective way to do that? If we were to cover the entire surface of our planet in solar panels, we could capture roughly 4.4 times 10 to the power of 16 joules of solar energy every single second. In less than 3 hours, we could potentially capture enough energy to fulfill our present-day energy needs for an entire year. But if we wanted to do even more, we would have 2 choices: capture more solar energy or travel to an energy-rich environment in the galaxy. To capture more energy, we could follow the suggestion of visionary physicist Freeman Dyson, who envisioned ripping apart entire planets and converting them into a shell surrounding the sun. These so-called Dyson spheres could capture more of the solar energy that currently simply blasts away into empty space. For example, if we were to convert the entire mass of the Earth into panels or pieces of a shell roughly 1 kilometer thick, we could capture 0.0004% of the entire solar output. That seems small, but it's orders of magnitude more than the 1/10 of a billionth of the solar energy that the Earth currently receives. Of course, this kind of mega engineering does not come without its own energy costs. It takes energy to rip apart a planet. With kilometer-thick panels, it would take tens of thousands of years to recoup the energy investment spent in unbinding the Earth to transform it into solar arrays. Considering that we've observed no Dyson spheres within the galaxy, perhaps a smarter option is to pack up and move. Black holes offer a great home for an energy-hungry species. Their small size and rapid rotation stir up space-time around them, and clever arrangements like the Penrose mechanism can be used to extract energy from that rotation. At that scale, we could turn entire planets into data storage warehouses. We could convert entire solar systems into observatories. We could send far-flung probes to the edge of the galaxy and beyond. And indeed, returning to high-energy physicists, we can find one of the clearest examples of scientific and technological advancement running hand in hand. Our attempts over the last century to crack open reality itself. Beginning in the 1930s, physicists realized that they could use electric and magnetic fields to accelerate charged particles to higher than normal energies before smashing them into pieces, combing through the debris in the aftermath to see just what they were made of. They started to peer into the world of the subatomic. Ernest Lawrence, working in Berkeley, California, was one of the first pioneers of these particle colliders, creating a 4-inch diameter cyclotron that could achieve energies of 80,000 electron volts. After World War II, when most high-energy particle physics was taken over by the development of atomic weaponry, researchers created the Cosmotron at Brookhaven National Laboratory in Long Island, New York, and achieved energies of 3.3 billion electron volts, going on to discover a new class of composite particles, known as mesons. The Tevatron at Fermilab, outside of Chicago, Illinois, reached peak collision energies of 980 billion electron volts, and with those energies in the 1990s, verified the existence of the top quark. And in 1991, construction began on the enormous superconducting supercollider in Texas, but 2 years later, the project was shut down due to budget cuts. If completed, it would still remain today as the world's most powerful collider. Instead, the holder of that title is the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, located at the border of Switzerland and France, which took nearly a decade to build and cost almost $5 billion. Achieving energies of nearly 14 trillion electron volts, thousands of scientists from around the globe participate in the experiment, and through their work have confirmed the standard model of particle physics and the key role of the Higgs boson in particle interactions. Particle colliders have been a huge success in helping us pull apart the subatomic realm, but they are also a clear example of the limits of our current technology. Though the Large Hadron Collider can reach incredibly high energies, to be able to probe the Planck length and search for experimental evidence that could help us prove or disprove current theories of quantum gravity, a hypothetical framework that would combine general relativity and quantum mechanics, we would need a particle collider able to reach energies 10 trillion times higher. And so while we continue to grow ever more powerful, we're already seeing our own limits. If we want to explore further, we have our work cut out for us. We will have to develop radical new technologies that go far beyond the scale of what we can even imagine. We will have to expand our engineering might to encompass not just planets or stars, but entire galaxies. The fleet consisted of over 10,000 ships. After spending generations developing ideas, comparing and contrasting different techniques, exploring and exhausting all options, the civilization had ultimately decided that there was no single best way to move amongst the stars. And so they attempted all of them, all at once. Some of their civilization began construction of mighty generation ships, miniature worlds in their own right, capable of sustaining large populations for eons. Others crafted spry, single-occupant vehicles, powered by planet-bound beams of light to loft them to a pre-selected star. But most opted for some arrangement in between. Medium-sized ships containing many, but not huge amounts of passengers, with most of their occupants in a state of torpor, while automated systems guided the craft. Indeed, it took almost everything the civilization could muster, but they had no real choice. They had depleted the energies and resources of their system. They had to go elsewhere in search for answers. They had outgrown their home, pushed past the boundaries of a Kardashev Type 1 civilization. It was time to venture out and move towards Kardashev Type 2 and beyond. And it turns out, the key to unlocking the stars rested in an unexpected place: hummingbirds. There are hundreds of known hummingbird species, which as a group are the smallest living birds. Most of them live in the year-round riches of the tropical rainforest, but roughly a dozen species spend their summers in North America. And every single year, as the air starts to cool and plants and flowers prepare for winter, these hummingbirds begin a great journey, migrating to warmer climates for the winter. Among these species is the rufous hummingbird. At an average size of just over 7 centimeters long, at the end of every summer it undertakes an annual migration of over 6,000 kilometers, traveling from Alaska to Mexico, only to return the following spring. And one of the strategies that enables this miraculous flight is the hummingbird's extensive use of torpor, a state of reduced activity related to hibernation. In torpor, the hummingbird enters a state of deep sleep, dropping its body temperature by half and slowing its metabolism by 90%. And this torpor, or hibernation-like state, will be necessary if we desire to travel among the stars. Because, quite simply, they are very far away. Launched in 1977, the Voyager 1 spacecraft is currently nearly 25 billion kilometers from Earth. It is humanity's farthest flung spacecraft and is truly now in interstellar space, having crossed the heliopause, the region where the sun's solar wind gives way to the interstellar medium, in 2012. Traveling at a speed of over 60,000 kilometers per hour, Voyager 1 will continue its journey amongst the stars, eventually becoming just one more body orbiting around the center of the Milky Way. And so, if we had placed an infant on board the journey of Voyager, it would have been middle-aged by the time it reached interstellar space. By the time that Voyager reaches the inner edge of the Oort cloud, the diffuse collection of icy debris orbiting the Sun that serves as the home of the long-period comets, that person would have been long dead, as that journey will take another 300 years. By the time that Voyager crosses the outer edge of the Oort cloud, 10,000 more years will have passed. And if Voyager was aimed at Proxima Centauri, our nearest neighbor star, it would take over 35,000 years to reach its destination. Indeed, as a species, we are only now getting used to interplanetary distances, but we are not even slightly prepared for the enormity of interstellar, let alone intergalactic distance scales. The Canis Major Dwarf Galaxy is the nearest galaxy to us at 25,000 light-years away. It would take Voyager roughly 749 million years to reach. All current far-flung spacecraft accelerate only a few times. Once at launch, with most of their energy expended simply by escaping the Earth's gravitational grip, and then in space, our craft do not carry all that much propellant, just enough to repoint themselves if they drift off course. For additional acceleration boosts, spacecraft can use gravitational slingshot maneuvers, stealing some momentum from planets and giving it to themselves, boosting them to higher speeds. But out between the stars, that simply won't be an option. And so, simple physics presents hard limits to our ability to travel. Accelerating spacecraft, no matter the means, requires energy. And in the vast, expansive deserts between the stars, energy is hard to come by. So any craft will have to either coast at constant speed, like our current craft, or carry a source of energy with them. Because of this fundamental limitation, to reach further into the universe ourselves, we have two choices: large but slow, or small but fast. In the 1950s and 60s, a collaboration of scientists working with the United States Air Force, DARPA, and NASA investigated the possibility of a spacecraft accelerated by the most powerful and compact source of energy available to us: nuclear weapons. Called Project Orion, the concept was to ignite nuclear bombs behind a spacecraft. A large plate would absorb the blast and, by conservation of momentum, push the spacecraft forward. While the project only had interplanetary missions in mind, the researchers did find that a 10,000-ton spacecraft would only require roughly 800 bombs to accelerate a payload of 5,000 tons to Mars, or 1,000 tons to Saturn in less than 3 years, opening up the tantalizing possibility of extending this concept into an interstellar mission. However, the project eventually fizzled out as the engineers could not overcome the numerous technical challenges, leaving the only object to be accelerated into space by nuclear propulsion an iron lid, welded above a shaft as an attempt to contain a detonation called Pascal A in 1957. Scientists estimated the lid sped into the atmosphere at a speed 6 times the Earth's escape velocity. But despite the abandonment of Project Orion, future generations may revive the concept, or find other clever ways of accelerating spacecraft to manage the voyage across the stars. One such hypothetical concept, which for now sits firmly in the work of science fiction, is the generation ship. Also known as the world ship or arc ship, the basic idea is to not bother trying to get to other stars as quickly as possible. Instead, the ship would become an isolated bubble of humanity, with a large population living and working generation after generation, deep within interstellar space, and only reaching their destination tens of years into the future. Of course, such vessels would be incredibly complex, and the voyage fraught with danger, but with such means, a civilization could slowly and steadily advance among the stars. Perhaps not very far, a steadily expanding sphere of maybe a few dozen light years across, but even that would enable the exploration and colonization of hundreds of worlds. And the civilization might not even have to build it themselves. We know that natural debris, shards, and pieces left over from the formation of solar systems across the galaxy already wander from system to system. Indeed, in 2017, one such piece, named Oumuamua, briefly entered the inner solar system before quickly making its way back into the depths. A patient civilization could just wait for the right opportunity and hitch a ride, transforming the wandering space rock into a suitable habitat for the journey. But the only known way to make the interstellar journey faster is to make the spacecraft as small as possible. And in recent years, the Breakthrough Starshot initiative based out of New York has proposed such a craft. It relies on a light sail, a thin membrane that reflects light and pushes the main body of the craft forward. The reference design of the Starshot concept is to use a square light sail, a kilometer on a side, powered by a 100 gigawatt laser for 10 minutes. The spacecraft could achieve up to 10% the speed of light, reaching our nearest neighbor star well within a human lifetime. There is one catch, however. The Starshot spacecraft itself can weigh no more than a gram. Unless an advanced civilization wants to flood the galaxy with paperclips, they're going to have to find a better way to travel. And so, just how far a motivated species could travel is presently unknown. A few light years would allow them to visit nearby stars. Tens of thousands of light years could get them across a galaxy. Millions of light years would let them make the leap between major galaxies themselves. But despite all the challenges and obstacles, if they are able to achieve extremely fast velocities, then ironically, physics does allow them one reprieve: time dilation. We know that moving clocks run slow, that from the perspective of outside observers, the closer an object gets to the speed of light, the slower in time it appears to progress. This is part of the interconnection of space and time that undergirds our universe. The passage of time remains normal for any passengers. After all, thanks to relativity, from their perspective, they could rightly argue that it's them that are standing still and it's the rest of the universe that's moving. Of course, for this time dilation to have any meaningful difference, then a spacecraft must come as close to the speed of light as possible, which presents its own challenges. But if a civilization could somehow harness the energies to do it, the entire galaxy would be at their fingertips. For example, if a spacecraft could maintain a constant acceleration of 1g, roughly 10 meters per second, inching ever closer to the speed of light as it travels, it would take nearly 30,000 years to manage the trip from the solar system to the core of the Milky Way, from the perspective of outside observers. For the passengers on the ship, however, that massive undertaking, crossing half the width of the entire galaxy, would be completed in only a few years. But this is an extreme example, and would require truly extreme energies. In general, it seems likely that to take advantage of the wider universe, we would have to drastically alter our biology. Humans currently live for roughly 80 years, the blink of a cosmic eye, though through cultural traditions and written records we're able to preserve information and transmit it to the future for our descendants to use. But if we are to pursue the greatest of cosmic mysteries and attempt to consume all the information available in the universe, we will have to find ways to extend the capabilities of our own human brains and extend the lengths of our lives, long enough to make the journey between the stars in search of ever greater sources of energy. Indeed, it may be possible to develop systems that allow us to liberate our conscious minds from the prisons of our bodies. This would allow us, or at least some version of us, to travel among the stars without the need for oxygen, water, food, and vast energy resources. We might be able to develop small spacecraft housing individuals, or even entire communities, existing in a low-energy torpor-like state in the long journeys amongst the stars, and awakening once more resources and energy are available. But, even with alien or artificial superintelligence, there will still be limits. At the end of the day, we all live inside the same universe, bound by the same laws and the same physics. Try as we might, the cosmos itself puts hard limits on how far we could ever go. They called it simply the machine. It had taken them eons to build, so much time that the original founders of the project, indeed even the planet where the founders had come up with the idea, had long since vanished from the historical record. But the purpose, the goal of the machine had persisted through the ages, through revolutions and rebellions, through political splintering and harmony, through bad times and good. The civilization had long ago mastered all the technology they needed. They devised crafts to ferry them across the gulfs between the stars. They could control the force of gravity. They could create intelligence as sentient as they were. They were now firmly classified as a Kardashev Type 2 civilization, with each one of their capitals capable of consuming the energy output of an entire star, enrobing it in a networked mesh of solar panel arrays. But the machine was their greatest project yet. They'd sent themselves and their electronic probes far and wide throughout their home galaxy and found not a trace of any other living species. As far as they could tell, they were alone. And they desired to know if the entire universe was just for them. And so a small group of them, distant descendants of their first scientists, proposed a plan. A scan of every single galaxy in the entire observable universe, capturing every detail at every wavelength of light with as much resolution as they could muster. Enough information, enough knowledge that they could determine once and for all if they were truly alone in the universe. Eventually, the machine spanned the entire galaxy. Robotic missions set to work on far-flung solar systems, transforming entire planets into lenses, antennae, power sources, and communication arrays, each system becoming a vast, multi-wavelength observatory. Each observatory got to work, and once completed, taking roughly 10,000 years for its survey, began sending the collected data back. These data streams took over 100,000 years to complete transmission. Entire planets were converted into data storage warehouses. Black holes were used to power the computational processing. This would be it, a census of the entire universe. The total absorption of every scrap of knowledge that the cosmos would have to offer. And then, only then, could the civilization rest. If we project our technological achievements far into the future, assuming that our current pace of advancement continues, we can imagine all manner of fantastic engines of scientific discovery. We could design particle accelerators that loop around the solar system and beyond, achieving energies far above what we can with a Large Hadron Collider. We could build telescopes positioned in the outer solar system that leverage the gravitational lensing of the Sun, using it as a magnifying lens to amplify our images of distant stars and galaxies. Far into the future, we could even capture solar energy, or the rotational energy of more exotic objects like neutron stars and black holes, to provide the power necessary to run overwhelmingly powerful computers capable of simulating physics at all manner of scales, perhaps even simulating the universe itself. But despite our seemingly endless future potential, there are limits inherent to the cosmos. The speed of light, the age of the universe, the number of particles, the rise of entropy. Hard boundaries that the laws of physics simply will not let us pass. And of course, at some point, if we continue our quest for knowledge far into the deep future, we will acquire every bit of information available in the entire universe. For the uncomfortable truth is that there is only a finite amount.
हाँ पता है मुझे, इस वक्त बात नहीं कर सकते। महीने का पिक एंड ड्रॉप पॉसिबल है?
In the 1920s, astronomer Edwin Hubble revealed that the universe is expanding. On average, every galaxy is getting farther away from every other galaxy.
Hey, is anyone in here?
Emerging due to gravitational attraction. And over time, cosmologists realized that this discovery revealed
I'm about to end stream.
To the universe. One finiteness was in time. Prior to Hubble's discovery, astronomers
Irritable Man, are you in here? Ionimatrix, are you in here?
Statically forever into the past, and would continue to exist in largely the same state forever into the future. But the Big Bang put a finite age on the universe, or at least on our universe. The second finiteness was in the spatial extent of the universe. In truth, the universe could be infinitely big, but the expansion history of the cosmos introduces a horizon that limits our ability to access it. The cosmos is only so old, roughly 13.8 billion years old in fact, and light only travels at a finite speed. This means we can only see a small portion of the entire universe, like holding a torch in a pitch-black room, because there's only been so much time for light from distant objects to reach us. This limitation is encapsulated by the concept of the light cone, which is a projection of the limits of the spread of influence and information in both space and time. For example, if you send out a light signal, it takes time for that message to reach distant destinations. If the sun were to shut off at this very moment, it would take 8 minutes for that information and ensuing darkness to reach the Earth. If the Andromeda Galaxy were to somehow suddenly disappear,
Can you guys hear me?
We wouldn't find out for another 2.5
I'm ending stream.
Expanding this concept to the entire universe tells us that the cosmos could be, and probably is, far larger than we could ever possibly observe.
Good night, friends.
There is information in the